Chapter 508. Because you weren't a zombie before. What if you went crazy because you didn't take your medicine? After confirming Lin Xiao's current identity, they were a little afraid. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and said to them, "I'm telling you, I can read your mind now. Don't say bad things about me in your heart. I will hear it. Also, it's not impossible that I went crazy because I didn't take my medicine. After all, even a normal person will go crazy, let alone a zombie like me now." Then she held her chin and thought for a while, then said, "Maybe there will be such a day. But when a woman goes crazy, most of them are trapped by love. It seems that I'd better stay away from men. Fortunately, my feelings for Yang Jianhua haven't reached that point, otherwise I would really go crazy." Duanwan and the others looked at each other and felt that what she said seemed to be right. Fortunately, Lin Xiao didn't fall in love with Yang Jianhua. Otherwise, she would have been deceived and betrayed by a man she fell in love with. He destroyed the base she built and killed so many people. Most women would probably hate him to the point of going crazy. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Xiao wore sunglasses and went downstairs with them. When she went out of the gate, she saw that there were less people in the square. Those who were willing to go, including normal people, psychics, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, all added up to less than 3,000 people. Duanwan looked at the people standing in the middle of the square, and then looked at the people who were standing far away, indicating that they were ready to stay. She said loudly, "You have made your decision, right? Then, don't regret it. I have given you 2 chances to grasp it." Then she waved to Li Hongsheng and Ding Datong behind her, and she went back. Li Hongsheng and Ding Datong came out and said to the people in the middle of the square who were ready to go with them, "Now, those who can still move, help those who can't move or those who can't. Let's walk out of the gate first. When we get outside the base, someone will come to pick us up."
Someone? Who?
"Yes? How can there be people outside? How come we don't know? If there is someone outside to pick us up, then we also have to go."
Yes.
"You didn't tell us if there is someone picking us up. Too selfish." Their words immediately made those who were preparing to leave rejoice, while those who were planning to stay became excited. "Why should we tell you? Listen, we're not obligated to take you away. We just want to help you, but we also have conditions. This is your guts. From last night to this morning, we've given you 2 chances to leave with us. But all of you are afraid of death, afraid of the long and arduous journey, afraid of danger, and so on. Don't tell me they are not afraid? I don't think they know about this." Li Hongsheng shouted loudly and pointed at those who were willing to go with them in the end. "Our opportunities are only given to those who will seize them. If you have any dissatisfaction, then you can only blame yourselves for not fighting for it. We've also left everything in this base to you. We've already done what we should." Everyone fell silent. Li Hongsheng was right. They had no obligation to protect them now. This was the law of nature in this world. The strong were respected. Opportunities were left for those who were willing to take risks. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly walked out and waved at Li Hongsheng and the other man to stand at the back. She clasped her hands behind her back and calmly looked at everyone below. 10 or 20 seconds later, she said loudly, "I'm the one who made this condition. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? People who don't even have the guts to leave the space, how can they get better treatment in this post-apocalyptic world? Moreover, we've already given you 2 chances. What else is there to be dissatisfied with?" Speaking up to here, she stopped and looked at the people below who were still dissatisfied. She continued, "Well, I'll give you 1 more chance. If anyone can pass through the zombies outside the wall, then I'll take them away. Listen carefully, this is the last chance." Lin Xiao letting Duanwan and the others do this was meaningful. These people were only willing to hide in this destroyed base because they were afraid of the various dangers outside the walls of this base. If she forcefully took them away, or used the better conditions of the new base to take them away, they would only regard it as Duanwan's obligation and not be grateful. Because they didn't realize that even if Duanwan and the others had the ability, they had no obligation to protect everyone who was weak. The reason why Duanwan and the others wanted to take them away was purely out of kindness and kindness. but these people regarded it as their obligation and took it for granted. This was obviously a kind of ungrateful and selfish mentality. If these people followed them, they would not be rewarded for their kindness. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that even if they wanted to take these people away, they must first change their mentality. In this world, no one has the obligation to protect anyone, so if you want to survive, you need to rely on yourself to grasp the opportunity, she said lightly. Her words made everyone speechless. Lin Xiao looked at the people in the middle who had been determined to leave and said, "Let's go." Then she jumped down and walked in the direction of the base's gate. Duan and the others behind her also jumped down and followed her out. After Lin Xiao and the others walked out first, the people in the middle of the square supported each other and walked out together. When a large group of people finally arrived outside the base, they saw a dense wall of zombies. Everyone couldn't help but stop at the gate. How do we get there? Keep going. Lin Xiao didn't stop walking and shouted loudly. Duan and the others behind her did not make a sound and quietly followed her towards the zombies. Are we going to go there like this? Ding Datong supported his sister and said with some doubt. Although he knew that Lin Xiao was now a zombie and definitely had a way to control these zombies. But when he thought of approaching these disgusting and terrifying zombies without any defense, he could not help but feel a little scared. What are you afraid of? Look at your sister. She is not afraid. Duan looked back at him with contempt and pointed at Ding Rulin. Ding Rulin just looked at everyone blankly. It was not that she was not afraid. She just believed that with these people here, she would be fine. A typical blind reliance. Ding Datong looked down at Ding Rulin and remained silent. Because he wasn't the one he was worried about. Chapter 509. Lin Xiao walked in front and said, "With me here, they won't dare." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ding Datong felt slightly relieved. Apart from a few of them who had stronger abilities, the people who followed Duan and Li Hongsheng to survive outside were the ones who followed them. Even a few children boldly followed them. After all, they had been led through the zombie wall once, so they weren't afraid of the second time. When Lin Xiao was getting closer and closer to the zombies, the distance between them shortened to 10 meters, and the zombies in front of her began to move. They began to retreat. When Lin Xiao took a step forward, they all took a step back. Slowly, a gap appeared on the side. Finally, when Lin Xiao walked to their original position, the zombies had already retreated. Seeing Lin Xiao walk to the middle of the zombies, the surrounding zombies all avoided her, leaving the space around her. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what expression to make. "What are you guys doing? Follow her." When Duan walked to Lin Xiao's side, she looked back and found that there were less than 30 people on their side, and they were all the people who followed her outside. The people who had been staying in the base were now standing outside the gate dozens of meters away from them, staring at them blankly. "Let me tell you one more time. You only have one chance." Qian Xiaoai suddenly turned back and shouted at them. Then she turned around and followed Lin Xiao through the zombie passage without looking back. When Lin Xiao walked past, with her as the center, the zombies on both sides kept a distance of 5 meters from her. So the 5 meters on both sides added up to 10 meters wide, forming a zombie passage. But when Lin Xiao walked further and further, the zombies that had previously given way began to slowly move back to their original position. But there was still a small passage left, but the width was about 1 to 2 meters, not as wide as before. When Lin Xiao walked past, although she didn't speak, her consciousness could already convey information to the ordinary zombies around her. So when she walked far away, the zombies' path narrowed. It had shrunk from the original 10 meters to 1 or 2 meters, and the pressure was different. After passing through the group of zombies, Lin Xiao began to release the cars from the space one by one. She took out all the cars that she had collected and placed them on the ground. She also took out the 10 chariots that she had handed over to Yang Jianhua. He even placed a dozen barrels of gasoline in front of the car. There were all kinds of cars here. There were also several trucks and vans, so Lin Xiao was not worried that these cars could not take all the people away. It was just that she had collected a lot of gasoline previously, and this time, she would probably have to use up a lot of it. Lin Xiao's heart ached as he looked at the dozen barrels of gasoline. Duan and the others watched as Lin Xiao walked past. Cars suddenly appeared in the direction she stretched out her hand. By the time she came back, there were several rows of cars, big and small, parked there. There were even more cars than there were in the garage. Holy shit! So many! Qian Xiao Ai's eyes widened. Her eyes were glowing green, and she was about to drool. Hey, wipe your saliva. Duan glanced at him and said snappily. However, her eyes were also very surprised. She did not expect Lin Xiao to have such a large space that could store dozens of cars inside. Lin Xiao pointed at the dozen barrels of gasoline and said to Qian Xiao Ai, Little A, Hongsheng, bring people to fill up these cars. As she spoke, she threw out some small barrels and tools for loading oil. Yes. All of you come here. Qian Xiao Ai and Li Hongsheng immediately shouted to the people who followed them past the group of zombies. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They blinked a few times and realized that they were really not dreaming. They immediately went forward to help. Duan waved to the children who wanted to help last time. You guys don't need to go. Come and stand here. Oh, Sister Wan, we can help too. A few children reluctantly walked over to Duan, but their eyes were staring at the cars. There were both new and old cars, and they were all low-price models. In this post-apocalyptic world where there were roadblocks everywhere, sports cars were useless. The most useful ones were off-road vehicles. At this time, the eyes of the people at the entrance of the base lit up after Lin Xiao took out the cars and gasoline. They could not help but take a few steps forward, but soon they saw the zombies again, which immediately made them return to reality. Now they finally regretted it. Why didn't they just walk behind their bosses?
It was a very wide path just now.
Now looking at the passage that was less than 2 meters wide and the countless zombies that stretched out their arms and roared, they wanted to cry. Let's go. Captain Qian just said that this is the last chance. Maybe later even this passage will be blocked. Suddenly, someone in the crowd at the entrance gritted his teeth and said. Then someone came out from inside, took a deep breath towards the zombie passage, and walked forward bravely. After seeing one person take the lead, there was a second, a third, and then everyone followed one after another. When the first person carefully walked into the crowd of zombies, he was scared to death, and the expression on his face was about to cry. When he walked a few steps, he found that although these zombies stretched out their claws to grab him, their feet couldn't move. He suddenly realized this point. After suddenly realizing this, that person shouted, "Ah," and then ran forward desperately. His shouting and running stimulated the people behind him, and they all followed, and ran over. Those who were unable to move or had some injuries didn't care about them anymore. She hopped and stumbled as she rushed over. Lin Xiao laughed mischievously like a fox when he saw these people rushing towards him, as if they had just challenged something incredible. Well, sometimes people need to be forced, otherwise how could they have such an exciting experience? Right? She smiled, revealing her white teeth, and said to Duan. Duan rolled her eyes at her and said, "You're acting up again." This kind of thing was done by Lin Xiao many times in the past, so Duan calmly followed her through the zombie passage. Lin Xiao spread out her hands, tilted her head, and said indifferently, "People's potential needs to be stimulated." Chapter 510. The people who ran over all sat on the ground in exhaustion. They looked back at the zombie tunnel that was more than 10 meters long. They couldn't believe that all of them came over. Although it was only more than 10 meters long, the zombies on both sides were reaching out their hands and scratching nonstop. Their faces were missing an eye, a nose, and a mouth. It was simply too terrifying. They almost couldn't help but pick up their guns and shoot at them. But they didn't know what the consequences of doing that would be. Anyway, it wouldn't be any better than now. Seeing that most of the people in front had rushed through the zombie tunnel, the people behind were not afraid anymore. Anyway, they were all excited, as if they were challenging something fun. Anyway, as long as their lives weren't in danger, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that the zombie tunnel was a bit too narrow. They couldn't rush through together. They could only go through one by one. However, it didn't take long for 2,000 to 3,000 people to rush over and gather in the vacuum isolation zone outside the zombie horde. When they finished, some of the people who didn't plan to leave changed their minds when they heard that there were cars outside. Originally, when they saw the zombie group, they wanted to retreat. But suddenly, there was a zombie tunnel, and the people in front had all passed through safely. So these people wanted to secretly rush through, but at this moment, the zombies suddenly moved again. The tunnel began to merge. You thought about it, you can, but you can't pass through the tunnel. Lin Xiao jumped on top of a truck and said to the people who were blocked by the zombies. Duanwan began to take the names of the people who were sitting on the ground one by one, and then marked them, especially the man who took the lead. She counted him and the people behind him as part of the team. You guys, when you arrive at the new base, join the city guards,
she said.
Really? Those people were stunned for a moment, then their expressions immediately turned into surprise, and their eyes lit up as they looked at Duanwan. Yes, someone gave me a promise. When we arrive at the new base, Deputy Leader Yuan will arrange for you guys. Duanwan glanced at Lin Xiao on top of the truck, then looked at those people and said. Those people looked at each other. Their expressions were very happy, and they didn't know what to say. Can we really do it? Every base had its own city guard. They were in charge of public security within the city, and were generally treated worse than the troops that had to go out of the city. However, he could only be promoted to the base's army after joining the city guards. Because the base's army was for the outside world, the soldiers needed had to be elite soldiers or metahumans. Otherwise, the outside world would be more dangerous than the inside of the city. However, their treatment was also very good, and they were respected by everyone in the base. Although he couldn't be compared to the members of the corpse hunting team who often went on missions, this was still a public office, and it was glorious. For ordinary people, this was a glory that was very difficult to obtain. It can't be helped. All the information in our base has been destroyed, so the new base can only recruit new troops. Duanwan sighed. If he still had that information, he would have been part of the establishment and could be reinstated. However, the people in front of Duanwan were not. They were originally just ordinary people in the base. They didn't join the city guards, nor did they join the other corpse hunting team, because others didn't want them, and they couldn't meet the requirements of the city guards, so they could only muddle along in the base. At this time, Duanwan suddenly said that they could join the new base's city guards. For them, happiness came too suddenly. With a position, there would be a job. With a job, there would be food to eat, subsidies, and a place to live. Duanwan pointed at Lin Xiao, who was standing on the roof of the car, and said, she has the final say in the future. Then, regardless of the puzzled eyes of the people, she continued to call out names. Lin Xiao stood on the roof of the car, looked down at the people in front of her, and said, now, if you want to go with us, then you have to crawl through the zombie horde yourself. I can guarantee you that they won't attack you. If you don't have the guts, it's best to stay where you are and not come out. Why must we pass through the zombie horde? Since you have a way to control the zombie horde, why don't you just make them scatter? Some people were dissatisfied and pointed at Lin Xiao and scolded. Lin Xiao just looked at those people with a faint smile, and the corner of her mouth under the sunglasses only curved up. If you can't even pass through this, then you don't need to come to the new base. Because the new base was originally surrounded by the zombie horde, if these people didn't get used to the zombies under her control, then they might not be able to survive in the new base, so it was better to let them continue to stay here. Lin Xiao waited and watched them, but this time, no one dared to rush out like before. Because this time there wasn't even a passage. If they wanted to pass through, they would definitely brush past the zombies, and then wouldn't it be easy to be infected by the zombies? So, Lin Xiao continued to wait for another hour, and there was still no one standing out, let alone trying to get close to the zombie horde. She sighed. Originally, as long as these people were willing to let them pass, she would continue to make way for the zombies. But in the end, these people made her very disappointed. Because these people didn't believe her, then there was no need to continue to spend effort on them. She turned her head and said to Duanwan beside her, okay, let everyone get in the car. Duanwan nodded and immediately said to everyone, okay. Everyone started to get in the car. Get in one car at a time. When the car in front is full, then get in the car behind. Everyone began to slowly get on the truck, then the truck, then the truck, then the tank. Finally, all kinds of off-road vehicles were filled with people. Finally, after everyone had gotten in, there were still a lot of empty cars. Lin Xiao walked over and put the empty cars into her space. Then she walked to the front of the first off-road vehicle and sat down. Let's go. Their car was the first to move, followed by the 2 tanks, then the off-road trucks, and finally a few tanks. The people who stayed in the original Hell King's base watched as their car left. Then the zombie horde slowly followed behind them, and soon, the base's wall became empty. So Lin Xiao began to lead a group of zombies out of the Hell King's base. The majestic fleet of cars followed the majestic zombie horde. If someone passed by, they would certainly be shocked. Chapter 511. In the new base in the uptown, after Long Yubai fled, Wu Qingyue found that he really couldn't help much here. So he took Wu Yueling and his men to send the supplies back to his base, and then began to distribute winter supplies to the ordinary residents in the poor areas of the base. And because of Yang Chao's energy crystal nucleus, Xiao Yunlong has been promoted to an elementary level 7 ability user. So Wu Qingyue and Zhou Sherwei handed over Yang Chao's previous position as the leader to him and let him manage that part of the base. So Wu Qingyue suddenly became a leader without a deputy leader, but he didn't care. Anyway, there were Xiao Liqing, Mo Li, Li Yushan, and others by his side. Although these people were only rank 5 metahumans, their abilities were still very good. As for Meng Yu, you want to go to Yunlong's side? Are you still angry with me? Wu Qingyue sat at the desk in the office and looked at Fong Mengyue standing in front of the desk with some surprise. Mengyu's eyes were still very resentful when she looked at him, but her obsession with Wu Qingyue seemed to have disappeared a lot and became a lot calmer. Maybe after so many days, she also thought through a lot of things. In addition, these days, Xiao Yunlong has been thinking of various ways to divert her attention, so she now wanted to transfer to Xiao Yunlong's side to help. Yunlong is going there now. He has just taken over the situation there. There must be a lot of things to do. I want to go and help. She looked at Wu Qingyue and said, that's good if you are willing to go. Of course I agree. Wu Qingyue saw that she was willing to come to find him for a transfer, and his heart was relieved. It seemed that this girl was no longer avoiding him, which meant that her anger should have subsided. After signing Meng Yu's transfer order, she left. Not long after Meng Yu left, someone came to find Wu Qingyue. Looking at the tall beauty walking in, Wu Qingyue looked at her in surprise. Beauty Yan, why do you have time to come here? It was Zhou Shihui's deputy leader, Yan Fengyu. Her beautiful face carried a generous smile as she said, What? Leader Wu doesn't welcome me? Wu Qingyue invited her to sit on the sofa, poured her a glass of water, and said with a smile, Why? It's an honor for this office to have you here. When Wu Yueling saw a stranger coming, she immediately ran to Wu Qingyue's leg and hugged his leg as a pendant. Little Lingling is still as shy as ever, Yan Fengyu said with a smile as she watched Wu Yueling run off to be a pendant. Wu Qingyue bent over and picked up Wu Yueling. He walked to Yan Fengyu's side with a glass of water in one hand and placed it on her table. It's much better now. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible for it to run to my side on its own. It would have run under the table to hide, Wu Qingyue said as he sat on the sofa next to him. If that's the case, have you ever thought about helping her find another mother? Because as a man, you always have a child by your side. It seems to be very inconvenient. Yan Fengyu asked casually. I have that thought. But this matter can't be rushed. After all, there aren't many people this child can accept, Wu Qingyue replied with a smile. Hey, isn't Meng Yu doing quite well beside you? All of us actually thought that she would be the candidate for the little princess's mother. Yan Fengyu asked. Oh, Yu. Maybe it's because I'm too familiar with her. I've always treated her as a younger sister, Wu Qingyue said. Oh, I understand. Yan Fengyu immediately understood what he meant. Because he only treated Meng Yu as a younger sister, and because of this, he felt that he could help her find a better home. Hey, I say, beautiful lady, you didn't come all the way here just to ask if I want to find a mother for Lingling, right? Wu Qingyue asked with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot the reason why I came here. I just wanted to ask you about the situation of the new base in Uptown. You just came back from there. How's the progress over there? Yan Fengyu finally told him the reason why she came. Oh, so you're here because of this. There's still not enough manpower over there. After all, the wall that needs to be built is a few thousand meters long even for the inner city. But it's going well for them, and they don't seem to be in a hurry, Wu Qingyue said. But they don't seem to have any strong people over there. If it wasn't for you when Long Yubai went over last time, they would have been in trouble, Yan Xiu said after some thought. You seem to be quite concerned about that side. Well, you helped a lot before. Wu Qingyue's smile deepened as he looked at her with his half-smiling eyes. He continued to ask, I heard that you seem to be quite interested in Yuan Tianqing. He knew this. After all, it was because the two of them were too close that Yang Chao, who had been coveting her, was very unhappy. That was why he sent the robber named Tang He to deal with them. Hey, since you already understand, don't say it out loud. Actually, I just wanted to go over and take a look, so I came here to ask about the situation first, Yan Fengyu admitted very openly. That's the situation, but I wasn't the one who dealt with Long Yubai last time. They also have a strong person over there, so you don't have to worry about that, Wu Qingyue said to her. His words made Yan Fengyu slightly stunned.
Huh?
It wasn't you? But the intelligence said that there was a level 7 arcanist who intercepted Long Yubai's army and forced them to retreat. It seems that the accuracy of your information is too low. That wasn't me. Wu Qingyue smiled and shook his head. Is that so? So you didn't do anything at that time? Yan Fengyu looked at him strangely. Yes, it had nothing to do with me at all. Wu Qingyue smiled. Yan Fengyu's eyes flashed and she asked with a smile, so there is such a master in their group. It should be that Miss Liu, right? She seemed to have intervened in the matter with Yang Chao before. Well, that's right. Wu Qingyue did not immediately give her a confirmation. He now understood that this great beauty was here to find out who the level 7 arcanist who defeated Long Yubai was. However, he did not intend to reveal this information to her. Anyway, let her misunderstand that it was that woman Lu Tianyu. It was just that even Wu Qingyue himself was not sure what level Lu Tianyu is now, and there was also Qiu Lily beside her. Even Meng Meng had a temporary breakthrough, which made Wu Qingyue feel that the woman seemed to have a way to quickly level up zombies. In a newly built base, there were already 3 level 7 zombies. If this news were to spread out, it would be a disaster. If this news got out, it was estimated that they would be targeted by various bases all over the country. In that case, we don't have to worry about their strength. Yan Fengyu smiled. Chapter 5:12. Yan Fengyu didn't stay long. After asking about Long Yubai's escape, she went back. Just when Wu Qingyue thought he could calm down and continue working, Xiao Liqing ran in again. Leader, the 2 who came to find you last time have gone to Uptown. Wu Qingyue looked at him blankly. Which 2? Xiao Liqing said, the 2 who came to find you last time with the dog. They were wearing strange, white military uniforms. Moreover, it wasn't just 2 of them. They had brought along several people with powerful abilities. They have now arrived at the base in Uptown. Wu Qingyue remembered that the 2 people last time were looking for the leader of the robbers, Tang He. The uniforms they were wearing were indeed white military uniforms, and they looked mysterious. He didn't know where they came from. Have you found out their background? Wu Qingyue asked. Xiao Liqing shook his head. I can't find out. And the people with masks around them have a strange aura. Wu Qingyue suddenly thought of a problem and said, right, they are looking for Tang He. I don't know how they will react when they find out that Tang He is dead. Xiao Liqing was stunned for a moment and asked, will they make things difficult for the people in Uptown? I'm not sure. Did you just get the information today? Wu Qingyue looked at him. Yes, they just arrived in Uptown today. The information was sent back before they arrived at the base. Judging from the direction they are going, they should be going to Uptown, Xiao Liqing said. It took at least 1.5 hours to drive from uptown to Haicheng, so when Xiao Liqing's information arrived here, it had already been more than an hour. In an era where information was cut off, the transmission of information would always be delayed. When Wu Qingyue received the information, the people in uptown were already in a standoff. This is our territory. You can't come any closer. Elmar led 3 people and 3 zombies to block a group of people outside the barrier of the base. She stared at these people and said, "No, it shouldn't be these people because from the aura, there were only 2 people and the others were zombies like them." A level 6 and 3 level 5 zombies followed behind these 2 people, and they also had a mutant dog. This combination made Elmar feel a little familiar. Because she sensed the unfamiliar aura from far away, Elmar immediately notified Yuan Tianqing and the others. So after a short discussion, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Li Zheng followed Elmar to see the situation. After the result, Elmar called the zombie leaders of number 5 and number 7, who were next to number 3, to stop them from moving a few hundred meters away from the zombies. Roar dash, you are zombies. On the side of Lei Cheng and the others who were being blocked, a figure behind him stepped forward and shouted at Elmar. Apart from Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao, the other 4 were all wearing cloth masks. Even their glasses were covered with goggles. Do you think that we won't know who you are by covering your faces? Elmar turned slightly, raised her hand and pointed at those people, and shouted, "Please show your faces." Although Elmar's words were polite, her pressure as a level 7 zombie became an invisible order. Lei Cheng and the others frowned with dissatisfaction at Elmar's arrogance. They were about to go forward to protect the masked man, but the masked man raised his hand to stop them. "Her request is too rude," Lei Cheng said to the masked man with a blank face. The masked man didn't say anything to him. Instead, he waved at the other people behind him. Thus, the 4 of them took off their masks. They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't resist a level 7 king. Lin Feng and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they saw the 4 faces with black eye circles and heterochromatic pupils. They had always thought that they were the only ones who could cooperate with the zombies. But now they saw someone else doing the same thing. This made Lin Feng and the others very curious. How did the other party cooperate with the zombies? "May I ask who you are? What business do you have here?" "I'm sorry. Uptown is now under our jurisdiction. Please state your purpose." Lin Feng stood next to Elmar and asked politely to Lei Cheng and the others. Lei Cheng looked at Elmar and then looked at the zombie leaders behind her. He felt the same as Lin Feng and the others. Both sides thought that their combination was already unique, but now that they suddenly saw the same combination, both sides felt the same. Lei Cheng stared at Elmar for a while before turning to Lin Feng to answer his question. "We're chasing after a level 7 robber. According to our information, he disappeared after arriving at your uptown area." Lin Feng, Elmar, and the others were stunned. Hearing this, they immediately thought of the robber that Lin Xiao had killed. "If you are talking about the leader of the robbers who cooperated with Yang Chao, I'm sorry, we haven't seen him," Lin Feng replied. Lei Cheng didn't have much expression on his face, but he obviously didn't believe Lin Feng. "Please don't answer so quickly. Tang, he is a level 7 psychic. Maybe he has a way to hide from you. If that's the case, then tell us about the origin of these people. If you want to find someone in someone else's territory, don't you know to tell us who you are?" Elmar stared at Lei Cheng with the same expressionless face. Lei Cheng wanted to bluff his way through, but just as he opened his mouth, a few zombies beside him interrupted him. "Roar dash, we don't mean any harm. That person is a traitor who escaped from our base. We need to bring him back to report." The level 6 zombie next to Lei Cheng replied. This was a bald zombie. His head was shiny, just like Lin Xiao. But his face wasn't so good. One of his eyes was blind. He covered it with an eye patch, but it couldn't cover the scar around his eye. Elmar looked at him, then turned to Lin Feng and said, "He said that the robber is a traitor in their base. They are here to catch him." Lin Feng saw that the zombies seemed to have a much better attitude than the 2 humans. He asked Elmar curiously, "They are all zombies. Do they have memories?" He asked this because he wanted to know if the zombies had their own intelligence or were controlled by someone else. Elmar looked at the zombies and nodded to Lin Feng. Yes, they have their own consciousness. They don't seem to be controlled. Chapter 5:13. Of course they have their own consciousness. We won't discriminate against them. Even if it's those zombies that have lost their minds, we won't attack them. But if they attack us, then we will counterattack. Lei Cheng calmly said to Elmarch. After talking for so long, "Where did you guys come from?" Elmar unhappily stared at him and said. She was inexplicably unhappy with the evidence of this man's words. Roar. The level 6 zombie seemed to want to say something to Lei Cheng, but suddenly remembered that he couldn't understand zombie language, so he immediately took out a pen and paper to write something. Lei Cheng looked at the words he handed over, then looked up at Elmarch. After thinking for a while, he introduced himself. Our base doesn't have many people, so not many people know about it. We are from Qingshan Base in the north. I am the captain of the arrest team, Lei Cheng. He is the vice captain, Zheng Hao. As he spoke, he pointed at Zheng Hao beside him. Elmar coldly snorted and turned her face to the side. I am Lin Feng, one of the people in charge of the new base. She is Elmar, one of the people in charge of our base. Lin Feng said, Wait a minute. I am not the person in charge. I am not. Elmar heard Lin Feng's words and immediately objected. The person in charge was Lin Xiao, not her. She was at most an assistant. Lin Feng looked at the zombies behind Lei Cheng, then said, Since you are looking for the leader of the robbers, but we really haven't seen him. Also, our base has just started construction, so it's not suitable to receive guests. I'm sorry. Lei Cheng and the others looked at each other, then nodded. Then I'm sorry. We have disturbed you. Then they didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave with the zombies. After watching them leave, Elmar asked Lin Feng, Is it okay to let them leave like this? Will they leak our situation here? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but we haven't heard of the name of their base, so it should be a hidden base. And even if they leak our situation, it's actually the same as leaking their own situation. I think the reason why their base isn't famous is because of the zombies around them. Elmar didn't understand. What do you mean? Their situation is actually the same as ours. They also need to hide the matter of zombies. I could tell that they had come out to capture the bandit leader who had defected. In fact, they wanted to kill him to prevent him from revealing the secret of their base. However, the robber seemed to have been on the run for a long time. He really didn't reveal any information. He's probably afraid of being hunted down by the people from his base, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Elmar was also surprised. He actually kept it a secret for so long? He's just afraid of death. He's afraid of the base's revenge, Lin Feng said. However, even if he wants to reveal it now, he won't have the chance, Elmar said as she watched Lei Cheng and the others leave. Lin Feng nodded. But he said, But I think they will come again. Elmar looked at him. Is that so? Lin Feng turned around and walked back. Just wait and see. I'm going back. Soon, Wu Qingyue and Haiqing received the news that Lei Cheng and the others were stopped. The other party isn't that tough, but they definitely won't let it go. Wu Qingyue said and then asked, Is there still no news of that female zombie? Why did she run to the south? Xiao Liqing replied, Even if there is, it won't be that fast. Wu Qingyue had no choice but to nod helplessly. Okay. Wu Yueling leaned against Wu Qingyue's side. When she heard Wu Qingyue mention the female zombie, she couldn't take it anymore. She knew who Wu Qingyue was referring to, but she didn't like her father calling that person. Oh, that zombie, no, that was her zombie mother. Not that. Wu Yueling unhappily used her small hand to hit Wu Qingyue's thigh. Huh? What's wrong? Wu Qingyue looked down at her in confusion. However, Wu Yueling only hit him twice, then turned her head, leaving her back for him to see. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a blank face. Then he turned his head and asked Xiao Liqing, What's wrong with her? Xiao Liqing looked at him inexplicably. How would I know? This is your daughter, not mine. Did I mention something just now? Oh, female zombie. Wu Qinghua thought about it and was about to say that she had this kind of reaction because she heard about female zombie, but before he could finish his words, Wu Welling turned around abruptly and hit him twice with her little hand. Smack, smack, smack. Wu Qinghua, I think Lingling doesn't like it when you say female zombie. Am I right, Lingling? Xiao Liqing crossed his arms in front of his chest, then raised one hand to touch his chin, and wanted to guess. So Wu Yueling opened a pair of big eyes and looked at Xiao Liqing with a cute look.
Hey.
Lingling is looking at me. Xiao Liqing was immediately flattered when she looked at him. In the past, when Wu Yueling looked at them, she only glanced at them and never showed any expression. What's so strange about looking at you? Say, so Lingling doesn't like me calling her female zombie?
Why?
She was a zombie from the start. Then what should I call her? Wu Qinghua glanced at Xiao Liqing, who was inexplicably excited, then turned to look at Wu Yueling and asked. Wu Yueling pouted and looked at him, then just shook her head. However, Xiao Liqing said, Lingling used to only look at you, the deputy leader, and Meng Yu, and she seemed to exclude us from her world. Now that she's looking at me, I feel like she's pulled me into her world. Oh, deputy leader can't be called deputy leader anymore. All right, stop nagging here. Go do your thing. Wu Qinghua impatiently waved his hand at him. Oh. Xiao Liqing turned around and left. Wu Qinghua didn't want to stop him from talking to Wu Yueling. It was just that the kid had a lot of work to do for him, so he kicked him out. Come on, Lingling, if you don't want me to call her that, then what do you think I should call her? Wu Qinghua looked at Wu Yueling and asked. Wu Yueling looked at him, then suddenly turned around and took out a piece of paper from the gap of the sofa behind her and showed it to him. On the paper were her drawings of 3 people. Wu Qinghua was surprised to find a few crooked words written on it. Dad, Lingling, Mom. Wu Qinghua looked at Wu Yueling with surprise. Lingling, you can write? His precious daughter could actually write. Although a 5-year-old child could write a lot of words, Lingling was different. She couldn't even communicate normally, let alone write. She didn't like to write, so he couldn't force her. Wu Qinghua had tried to teach her how to read and write, but as soon as he tried to teach her, she would get sick. Chapter 5:14. Because teaching Lingling to read and write would make her very irritated and prone to seizures, Wu Qinghua didn't dare to teach her. Moreover, he didn't know what this child's interests were. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao, Wu Qinghua might only know how to make Lingling eat and drink, have clothes to wear, and live a healthy life. But not long ago at the new base in Upper City, because Wu Yueling was with Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao taught her how to draw, she gradually fell in love with drawing. So now in Wu Qinghua's office, she would scribble on the notebook when she had nothing to do. But it wasn't Lin Xiao who taught her how to write. In fact, it was Lin Xiaolu who taught her. In the next few days, Wu Yueling actually had a good time with Lin Xiaolu. Once when Lin Xiaolu was practicing calligraphy, Wu Yueling went to play with her and happened to see the words she wrote. Lin Xiaolu couldn't stop writing just because she came to play. Finally, she thought of something and tricked Lingling to come over and write with her. Although Lin Xiaolu taught Wu Yueling to write word by word, after seeing Wu Yueling really write a word, Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of achievement. So she became obsessed with the joy of teaching Wu Yueling how to write. So Wu Yueling learned how to write these words. Wu Yueling didn't know what was going on. In the past, whenever Wu Qinghua wanted to teach her how to write, she would be very annoyed, so she resisted every time. And this time, Lin Xiaolu had aroused her interest completely because of one sentence. Lin Xiaolu said at the time, "This is the task my mother gave me. Lingling, I must listen to my mother or else I will be beaten. Does Lingling have a mother?" Wu Yueling shook her head at the time. She didn't have a mother. But then she suddenly thought of Lin Xiao because her father said that she was Lingling's zombie mother, so Wu Yueling immediately became interested. So she asked Lin Xiaolu how to write the word mother. The two of them didn't need to speak when they communicated. Because of Lin Xiaolu's ability, she knew what Wu Yueling was saying in her heart. After knowing that Wu Yueling was interested in the word mother, she immediately began to teach her how to write. Moreover, she also knew that Wu Yueling actually regarded her zombie aunt as her mother, which allowed Lin Xiaolu to find an entry point. Although she didn't know why Wu Yueling wanted to write, she knew that Wu Yueling wanted to write because of this reason. As long as she wanted to write, Lin Xiaolu could teach her, and she would have a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, the problem that Wu Qingyue couldn't solve was easily solved by Lin Xiaolu, who was only 7 or 8 years old. Lingling, who taught you how to write. Is it hard to tell, Dad? Although Wu Qingyue was very happy, it was not difficult for him to be too excited for Wu Yueling. He could only squat in front of her and look at her. Wu Yueling got up from the sofa and stood in front of her, waving her hands and gesturing wildly. Wu Qingyue stared at it for a long time before he guessed. Are you saying that Sister Xiaolu taught you? As expected, Wu Yueling nodded vigorously at him. Great. Then in the future, Dad will take you to play with her, okay? Wu Qingyue laughed. Wu Yueling nodded, indicating her agreement. Wu Qingyue looked at her treasured drawing paper and asked, then Lingling, what do you mean? If I don't want to call her female zombie, then what should I call her? Wu Yueling sat on the sofa and pointed at the bald head in the drawing with her pinky finger. The bald head had the word Mom written on it. When he saw the word Mom written on the bald head, Wu Qingyue really couldn't describe his feelings. He quietly stared at the bald head for a while, then looked up at Wu Yueling and asked, then I won't call her that, right? At least not in front of her. Wu Yueling nodded and suddenly thought of something. She suddenly reached out and pulled Wu Qingyue's sleeve.
Huh?
What's wrong? Wu Qingyue looked at her and saw that her eyes were full of expectation again. Then he realized something. Do you want to see her again? Wu Yueling immediately nodded. Wu Qingyue stood up and sat on the sofa with her in his arms. Well, actually, I want to see her too. But I have to wait for her to come back. Dad is still waiting to see if little man in her stomach can grow up. As soon as she heard little man, Wu Yueling's eyes lit up again. She looked at Wu Qingyue with a little excitement. Wu Qingyue asked curiously, what do you think that little man is? Is it a mutant plant? It can actually use me and Lu Tianyu to make a body. It's like a spirit. Although he said that, Wu Qingyue always felt that his sperm had been borrowed, but thinking about it, it was his seed. A subtle feeling rose from his heart. Well, his sperm was borrowed by an unknown intelligent creature, and then it would become a baby in the stomach of a female zombie. Then if this baby was born, half of its genes and bloodline would still be his. This was indeed his child. His first child was born from the stomach of a female zombie. The more Wu Qingyue thought about it, the more he felt that this feeling was indescribable. Although he didn't hate that female zombie right now, and he was still very interested in her, but she was carrying his child and running around everywhere. Even if Wu Qingyue wasn't sure if the child had been formed, little man's affirmative tone at the time had already convinced him. Wu Yueling shook her head at Wu Qingyue, then began to find a pencil, and then began to draw on the paper. It was still a little person, but it was smaller. A round head, a round body, and short limbs. Wu Qingyue looked for a while and asked, you want to say that she has become a baby? Wu Yueling nodded and looked at him. Well, if she becomes a baby, then she becomes a baby. Wu Qingyue could only nod along with her. On the other side of the city base, after Elmar and Lin Feng returned, they left them behind and went to the Wushan plantation. Xie Dong and Xin Yuzhen took the 3 zombies to dig up the ground and planted the pumpkin seeds and potatoes left by Lin Xiao. Lu Juni would also come to help during the day. After all, even if she stayed in the hotel, she would have nothing to do, so she thought it was better to do something. Moreover, she had helped take care of the vegetables and strawberries in Lin Xiao's space, so she might be more familiar with this aspect than Xin Yuzhen and Xie Dong. Every day, Xie Dong would rest in the wooden house he built next to this field, or work in the field. The 3 zombies would also follow him. When he rested, they would rest with him. When he worked, they would work with him. At night, the 3 girls would all go back to the hotel room in the base to rest. Chapter 5:15. Lu Jun and the others noticed that after the seeds were planted, they sprouted within a few days. Although it was just a small seedling, it was enough to surprise them. Generally, Pumpkins would take a week to germinate after being planted in the ground, but the pumpkin seeds that were soaked in diluted lake water by Lin Xiao broke out in less than 3 days. Xia Dong and the others heaved a sigh of relief as they looked at the soil they had plucked and plowed. The seeds they had planted had sprouts growing out of them. It was like the task that Lin Xiao had given them, and they didn't let them down. Aside from that, there was also a strange sense of accomplishment. I don't know when Lin Xiao will come back, and how is her situation? Lu Jun asked while watering the pumpkin seedlings. When she's done with her business, she will naturally come back. Elmar was squatting on the ground, looking at a potato sprout, while answering Lu Jun's question. Hey, who did you guys go out to stop today? Lu Jun suddenly asked. Oh, they said they were going to catch the bandit leader called Tang He. Right, the subordinates they brought aren't humans. It's a few zombie leaders and a zombie king. Elmar suddenly thought of something and raised her head to look at her. What? Lu Jun was also stunned. She stopped what she was doing and looked back at Elmar. Not only her, but Xia Dong and Xin Yuzhen also looked over. Elmar stood up and said to the others, yes, it's indeed a few zombies. And their levels aren't low, and they don't look like zombies that have lost their minds. It seems like they still have their memories. The others looked at each other. It was the first time they had met a rational zombie other than them, and they even had their memories. Unlike them, they had lost their memories before they met Lin Xiao. Even Xin Yuzhen and Xia Dong had become zombies because of Lin Xiao. That was why they still had their memories. At least that was what they thought. But now they suddenly heard that there were other zombies like them, with their memories, rationality, and intelligence. It gave them a strange feeling, as if they had found their own kind. However, they quickly thought of each other's standpoint, and then quickly calmed down. So, if they can come out and walk with zombies, then does that mean that their base is also inhabited by humans and zombies? Like what we have here. Also, why do they want to catch the robber? Lu Jun asked with a slight frown. They said that Tang He is a defector from their base, so they formed an arrest team to chase him here. However, we have never heard of the base they mentioned, so we are not sure if what they said is true. But Uncle Lin said that if what they said is true, then it should be to prevent the robber from leaking the secret of their base, so they are chasing after him. Elmar said what Lin Feng said. Lu Jun and Xia Dong looked at each other. Lu Jun's eyes darkened as she said thoughtfully, if that's the case, then what Lin Feng said is indeed possible. Moreover, that robber might have wanted to sneak into Sea City to seek protection. In fact, he didn't dare to reveal the secret of the base because if he did, it would be equivalent to revealing his own location. Yes, that's right. That's what Uncle Lin said. Elmar nodded. In that case, even if they leave for now, they won't be able to escape. But once they confirm the robber's whereabouts, they will still come back. Meng, you have to pay more attention to the movements outside the base. The more Lu Jun thought about it, the more she felt that those people were not simple. Yes, Uncle Lin said that we need to be vigilant about this matter. He will also go back and discuss with Yuan Tianqing. However, I only need to appear when they're intimidating me. That's their business, Elmar said with a relaxed look on her face. She didn't care about those people anyway. Even if they really fought, she wasn't afraid. Although there was a level 6 zombie in their group, and they didn't have a level 6 zombie king, they still had 3 paranormals. Anyway, even if they used all of their paranormals, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lu Jun wasn't as relaxed as her, because she knew that the other side would also consider this situation. If the other side came quickly, she wouldn't be worried, but if they didn't come for a long time, Lu Jun was worried that the other side might go back and call a large force. They might be a reconnaissance team. Maybe the robber was just an excuse or a cover. At this time, in the hotel office, Lin Feng and the others were also discussing this matter. A level 7 paranormal, a level 6 paranormal, and a level 6 and 3 level 5 zombies. This combination is comparable to our current team. Yuan Tianqing sat in front of the table and said with his elbows on the table, I'm worried that they are using the robber as a cover and actually have other purposes. Lin Feng said with a frown. That depends on how long it takes for them to come again. If they don't show up after 2 or 3 days, we will be in big trouble. Yuan Tianqing judged. Then, what should we do?
Chen Yuding asked.
Yuan Tianxing and Zhang Wuji's intentions were clear. If the other party appeared again within 3 days, it would mean that what they said was true. Once they confirmed that the robber had disappeared here, the other party would most likely come again to question them. If they didn't show up after 3 to 5 days, then the other side should be doing something even bigger. At that time, the people in this base were probably not strong enough and might not be able to stop the other side. Should we send someone to Haiqing to ask for help? He asked again without waiting for Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng to answer. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Tianxing. He really wanted to send someone to Haiqing to ask for help. Yuan Tianxing thought about it and nodded. Yes, send a level 5 paranormal to Haiqing to send a letter. If we can send someone to sneak up to those people and find out their true intentions, we will be able to find out more about them. That's good. Lin Feng and Chen Yuding looked at each other, their eyes filled with disapproval. This is a good idea, but the other side is a level 7 paranormal and there are zombies around them. Plus, they have dogs. Level 5 and 6 mutant dogs. Who can we send to sneak around them? Lin Feng said. Yuan Tianxing sighed. The problem Lin Feng mentioned was indeed a very difficult one. If only Miss Lu was here. She always moved like a ghost. Mutant dogs were nothing in her eyes. Maybe she would just skin them and eat them.
So I'm just saying
if they were to really send someone, they would either send the strongest or the weakest. Because the strong ones won't be able to detect them, and the weak ones won't be on guard, Yuan Tianxing said after thinking about it. Chapter 516. Yuan Tianxing and the others were helpless when they thought that the most suitable person to gather information was gone. Just when they thought that Lin Xiao wouldn't be back so soon, she had already arrived at the border of Hangzhou City. Everyone in the car was dumbfounded as they looked at the horde of zombies outside the car. Qian Xiaoai retracted his head from the window. He rubbed his bald head and asked Lin Xiao, "Boss, you gathered so many zombies along the way. Are you planning to build an army? A zombie army?" Along the way, their convoy was surrounded by zombies, and they were protected by these zombies as they moved forward. Everyone panicked at the beginning, but after a day and a night, they were forced to get used to looking at these zombies. Fortunately, although the zombies followed them, they would keep a distance from their car. After going through the zombie tunnel outside Hades' base city, they quickly got used to the situation. Yes, the new base is surrounded by a zombie army, Lin Xiao said calmly. No wonder you wanted them to go through the zombie tunnel. This is a test, Qian Xiaoai said. Lin Xiao said, I'm doing it for your own good. But don't worry, they won't enter the base. We are short of manpower now, so we can only use zombies to supplement. But the number is a bit scary. Can you control them all? Qian Xiaoai asked. If not, will I summon them? Lin Xiao said. Qian Xiaoai was speechless. 2 to 3 hours later, they arrived at the border of Shihu District and Uptown. Okay, stop for a moment. I'll go out, and you guys can continue to Uptown, Lin Xiao said. Then, she asked Duan Wan to stop the car. Then she got out of the car and jumped onto the roof. You guys can go, she said and continued to jump, forgetting about the cars behind her. Roar, roar, roar. After Lin Xiao jumped out, the zombies behind him stopped. They roared at Lin Xiao, but didn't dare to approach her. Lin Xiao jumped onto the roof of a nearby residential building. He stood on the roof and looked down at the cars passing by one. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the cars finally passed under Lin Xiao's feet. She turned her head towards the street full of zombies and suddenly opened her mouth and roared, roar. Then he saw a few intelligent zombies emerge from the zombie horde. They jumped out of the zombie horde, jumping left and right to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao moved slightly, and Qiu Lily appeared beside him.
Wow.
So many zombies. Did you summon all the zombies you met along the way? Qiu Lily was shocked when she saw the densely packed zombies. I didn't summon them. They followed the scent of the living and gathered here on their own. I just controlled their range. Lin Xiao shook his head. Qiu Lily looked at the high-level zombies standing on the rooftops around them and counted with her fingers. All of them are level 2 or 3. There are no level 4 or 5. Those at level 4 or 5 have already run far away. How would they dare to come close? They're not stupid. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said. Level 4 and 5 zombies were already very intelligent. After sensing King Lin Xiao's pressure from afar, they were all scared away. Oh, that's true. Your aura is too scary, even scarier than me. It would be strange if they aren't scared. Qiu Lily looked up and down at Lin Xiao and said, It's my fault. I'm strong, am I wrong? Lin Xiao shrugged. Well, you're not wrong. Tell me, what do we do next? Qiu Lily looked up at the dozens of intelligent zombies that were quietly waiting on the side. These level 2 and 3 intelligent zombies, although they had some intelligence, because their levels were too low, their intelligence wasn't that high. Therefore, under the temptation of humans, they couldn't help but be attracted, but because of Lin Xiao's presence, they didn't dare to get too close. Therefore, they followed behind from a distance. Lin Xiao said, I'll bring these intelligent zombies into the space for training. You bring these ordinary zombies to a place closest to the upper city, but don't let them enter the upper city area. We don't need to bring them into the upper city. Qiu Lily nodded and understood what he meant. Well, it's best to find a slightly more remote place. Don't let them be too obvious.
Go.
Lin Xiao said to her. Qiu Lily turned around, and her body floated up into the air. She brought the zombies here to the area between the West Lake and the upper city area. Anyway, the zombies in the West Lake area were also full of corpses. Plus, these hundreds of thousands of zombies weren't much. It was just that there were a lot of them. Lin Xiao asked her to gather these zombies at the edge of the upper city area. In fact, to let them be close, but not affect the people in the upper city area. After seeing Qiu Lily leave, Lin Xiao waved to the other intelligent zombies around her. Come, 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 come. These intelligent zombies didn't dare to resist, and obediently jumped over, squeezing together, with Lin Xiao on the roof of the building. Lin Xiao jumped to the roof of the stairwell and looked at them. With so many zombies, she couldn't find a long rope to bring them all in at once. She could only take out a rope and throw it to them, letting them grab it themselves. Then she brought a dozen at a time, then a dozen at a time, to bring all of these intelligent zombies in. As soon as they entered Lin Xiao's space, these zombies began to feel uneasy. Roar, roar dashed, because this space wasn't big. The air was filled with the smell of Lin Xiao, Qiu Lily, and other high-level zombies. This immediately gave them a sense of insecurity and crisis. And now Lin Xiao's space wasn't as small as before. After she recovered her memory, the area inside expanded by a full 10 times. However, this time, her lake didn't grow any larger. Only the area above the land and the area in the forest increased. And on the other side of the lake, there was no land before, but now it was all exposed. There was also a grassland there, but this grass was very short and short. However, this area was very, very vast. At first glance, it looked like a green grassland. Lin Xiao put these zombies on this grassland, separated from the small building by the lake. Roar, roar. Feeling that there were suddenly a lot of strange smell of the same kind, the level 4 and 5 zombies in Lin Xiao's space all stretched their heads out from the wall to look at the other side of the lake. Seeing that it was the low-level kind that Lin Xiao brought in, they were all very curious, and it was very fresh. At the same time, they thought in their minds. There were new companions. But why were they placed there? So far, separated by the energy lake, they couldn't go over to bully them. Chapter 5:17. After Lin Xiao brought the zombies in, she shouted to them, "Stay here." This grass was perfect for raising zombies. She turned around in a flash and appeared at the small building. She took a bucket of water from the lake and dragged it to the open space in front of the building. She waved at the level 4 and 5 zombies with a ladle. "Come here." The zombies consciously went to the cupboard and took their own cups. Because they had done it many times, they remembered it. Lin Xiao called the level 4 zombie with the spirit type, "You come here." Roar. The boy with the spirit type walked out and looked at Lin Xiao blankly. However, Lin Xiao handed him the water ladle in his hand. You divide them. 1 ladle for each. The spirit-type zombie took the ladle and was stunned for 2 seconds before it reacted.
Roar? Me?
It asked Lin Xiao for advice. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, you go. She knew that this guy knew what she meant. Lin Xiao said to the other zombies, you guys behave, don't disobey it. Seeing that this spirit-type zombie had been well-behaved, Lin Xiao decided to give it a job. This is a job for you, do it well. After saying that, she didn't care about the other zombies' reactions and left the space. After appearing, Lin Xiao ran in the direction of the motorcade. At this time, the motorcade had entered the uptown area and was getting closer to the new base. Lin Xiao followed them for 2 kilometers. Suddenly, she stopped and stood on top of a building. She raised her nose and sniffed. She sensed carefully and found that there were 2 strangers in the uptown area. That wasn't strange. What was strange was that there were a few high-level zombies with them. A level 6 king and 3 chieftains. Lin Xiao felt strange. There was actually someone who could control high-level zombies? How did they do it? Lin Xiao, of course, had to go and see if there were strangers in her territory. At least she had to figure out why they were here. She sneaked in the direction of the 2 people. It didn't take long for him to reach the rooftop of the building that the other party was in. The building wasn't tall, it was just an ordinary hotel. Lin Xiao came down from the roof and stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor. In the end, she didn't see a human nor a zombie, but a level 6 mutant dog. She wiped her saliva at the mutant dog. No wonder there was a strange aroma. It was dog meat. The mutant dog was wearing a white pet suit. It was unaware of Lin Xiao's approach and sat quietly at the door with its tongue out. Lin Xiao leaned against the closed door and listened to the sounds inside. Tang, he must be hiding in this small base. But they said they didn't see it. Who would believe anything they say? Besides, a dog's nose won't lie, right? That's right, his scent can't be hidden from our dogs. It's a pity that we didn't chase after him when he was still in Haicheng. Now he's escaped. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape our grasp. He even wanted to sneak into Haicheng base to hide, but in the end, he was blind enough to cooperate with someone like Yang Chao. So, what do we do next? We've searched everywhere, and the scent was cut off at Wushan. Moreover, they actually let zombies farm. What a weirdo. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao already knew who they were looking for. They were looking for the leader of the robbers, but their attitude was like arresting a criminal. She just didn't know how they would react when they found out that the robber had died in her hands. Just when Lin Xiao thought of this, the people inside seemed to be influenced by her and suddenly said something. Captain, do you think he could have been killed? After all, there's a level 7 zombie king in the new base. This is a level 2 king. It's much stronger than an ordinary king. Perhaps because Tang he provoked them, he could have been killed? I've already thought of this possibility. When he cooperated with Yang Chao before, he indeed offended these people from Hades King's base. Now he still dared to follow us here. If he isn't courting death, then what is? If he really died, then it's not a big deal. I'm just afraid that he would choose to escape after seeing that he can't afford to offend the people here. Then we have to continue chasing. That's why I have to continue talking to those people here and confirm with the zombies. But they obviously don't believe us. This is a little troublesome. Then we can go find them again and clarify things, right? That's the only way. Lin Xiao retreated a few steps and soon, footsteps came from inside. Although there were only 2 people talking inside, Lin Xiao knew that there were others. Just that she didn't know if those zombies were here to be thugs? Or what? Before she finished thinking, the door was opened. 2 men wearing white military uniforms followed by 4 people wearing the same uniforms and wearing masks. As soon as they came out, a woman's clear voice suddenly sounded around them. You guys don't need to go. I can give you an answer. Woof. It was an unfamiliar woman's voice. The 2 humans and the 4 zombies didn't have time to react. The mutated dog that had just stood up suddenly roared fiercely, and at the same time, it immediately rushed towards the direction behind them. Woo woo woo, a warning sound came from its throat. Hey, 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 look after your dog. Otherwise, I will also release my dog. Lin Xiao smiled and took a step back and said quickly, Erlei, be quiet. Lei Cheng immediately shouted to the mutated dog. The mutated dog immediately retracted its fur, but its eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. You are? Zheng Hao looked at Lin Xiao and asked with some vigilance. Lin Xiao crossed her hands in front of her chest and said to them, Oh, I am one of the people in charge of the new base in the upper city. My name is Lu Tianyu. Lei Cheng saw that although Lin Xiao's attitude was very casual, there didn't seem to be any hostility. So he responded, My name is Lei Cheng, and he is my deputy, Zheng Hao. As he spoke, he pointed to Zheng Hao next to him. You just said that you can give us an answer. What's going on? Zheng Hao stared at Lin Xiao and asked. This strange woman who suddenly appeared and wore glasses made him feel a sense of danger. Are you looking for the level 7 robber who worked with Yang Chao? If I say he's dead, would you believe me? Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Please let me confirm, you should be the mysterious Miss Lu in the group of people from Pluto King of Hellspace, right? Lei Cheng, who had an expressionless face, suddenly asked. And I am. But mysterious? What kind of description is this? I'm not a ghost. Lin Xiao nodded and admitted.
Oh, sorry.
This is the description others gave you. Although Lei Cheng said sorry, his expression didn't feel sorry at all. Chapter 5:18. You just said that Tang He is dead. What happened? Zheng Hao asked.
He's dead.
The person who offended me came looking for me again. I have no reason not to kill him. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. His green eyes under the sunglasses flashed a ray of light. To be honest, I can't sense your strength. Do you really have the ability to kill him? Zheng Hao looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. If it was said that they had been killed by the short-haired second-rank king, then perhaps it would be more believable. No, I think she has the strength. At this time, Lei Cheng raised his hand to Zheng Hao, looked at Lin Xiao expressionlessly, and continued, being able to appear beside us silently under Early Eye's nose and perception is something that ordinary people can't do. Although this kind of skill can't kill the metal-type Tang, I think she has a special killer move. Zheng Hao looked at Lei Cheng in confusion and then at Lin Xiao. He turned his head and looked inquiringly at the guard behind him. The level 6 zombie king shook his head, indicating that he didn't notice the woman's appearance. Lin Xiao sighed and said, There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. However, I've already melted the robber's body and absorbed his crystal core. I have nothing to prove to you. Lei Cheng nodded. He waved his hand at her and said, I believe your words. But if you can fight with him and win, then you will be able to defeat him. Only then can we truly believe that you killed Tang He. Then he pointed at the level 6 zombie behind him and said. Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise and asked, Why him? I thought only you had the strength to fight me. No, if you can defeat him within half an hour, then I can judge that you have the strength to kill Tang He. Lei Cheng said, What do you mean by that? The one behind you is only level 6, right? Although he's a zombie king, he's still a zombie king. But there's still a gap between him and a level 7 metal-type ability user, Lin Xiao said casually as he scratched his chin. In the end, this sentence made the other party fall silent, looking at her quietly. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even the mutated dog on the ground began to raise its hackles and bared its teeth.
Surprised?
Are you surprised that I don't need to see their faces or sense their auras to know their identities? Although your uniforms can cover up their zombie aura, it's useless against me. Lin Xiao touched his nose and said. She didn't even need to sense it. She would know as soon as she got close. Well, since you know he's a zombie, then you should know the fighting power of zombies. Against human metahumans, zombies can actually fight above their level. Therefore, if you can beat him until he can't fight back within half an hour, then your strength will definitely be enough to kill Tang He. I believe that. Lei Cheng's eyes flashed, and his expression returned to its previous wooden expression. Me to him? There's no need to wait for half an hour. Give him 3 seconds, and he won't be able to hold on. Lin Xiao smiled. Moreover, one side of his mouth was curled up, with a hint of naughtiness. Her words were arrogant and conceited. Even if he couldn't see her eyes, he could see the disdain in her smile. The two of them frowned slightly. So, confident? Lei Cheng looked at Lin Xiao. I don't think it's confidence, because it's the truth. Yeah, the ones at the back. Xiao Lin suddenly raised her hand and lowered her head to take off her sunglasses. By the time she raised her head, Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao were already a little stunned. The 4 beasts behind them took a few steps back. The 3 level 5 zombie leaders immediately knelt down. Woof woof woof. The mutated dog seemed to be stimulated by something. It jumped up with a fierce cry, turned around, and ran away with its tail between its legs, disappearing in an instant. Because when Lin Xiao raised his head, he released all of his aura. Even a normal king would not be able to withstand the aura of a level 2 king, let alone at such a close distance. Therefore, the level 5 zombie leader immediately knelt down. Hey, I'm not dead yet.
Don't kneel before me.
Lin Xiao's feet flashed, avoiding the direction where the 3 zombie leaders were kneeling, and stood to the side. She retracted her aura and looked at the level 6 beast king. Do you still want to fight? Roar, no. The level 6 zombie took a step back and waved his hand at her. You are a zombie. Zheng Hao's eyes almost fell out. Even Lei Cheng, who had been very calm, looked at Xiao Lin in a daze. Lin Xiao put her sunglasses back on and said, What's wrong with me being a zombie? Is it strange? Aren't you with zombies? Roar, but we can't talk. Before Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao could answer, the level 6 zombie had already roared. Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao did not understand what he was talking about, but they were looking forward to guessing what he meant, so they looked at Xiao Lin and waited for her answer. What does this have to do with whether I killed a robber or not? Anyway, I already told you that the robber died in my hands. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Xiao Lin raised her hand and pushed up her glasses. After saying that, she did not want to talk to them anymore, so she turned around and disappeared. Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao watched her disappear, then turned to the level 6 zombie and asked, You are so afraid of her. Is she also a level 2 king? Level 6 zombies were normal king level. After reaching level 7, they would become level 2 king level, which was even stronger than normal king level. Up until now, even in their base, there hadn't been a level 2 king warrior. They didn't expect to meet 2 of them in this new base, which didn't have many people. Roar. She was even more terrifying than a level 2 king level. The level 6 zombie roared at him. Lei Cheng did not understand what he meant, but he knew that he was sure that the other party was a level 2 king level. If she is a level 2 king level, then she can indeed kill Tang He. And she has no reason to lie to us. Tang He and they are enemies, and we are also enemies with Tang He. Lei Cheng looked at the place where Xiao Lin disappeared and said calmly, I can't sense her aura at all. Zheng Hao's expression was a bit blank, then he continued, She can also talk and the girl from before can also talk. How did they do it? We need to go back and report this to the base's board of directors and see what they think. We will talk about it later. Lei Cheng did not seem to be very interested in this matter. Oh, then can we go back? Zheng Hao asked. Yes, let's go back. Lei Cheng nodded. Chapter 519. Lin Xiao didn't leave immediately, but she continued to observe them. She saw that although they had let go of the robbers, they were still concerned about them. It seemed that they might come again in the future. So be it. Looking at their attitude towards their zombie companions, their base didn't seem to have any special treatment for zombies. And the zombies that were with them didn't seem to be restrained. Their minds were clear, and their hearts were willing. However, Lin Xiao felt something else from the minds of those zombies. It seemed that the base had some kind of scientific method to maintain their clear memories and sanity. It really was a mysterious base. After watching the other team go far away, Lin Xiao didn't care about the possibility of them coming again in the future. If they came again, she wanted to cooperate with them. Lin Xiao turned around and looked for her team, because they had already reached the zombie defense line outside the base. Looking at the densely packed zombies blocking the way, but they didn't immediately rush towards them, Duanwan and the others were still very surprised, although they were mentally prepared. Wow, there really is. Qian Xiaoai looked at the zombie group 10 meters away and said with a curious expression while leaning on the side of the car. Duanwan also got out of the car, looking at the obedient zombie group that didn't move. Don't run around. If you step on their landmines, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Don't worry. Am I a person who will endure things? Qian Xiaoai said with a smile. But where did the boss go for so long? He still hasn't come back. How do we go there? At this moment, a figure jumped down from the top of the building next to the zombie group. She was a teenage girl with short hair that reached her ears and looked neat and tidy. She wore simple denim shorts and a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and on her clean face was a pair of somewhat familiar eyes. The white part of the eyes were all black, but the pupils were dark green. Well, a certain boss also had the same eyes, but the color of the pupils was slightly different, not the same green color. A pair of eyes had already let everyone know her identity. Don't move. Duanwan suddenly shouted to the back. Because the zombies in front of them, they were still not sure whether they were enemies or friends. But Duanwan and the others already had a guess, seeing that the other side didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them, so they shouldn't make a move. Hearing Duanwan's shout, some of the commotion behind them stopped moving. Fortunately, they were used to being surrounded by zombies these past 2 days, and now seeing so many zombies, they were not so afraid. She wouldn't be the zombie guarding this intersection? Can she communicate with us? Qian Xiaoai whispered to Duanwan. I don't know, it depends. Don't move before the boss comes back, Duanwan said. She observed the zombie girl while waiting for Lin Xiao to come back. The zombie girl landed on the ground and looked at them a few times. Suddenly, she slowly walked over. Duanwan and Qian Xiaoai and Duanjie's group. The zombie girl slowly walked to a spot 3 meters in front of them and stopped. Then she stretched out her nose and sniffed, and suddenly spoke. Yes, you have her scent on you. Did you come back with Big Sister Zombie? Elmar asked. Hearing her speak, Duanwan and the others were dumbfounded. But they quickly came back to their senses and looked at Yunmeng strangely while replying to her. We came from Hades' base in the south. I don't know who is Big Sister Zombie. Duanwan guessed that the Big Sister Zombie she was talking about was either Lin Xiao or the long-haired zombie girl. But after adding the words big, it felt like she was talking about Lin Xiao. Big Sister Zombie is the one called Lu Tianyu. She went to the south a few days ago. She's our leader here, so of course, she's called Big Sister Zombie. Yunmeng said with her hands in the pockets of her jeans. Lin Xiao, Qian Xiaoai, and Li Hongxin looked at each other. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. Their boss had become Big Sister Zombie. They always felt that this name was actually very appropriate. Should it be more appropriate? Huh? She didn't come back with you? Yunmeng stuck her nose out and sniffed in the direction behind them. Then she continued, there's a large group of unfamiliar zombies behind you, and there's a lot of them. Those zombies followed us from the south. Just now, boss, Miss Lu led those zombies to somewhere nearby, so she let us come over first. Duanwan said. She was used to calling her boss, but now that she was facing this female zombie girl, it would be strange if she also called her boss. Duanwan quickly changed her words. Oh. Yunmeng nodded. Then she looked at the people in the cars behind Duanwan and muttered to herself, why did she bring so many people back? But it's good that we can increase the manpower to build the base. At this moment, a white shadow flew down from the sky. Huh? Why are you out? Qiu Lily landed beside Yunmeng and asked with some surprise, where's Uncle Number 3? When Yunmeng saw her, she immediately opened her arms and pounced on her. Her calm temperament disappeared instantly. Lily, hug me. Qiu Lily dodged to the side and avoided Yunmeng's bear hug. Can you be more serious? Yunmeng, who almost fell to the ground, turned around and stared at her angrily. How am I not serious? I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you, stingy. Bah, who are you calling stingy? Are you looking for a beating? When Chiu Lily heard Yunmeng calling her stingy, she immediately became unhappy. Come on, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you now? I say if you lose, you have to be my pillow for a night. Yunmeng immediately rolled up her sleeves and said. Duan Wan and the others who saw Chiu Lily's appearance were a bit strange. What's going on? At this time, a level 5 zombie leader who didn't have much sense of existence was crouching and preparing to go into the group of zombies. Hey, Uncle number 3. Don't go. Yunmeng suddenly stared at the zombie uncle and shouted. The zombie uncle's body stiffened, and then he turned around with a bitter face. Although his zombie face didn't have any expression, it could be seen from his eyes that he was very helpless. Two bosses were fighting. How could he not hide further away? What if he accidentally hit himself? In the end, Yunmeng turned around and pointed at Duan Wan and the others, and you guys, you have to give me proof. If I win, she has to be my pillow. TSK, you have to beat me first. I think it's because I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time, and now your skin has thickened. Chiu Lily flicked her 2 ponytails in disdain. Chapter 5:20. Duan Wan and the others looked at Chiu Lily with confusion. What was she doing all of a sudden? It's you. You used to bully me because you're at a higher level than me. Can I take revenge now? Yunmeng stuck her tongue out toward Chiu Lily. You did something bad, so why can't I teach you a lesson? Don't think that you can defeat me because you're at the same level as me.
Come on.
Chiu Lily snorted proudly. Come on. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Yunmeng made a step backward and bent her knees, charging at Chiu Lily at a high speed. She left shreds of afterimages in the eyes of the others. Chiu Lily didn't dodge, but quickly made 2 steps backward, then launched a roundhouse kick at Yunmeng. Just like that, the two of them started a fight for no reason. By the time Duan Wan and the others realized what was going on, the two of them had already fought a few rounds. Soon, they found that Chiu Lily and Yunmeng were both fighting with their fists and feet. Neither of them seemed to have released any superpower. They figured that the two of them wouldn't fight for real. However, they moved so fast that the others couldn't follow their movements with their eyes. Yunmeng had learned martial arts, but Chiu Lily hadn't. After a few rounds of fighting, Chiu Lily started to lose the upper hand. As Chiu Lily launched another roundhouse kick, Yunmeng suddenly squatted. She put both hands on her left foot, then quickly reached out her right foot and swept it toward Chiu Lily's straightened leg. Chiu Lily had no choice but to release her foot and jump up from the ground. However, the moment she leaped up, Yunmeng had already changed her posture. She pressed both hands against the ground and leaped up like a carp. Then, she quickly stomped her feet against the ground and charged at Chiu Lily while brandishing her fists. Chiu Lily was stunned. Chiu Lily was in the air when Yunmeng launched her kick. She didn't have the strength to defend against Yunmeng's attack. She had no choice but to twist her body in the air and dodge Yunmeng's attack. Neither of them used their superpowers. Because of that, Yunmeng had an advantage over Chiu Lily. She had both martial arts and agility. Chiu Lily had no choice but to fight Yunmeng with her instincts. Both of them were level 7 zombies. Their physical strength and movements were not too different, but their movement skills were a bit weaker. So now, Yunmeng was chasing after Chiu Lily, and the latter didn't have a chance to fight back. Huh? What are these two doing? Lin Xiao came back and saw the two of them fighting intensely. She couldn't help but squat on the hood of the car beside Duan Wan and ask them. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. I don't know. They suddenly started fighting. You want us to testify? Qian Xiaoai was the first to speak. Yeah. Duan Wan and the others nodded together. They didn't understand the world of zombies.
Puff, 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 puff.
The sound of Chiu Lily and Yunmeng fighting could be heard. It was only the sound of their bodies fighting, but it was scary enough. Because of the fight between the two of them, the zombies on the other side of the road all moved back silently. The level 5 middle-aged man was helplessly waiting by the side. He didn't dare to leave before his boss gave him the order.
Bang.
Right at that moment, Chill Lily reacted a little slower, so Yunmeng kicked her in the stomach and sent her flying toward Lin Xiao and the others. However, halfway through her flight, she nimbly flipped over and landed on all fours instinctively. Her 2 feet and 2 claws scratched the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. She stood up and found that her hands were covered in sand, and her 2 ponytails had fallen to the ground. Chill Lily immediately burst in anger.
Ah!
How dare you mess up my hair? I'm gonna kill you. She gave a raging roar, then raised a hand to release a strong gust of wind.
Damn!
Didn't you say that you won't use your superpower? Seeing the strong gale coming, Yunmeng immediately gave a shout. She spread her legs, one in front of the other, and bent her knees to fend against the gale. Bullshit. You have green power and animal power. Even if you don't use your superpower, you still have extra skills. Chill Lily yelled at her with discontentment. So, I don't care anymore. You've gone too far, haven't you? Hearing that, Yunmeng gave up. Her green eyes glowed as a layer of metal-like scales suddenly emerged on her face. Then, her fingers began to bend, and her fingernails grew longer. Next, a few sharp bone spikes grew out of the scales on her arms and elbows. Oh, you two, get out of the way. Don't get in my way. I need to pass. Lin Xiao abruptly gave a shout. Chill Lily and Yunmeng paused briefly, then turned to Lin Xiao together. You're back. Chill Lily looked at her with surprise. I've been back for a minute, Lin Xiao said. Oh, since you're back, the game is over. Let's end the game here. Yunmeng lowered her arms and collected all the scales and thorns on her body. All right, get out of the way. Lin Xiao released her vibe and shouted at the group of zombies. Hearing that, Duanwan, Qian Xiaoai, Li Hongsheng, and the others saw those zombies suddenly run to both sides. They ran as fast as they could. All right, lead the way, Lin Xiao said to Duanwan. While speaking, she got off the hood of the car and got into the front seat. Chill Lily scratched her long hair. Her hair was loose, so she had no choice but to gather it and tie a knot behind her neck. She flashed onto the roof of Lin Xiao's off-road car and stood there motionlessly. Duanwan sat into the driver's seat, then started the car and drove forward. Yunmeng stood aside and waited for Lin Xiao's car to arrive. She suddenly leaped onto the roof of Lin Xiao's car. The people in the car raised their heads to look at the car roof together. Because the 2 zombies who were fighting just now were now together again. Would they fight again? However, they didn't. Chill Lily snorted, then turned and stood with her back to Yunmeng. Yunmeng squatted on the car roof. She turned back and silently stuck out her tongue toward Chill Lily, then made a face. After that, the 2 of them stopped talking. Soon, the car was driven into the area around the hotel. A large group of car noises were heard from a distance away. The people in the hotel all came out to see what was happening. Mississippi Lou is back. But she brought so many people. Seeing Chill Lily standing on the roof of the first car, the people who were patrolling outside guessed that Lin Xiao was back. While Lin Feng and the others were talking about how to deal with Lei Cheng and his people, they suddenly heard someone shout from outside. The 3 of them immediately wore a pleasantly surprised look. They didn't think that Lin Xiao would come back so soon. Chapter 5:21. Lin Xiao got out of the car and led Duanwan and Chill Lily into the hall. They saw Lin Feng and the others coming down. When Lin Feng saw Qian Xiao Ai, his eyes widened and he called out in surprise. Captain. Vice Captain. Qian Xiaoai was also excited to see Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Hey, isn't this Duanwan? Yuan Tianqing looked at Duanwan and said, Yes, it's me. Vice Captain, long time no see. Duanwan smiled and nodded to Yuan Tianqing. Although she appeared calm, there was still some excitement in her eyes. Oh, Yuan Tianqing, send someone to make arrangements for the people outside. They are the survivors of the original base of Hell. Find a building outside the hotel and arrange for them to stay. Register their names. As for their work, we'll deal with it tomorrow morning. The other managers of the original base of hell come with me to the conference hall. After Lin Xiao spoke to Yuan Tianqing, he turned his head to speak to everyone in the conference room. Then he turned around and went to the second floor. Duan Wan and Qian Xiaowai followed behind Lin Xiao. They turned back and waved to Li Zheng and the others, asking them to follow them. Li Zheng and Lin Hao were a little confused when they saw them, but they only reacted when they saw them waving. Yuan Tianqing immediately called Du Yuanqing and asked him to take a few people to arrange the accommodation for the newcomers. He was the one who took care of these things anyway. Then he was about to send Lin Hao to deal with the cars. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and turned to Yuan Tianqing and said, "Oh, by the way, send someone else to deal with the cars. Lin Hao, stay." Then she turned to Lin Hao and said, "Lin Hao, help me invite your mother, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and sister-in-law to the conference hall. I have something important to tell you today." Lin Hao, Yuan Tianqing, and the others looked at each other. They suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become solemn, as if something big was about to happen. He nodded, then turned and ran upstairs. Because Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen were all upstairs. Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, let old Du arrange for them to rest. We'll all go to the conference hall now." Lin Xiao nodded and led Duan Wan and Qiu Lily to the second floor to the conference hall. Chen Yuding stood at the side in a daze and asked blankly, should I go? She only told you to go to the Netherworld King's base. Then help old Du arrange a place for those people outside to stay. She might be talking about something related to the south. It has nothing to do with you." Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said. He felt that Lin Xiao must have found something important when he went there. That was why he summoned them there. Moreover, after seeing so many people outside, including Duan Wan and Qian Xiaowai, he already had a hunch. In the conference hall, Lin Xiao did not sit in his seat. Instead, he entered the space. Lin Xiao was Yi and Lin was Feng and Tian, and Tianqing. Tian, Lin Tian, Wu Long Xiao, the others stood at the back and looked at the empty main seat. Qi Lian Qiu and said, "Lin Ling Lan Li Zheng. Lin Lin Lian Qiao and Lin Lin Lin, what's the situation?" Li Zheng leaned over to Duan Wan and asked her quietly. Li Zheng and Duan Wan's positions were similar when they were in the Netherworld King's base. One was the captain of the investigation team, and the other was the captain of the personal guards. "You'll know in a moment. Don't talk too much. Be quiet," Duan Wan whispered back. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other, and then looked at the others. Yuan Tianqing didn't mind and asked Qian Xiaowai, "What's the situation?" Qian Xiaowai looked at Duan Wan and thought about Lin Xiao's identity and the situation in the Netherworld King's base. She said with a complicated expression, it's a bit complicated. Let's wait for boss to come and tell him." "Who are you calling boss?" "Little A, remember to report the situation at the cliff to me later," Lin Feng said as he looked at him with a puzzled look. "I think it won't be necessary later." Qian Xiaowai scratched his head and said helplessly, "What do you mean?" Lin Feng looked at him and was confused.
"Io.
"Why are you guys here?" Du Yuanqing came in and was surprised when he saw Duan Wan. Because Chen Yuding had gone to deal with the accommodation of the people who had just arrived, he let Du Yuanqing come back for the meeting. Since he was a member of the Netherworld King's base, he should come as well. Everyone looked at the main seat. Although there was no one sitting there, no one dared to sit. Because Qiu Lily and Elmar, the two goddesses, were standing there. It was obvious that they wanted to leave the seat for their boss. As soon as everyone came in, they instantly felt that Lin Xiao had taken control of the situation. What made them speechless was that she called everyone up, but in the end, she ran back into the space. No one knew what she was going to do. Yuan Tianqing looked at Li Zheng, Duan Wan, and Qian Xiaowai and pointed at the empty seats at their side of the table. "The three of you sit down." Because the conference table was very long, it was just enough to seat 5 to 6 people. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng sat on one side, then let Li Zheng and the others sit down. This side was full. With the addition of Du Yuanqing, he silently moved a stool over and squeezed in at the back. Besides them, Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others from Li Zheng's team, as well as Duan Wan's Li Hongsheng, as well as Lin Feng's Lu Junjie, were all silently squeezed in the empty space behind them. They stood according to their strength level. Thus, Lu Junjie and the others, who didn't have superpowers, silently stood in the corner at the back. There must be a situation. Otherwise, why did you call all of us here? Lin Feng said. At this time, Lin Hao came in with his mother, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, Cheng Wangxue, and a few other women. What's going on? What's going on? As soon as they came in, they saw a room full of people. Mrs. Lin and the others were stunned. Moreover, why were they all standing on one side and leaving the other side empty? After Lin Hao brought them in, he looked at the situation in the room and suddenly didn't know where to let them sit. So he looked directly at Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Mom, come and sit down first. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the opposite side of the table, and pulled out a chair for Mrs. Lin to sit down. I heard. Miss Lu is back. Where is she? Mrs. Lin asked anxiously. As she spoke, she glanced at Qiu Lily. She knew that Qiu Lily went to the south with Lin Xiao. I'm here. At this time, Lin Xiao appeared. He pointed at the half-empty seats and said to Lin Wenwen and the others, come and sit here. However, when everyone saw Lin Xiao reappear, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 5:22. What stunned them wasn't Lin Xiao herself. It was the clothes she had changed into. A black military cap, a black long military coat, black gloves, and a military uniform. Her waist-length hair was tied up at the back of her neck. The people present were all too familiar with this set of clothes. They were so familiar that they forgot about Lin Xiao's face, the face that didn't match the clothes. When they saw the clothes, Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up. They suddenly guessed something. Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Lin Hao's eyes darkened, and then became fierce. Only Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai were calm. Du Yuanqing, Long Qingying, Li Zheng, and the people behind them were all stunned. Lin Xiao stood in front of the table, glanced at everyone, and then looked at the door. With a look from her, Qiu Lily waved her hand, and the door closed with a bang. Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and Cheng Wangxue all looked at each other, and then followed Mrs. Lin to sit at the empty table. Lin Xiao didn't sit down. Instead, she put her hands on the table. She slightly lowered her head, looked at the table below, and said lightly, "You should know what this outfit represents. Although my current identity and appearance have changed, I believe that all of you should have guessed my true identity." Everyone quieted down. They didn't know if it was because of her words, or because of her aura. Or maybe it was because of the low pressure that suddenly formed. Lin Xiao slightly raised her head, and the part of her eyes that had turned back to white suddenly turned black again. Then she stood up straight. She lifted a finger, and the military cap on her head suddenly rose, and after it left her head, it instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke gathered at her fingertips and shrank. In the blink of an eye, it became a small black flame. She said, "I lost my memory before, so I didn't reveal my real identity to you. This time I went to the south to go to the cliff where I self-destructed last time. I was wondering if I could recover the memory of the past 5 years there. Because when I woke up in this zombie body, I didn't have any memory of the past 5 years. So I don't remember that I was the leader of Pluto, and I don't remember how I died. But I still remember my family." She looks up at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, and then at Lin Feng and Lin Hao. "That's why I went to the cliff this time. Not only did I recover my memories, but I also recovered my special ability." Lin Xiao opened his palm facing upwards. The small flame was now dancing and changing on her palm. "Even if my current body is often called Lu Tianyu from now on, this name has lost its meaning because this body has become me. It's me, Lin Xiao." As Lin Xiao spoke, he suddenly clenched his hand, and the black flame appeared in his palm. "I don't think you'll believe me now, but it doesn't matter. You can choose not to believe me. Since the Netherworld King's base is gone, we can rebuild it. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Yang Jianhua has already died in my hands, so let go of everything related to him. Lin Xiao suddenly told them about Yang Jianhua's death. Then, she deliberately looked at the members of the Lin family. Sure enough, when she said that Yang Jianhua was dead, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, Mrs. Lin, and Lin Wenwen all stared at her in surprise. Lin Xiao suddenly waved her hand. Bang! A head fell on the table in front of her. She didn't throw away Yang Jianhua's head. Instead, she soaked it in the lake water and preserved it well. In fact, it didn't even rot. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly throw out a human head, everyone was shocked. Mrs. Lin was so scared that she covered her mouth with her hand and almost screamed. But when they all saw the head clearly, it was Yang Jianhua's. Everyone's expression became a little ferocious, staring at it with gritted teeth. In fact, I've already told my mother and Wenwen about my identity before I left. Maybe you think I'm lying to you, but they're my family. I can't lie to them. Lin Xiao glanced at Mrs. Lin and said. Mrs. Lin sighed, glanced at Yang Jianhua's head, and immediately turned her face to the side. She nodded.
Mom.
Why didn't you tell us? Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He stared at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen with a gloomy face. Why are you blaming Mom? Didn't you notice that many parts of her body are the same as my sister's even if she didn't tell us? Lin Wenwen retorted. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately looked at Lin Xiao in silence. After opening his mouth, he reluctantly said, I thought it was my illusion. I have a feeling, but I never believe it. Lin Hao looks at Lin Xiao, then at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, and then says. Everyone had regained their senses at this time. They looked at each other. They couldn't digest it. Qian Xiaoai, and I can testify that she is indeed our boss. Even if the body has changed, the heart has not. Duan Wan suddenly said. As she said that, she suddenly looked at Yuan Tianqing. Duan Wan looked at Yuan Tianqing with mixed feelings. There were doubts, dissatisfaction, and expectation. Yuan Tianqing's expression was expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. Suddenly he laughed and said lightly, I believe you. How could he not believe her? Because he had suspected her for a long time. He just didn't show it, but it didn't mean that he didn't believe her now. Of course, he remembered every move of the woman he liked, words and deeds, habits, and so on. Just like how Lin Feng and the others felt for Lin Xiao, he also had special feelings for her. What the hell? Yuanqing finally came back to his senses. He had an expression of, I want to find a quiet corner on his face. Of course, a large group of people behind him had the same expression. Okay, I have made my identity clear to you. In the future, don't say that I did things behind your back. Now, let's get down to business. Lin Xiao suddenly clapped her hands and reminded everyone. First of all, the Hades base has been destroyed. Nearly 90% of the 600,000 residents have died. There are thousands of people in the new base and more than 1,000 people in the old Hades base. Also, there are thousands of people who have been escorted to the Earth Dragon base by Long Yubai. The total number of people in Hades is less than 10,000. Therefore, this new base will no longer be called Hades. We will give it a new name. Also, the form of the base can't be built like a normal survivor's base. Chapter 5:23. Lin Xiao's voice was sharp and calm, but everyone could hear the regret in her heart at the loss of so many lives. It wasn't their fault that they were targeted by the enemy, but she, as their leader, hadn't been able to disperse the crowd in time. She hadn't been able to protect their lives. This was Lin Xiao's dereliction of duty and incompetence. Lin Xiao felt sorry for the people who had died, and for everyone here. That's why I brought the zombies back. Lin Xiao's voice was heavy. Aside from Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai, Lin Feng and the others stared at Lin Xiao in surprise. You mean? They didn't expect Lin Xiao to bring the zombies back. That's right, I brought them back. They're now at the border between Uptown and Westlake District. Lin Xiao said. The others looked at each other. They were already used to being surrounded by zombies in the city, so they didn't have any objections to Lin Xiao bringing back the Hades survivors who had turned into zombies. It was just an accident. That's good. Even if they die, we need to give them a place to rest. Mrs. Lin sighed, breaking the silence. Lin Xiao shook her head. No, I'll wake them up. They'll be a great weapon against Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, and Skyfire Base. You're going to fight Earth Dragon?
Now.
Everyone was shocked and looked up at Lin Xiao. Not now, of course. Once I finish building the base, I'll think of a way to improve your abilities. That way I'll be able to fight without worry. Lin Xiao looked at each of them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao stood in front of the table, her hands in the pockets of her pants. She continued, I won't let go of anyone who deserves to be repaid. Yang Jianhua was the first to die. Long Yubai will be next. Speaking of Long Yubai, there's a situation here that I'm not sure if you've heard. In the 2 days after you left, Long brought people to our base. Yuan Tianqing suddenly said at this moment. What? He came here? Lin Xiao's green eyes grew cold. Everyone nodded in unison. Lin Xiao was silent for a few seconds before he asked in surprise. Then what? Yuan Tianqing looked at her and continued, He did come, but we didn't let him come to the door. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Elmar, who was behind Lin Xiao. After feeling his gaze, Elmar took 2 steps towards Lin Xiao. Oh, I forgot to tell you just now. That Long Yubai was stopped by us a few kilometers away from Jianggan district. Then we beat him, and he ran away. As she spoke, she pointed at Lin Hao and Long Xiaoying. He was actually scared away by us. Only then did Lin Hao have the opportunity to speak. Looking at them, Lin Xiao suddenly turns to Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen and says, Mom, take Wenwen and sister-in-law back to rest. She then turned to the people behind Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others. Everyone else, disperse. Those with Arcana level 5 and above, stay. Oh, Lin Yu, you guys go check on Qin Yuding's work and replace him for the meeting. Yes. Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others responded politely on the surface, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Mrs. Lin, Lin Wenwen, and Lin Xiao's family stood up and left the meeting room. On the other hand, Long Qingying stayed behind because she knew that she still had something to say later. They knew that Lin Xiao asked her to come down to show her identity in front of everyone. Other work matters were not suitable for them to sit in and listen to. When the others left, they all had a look of disbelief on their faces. As if they were in a dream, their eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Lin Xiao didn't care about the feelings of those who left. After everyone left, she continued to speak to the others in the room. Tell me what happened. Elmar sat in the seat where Mrs. Lin and the others sat. Even Xiao Lily came over and sat down with her. Lin Xiao pointed to an empty chair for Long Qingying, who was originally standing behind Lin Wenwen, and asked her to sit down. Elmar said, At that time, we ambushed them at the head of a bridge. After I controlled the zombies to block them, I disguised myself as a level 2 king zombie and fought with them. At the same time, I had Qing use her ability to change the shape of Long Yubai's vehicles and weapons while creating chaos. That way, he wouldn't have enough firepower to threaten us. Lin Xiao looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying nodded, indicating that Elmar was right. But that Long Yubai is very weak. I only exchanged a few blows with him. I only fought with him for a bit and he was sent flying with a kick. If he didn't run fast enough, I would have broken one of his legs. Elmar said lightly. Lin Xiao listened to her and nodded. That's right. Long Yubai's strength is actually the lowest among the level 7 paranormals. If he didn't rely on water, even some level 6 paranormals wouldn't be afraid of him. Although Long Yubai isn't strong, he's very ambitious. He's also very scheming. Moreover, I feel that his main purpose for coming here isn't even here. Because I heard that he stayed for a few hours outside Sea City Base without saying goodbye and only left at night. Yuan Tianqing said. You mean he came to our new base because it was on the way, so he wanted to get rid of us? Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. I think so. Yuan Tianqing nodded and continued. He brought quite a lot of people with him. If it wasn't for the zombies that you guys controlled, as well as Meng Meng and Qing Qing, we wouldn't be able to withstand the firepower of his tanks. Fortunately, I raised Dream's level before I left. Otherwise, we might have been tricked by Long Yubai again. Lin Xiao sighed. Just as Lin Xiao and the others were discussing Long Yubai's approach, Long Yubai had just returned to his Earth Dragon base. Yang Jianhua didn't come back? Didn't I tell him to get rid of the Hell King's base and return to the side? After returning to his residence, Long Yubai washed up and sat on the sofa in his study with a glass of red wine in his hand. When he heard Qin Wusheng, one of the deputy leaders who stayed behind to guard the base, report that Yang Jianhua did not return to the base, he immediately became angry. No, he can't come back even if he wants to. I just received the news that Yang Jianhua has been killed. Chapter 5:24. What did you say? Long Yubai froze when he heard Qin Wusheng's words. He stared at Qin Wusheng in disbelief. Qin Wusheng nodded. You didn't hear wrong.
He's dead.
And Huowu is dead. Long Yubai stared at him blankly. It took him a few seconds to react. His handsome face immediately darkened, and his voice became slightly hoarse as he asked, What the hell is going on? I heard that 2 days ago, a large number of high-level zombies entered Hades' base and killed a lot of people. Even Yang Jianhua and Huowu died at the hands of the zombies. It could be a level 7 king. Qin Wusheng lowered his head to look at Long Yubai. Where did these zombies come from? Level 7? Are there so many zombies that have reached level 7 now? They're everywhere. Long Yubai gritted his teeth. Everywhere? Are there other places? I thought that Hell Kings should be the only one in the south. Qin Wusheng asked doubtfully. Maybe there's only one here, but there was one in Hangzhou. I met it. Long Yubai said. No wonder you were in such a sorry state. Qin Wusheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Tise.
Yang Jianhua, that idiot, wasted a level 6 zombie core. Long Yubai was more concerned about Yang Jianhua's death than the level 6 zombie core he'd given him before he left. Boss, Hades' base is probably empty now. Can we rest for a while? Qin Wusheng asked. Right, you still have a mission. Send a few people to spread the news of the level 7 zombie to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire base. Long Yubai said.
All right.
Qin Wusheng nodded. Lin Xiao from Upper City heard that Elmar and the others had chased Long Yubai away. He'll know Yang Jianhua is dead soon. He'll probably send people to find out what happened. When he goes back this time, he will probably sell the information of level 7 zombies to other bases. It won't be long before he joins forces with Hidden Cloud City or Skyfire base to deal with us. Yuan Tianqing said. Lin Xiao and Lin Feng nodded. They understood Long Yubai's way of doing things. Of course, he could guess what the other party would do when he returned. I don't think he just wants to deal with us. I want to see how he's going to deal with Haicheng. Does Wu Qinghua know about this? Lin Xiao asked. He knows Long Yubai's whereabouts, but we don't know if he knows Long Yubai's goal. After all, he was about to leave when Long Yubai arrived, but he stayed because he wanted to watch the show, Yuan Tianqing said with a faint smile. Did he stay to watch the show? Lin Xiao was speechless. At least from the looks of it. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and said. But he also thought that since he's still here, he should stay and see if there's anything he needs help with, Yuan Tianqing said with a smile. Lin Xiao said. Oh, in the end, he had nothing to do with it at all. Then, he became a spectator. The others nodded in agreement. All right. Li Zheng, bring your team members and prepare to set off to the Earth Dragon base to scout for information. Qian Xiaoai, you're from the Logia system. You'll go and assist them. If there's any important news, immediately send someone back to report. Lin Xiao began to assign tasks. I'll let Xiedong go with you. The departure date is 3 days later.
Yes.
Li Zheng was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted and sat up straight. Yuan Tianqing, I've brought quite a few people back this time. Hurry up and increase the construction of the base's walls. Keep an eye on it and don't let any accidents happen. Lin Xiao said to Yuan Tianqing. Okay, understood. Yuan Tianqing looked at her a few more times before nodding. Lin Xiao took her hand out of her pocket and swiped it across the table. A map appeared on the table in front of her. She took out a pen and drew a circle on a certain location in Hangzhou on the map. Lin Feng, bring Lin Hao and Yuanqing to this location. If I remember correctly, there's a military base here that hasn't been collected yet. Where is it? Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Yuanqing all stood up and stretched their heads to look at the location on the map in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao would never call Lin Feng big brother during work. Only in private would she call him that. Lin Feng would always call Lin Xiao leader in front of outsiders, and only in private would he call her by her name. Yuan Tianqing happened to be sitting next to Lin Xiao, so he used his finger to swipe the map over and pushed it in front of Lin Feng. We still have to wait for 3 days? Why don't we let them go tomorrow? It's cold now, so it's better to finish the work as soon as possible. Yuan Tianqing turned his head and asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, 3 days is just an estimate. I need to raise Xiedong's zombie level to at least level 5 before he can follow Li Zheng and the others to the Ground Dragon's mission. Oh, I understand. Yuan Tianqing nodded in understanding. Okay, Qing, you don't have a job for now, so stay in the base with the others. Lin Xiao clapped her hands and said, that's all for today. Meeting dismissed. Wait, we all have a mission. What are you going to do? Yuan Tianqing, who felt something was wrong, suddenly stopped her and asked with a smile. Oh, I'm going to farm. I feel that the land around Wushan can be developed to grow a lot of things. We can't always eat stored grain. We still need a farming base. Lin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. That's true, but are you going to farm that land alone? Don't tell me that you're going to let your zombie group farm in the future. Yuan Tianqing asked with a subtle expression as he thought of Lu Jun, Shen Yuzhen, and the other zombies who were still farming in Wushan. Well, you know me quite well. Lin Xiao nodded faintly. Thus, the expressions of the others all turned subtle in unison. Well, it was fine that their leader became a zombie, but now he had to lead a group of zombies to farm. They were zombies. Was farming something zombies should do? Lin Xiao turned around and disappeared in front of everyone. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, they all went with their own missions. Qiu Lily and Elmar, who had nothing to do, didn't take the usual route. They jumped up to the window and disappeared. These zombies, why don't they leave when there's a door? Are they addicted to jumping out of the window? Yuanqing was speechless as he looked at the wide-open windows. He seemed to remember that the person who gave the order just now also liked to jump out of the window. Chapter 5:25. Brother, should we go to Mom's place? Lin Hao asked Lin Feng. Let's go. I think Mom already knows. Lin Feng nodded with a deep look in his eyes. The two brothers walked out of the meeting room and went upstairs to Mrs. Lin's room. Yuanqing moved to Yuan Tianqing's side and said with a dumbfounded expression, Deputy Leader, hit me. I suddenly feel a little unreal. I feel like I was dreaming. Yuanqing moved to Yuan Tianqing's side. Smack. Yuan Tianqing raised his hand and slapped the back of his head forcefully.
Ouch.
It hurts. Yuanqing screamed, I'm not dreaming. What I just heard is true. He looked at Yuan Tianqing and saw that Yuan Tianqing's face was a bit strange. Deputy Leader? You don't look so good. What's wrong? Yuan Tianqing turned his head to look at him. Although there was a faint smile on his face, Lin Feng felt that there was a lot of bitterness and something else in the smile in his eyes. Nothing. Yuanqing looked at him and then at the direction where Lin Feng and Lin Hao left. He suddenly said, Why didn't you react to Lu Xiao? Leader's words at all? Yuan Tianqing looked at him and said with a faint smile, Why not?
Don't doubt it.
It's her. Lin Feng and I already had our suspicions, but her whereabouts are too unpredictable. We didn't have time to verify her identity and she already said it herself. Is that so? Yuanqing looked at him blankly. Lin Feng and Lin Hao came to Mrs. Lin's room and knocked on the door. After a while, someone opened the door from the inside. Brother. Lin Wenwen saw Lin Feng and Lin Hao and opened the door to let them in. After Lin Feng and Lin Hao entered the room, Lin Feng found a chair and sat down. Lin Hao didn't sit down but stood aside. You already knew? Lin Feng didn't say anything. It was Lin Hao who asked. I confirmed it with her. I think if I didn't say anything, we might not have heard it from her until today. Lin Wenwen said. Did you notice it too? Lin Feng said now. In fact, from the first day I saw her, I began to feel that there was something wrong with her handwriting. Mrs. Lin sighed. No one would say that there was no reason to rush from Haicheng to the Netherworld King's base thousands of miles away to save them. So this had already aroused their suspicion. Although they even suspected that she had other intentions at first, they changed their minds after getting along with her and finding that her every move was similar to Lin Xiao's. Wenwen, when did you tell her? Why did you check her background? Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen. Yes, because I also noticed that she resembles Big Sister in many ways. So when I arrived in Haicheng, I wanted to investigate her background in Haicheng. Didn't she say she was Haicheng's? So, after the investigation, she's a completely different person. Lin Wenwen stands beside his mother, looks at Lin Feng and Lin Hao, and continues, I heard that she was a bitch before she died. Lin Feng and Lin Hao and Feng looked at Lin silently. When they were in Haicheng, they didn't investigate Lu Tianyu, so they didn't find this out. Then why didn't you tell us? Lin Hao glared at Lin Wenwen with dissatisfaction. Why are you glaring at me? Big Sister said that she would find a suitable opportunity to tell you after she regained her memory. Besides, didn't she make it clear now? Lin Wenwen rolled his eyes at Lin Hao. But Yang Jianhua is dead, and the revenge operation has begun. Fortunately, he died in Lin Xiao's hands. Our wish has been fulfilled. Although Lin Feng was expressionless, the aura on his body fluctuated. That's right. We will definitely get revenge for this. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said, but it's great that Big Sister can come back. With that, he lowered his head slightly. Lin Xiao was standing outside their door. She raised her hand and knocked on the door after hesitating for a moment. It's me, she said to the door. Soon the door opened. Lin Wenwen opened the door and saw that Lin Xiao had changed into casual clothes. Big Sister. Lin Xiao nodded and walked in. Are you talking about me? Lin Xiao came in and looked at the people in the room. After Lin Wenwen closed the door, he turned around and looked at Lin Xiao's eyes. Hey, your eyes turned white again. They were black just now. Oh, my eyes turned white? Lin Xiao was also stunned. She turned around and walked to her mother's dressing table. She bent down and looked at herself in the mirror.
Hey.
When did this happen? Lin Wenwen looked at her strangely. Hey? Don't you know it yourself? Lin Xiao turned around and looked at everyone blankly. Lin Feng just looked at her quietly and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Hao raised his head, but his eyes were a little suspicious. Lin Hao, are you crying? Lin Wenwen noticed Lin Hao's eyes and asked him in surprise. I'm fine. Lin Hao closed his eyes and said to Lin Wenwen after forcing down the tears in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Lin Xiao. In fact, he didn't really believe that Lin Xiao died. In his mind, Lin Xiao was very strong. She was an elite soldier who knew all kinds of life-saving skills. How could she die so easily? Not to mention that she was a level 7 paranormal. But since the appearance of this Miss Liu, he found that many things were not right. Similar actions, the same habits, the familiar aura, and so on. Although he was confused, he didn't care as much as Lin Wenwen. Lin Xiao looked at her eyes in the mirror. Now that she could see colors, she did see that the whites of her eyes were white. She didn't know before because she didn't look in the mirror. When she saw this face that wasn't her own, she felt a little stifled, so she didn't look in the mirror after turning into a zombie. She didn't expect that her eyes had changed so much. When did it start? The biggest change in her body was when she recovered her memory 2 days ago, and the last time she was tricked by a little man. So, according to Lin Wenwen, She said that her eyes turned white again. Does that mean that they had turned white before? Then it should be before she went to the south. That is to say, when she did that with Wu Qingyue last time, her eyes had already recovered to this extent. Then why did Lin Wenwen say that her eyes were still black before? She suddenly couldn't figure out what was going on with her eyes. Lin Xiao turned around and asked them, "When did my eyes turn white?" So the four of them looked at her strangely and said, "When you came back from High City." Chapter 5:26. Sure enough, Lin Xiao thought in her heart. The special situation last time caused her body to mutate again. Although her appearance was restored to a human, even if her body was half-activated, she was still a zombie in essence. It was just that the activation of the heart was a bit strange. Lin Xiao always felt so. But after recovering her memory this time, she found that her body had actually changed back to the original state of a zombie. Because of the control and oppression of the zombie group, it was even stronger. Lin Xiao originally thought that she could be resurrected as a human, but in the end, she became a zombie sister again. Ever since I changed my face, I don't like to look in the mirror. Think about it. When you look in the mirror, it's someone else's face. It's very frustrating. And at the beginning, my face was disfigured and I couldn't bear to look at it. When Lin Xiao talked about the appearance of this body at the beginning, she directly complained. "That's why I don't know when my eyes will change back," she said to the others. "Is that so?" Lin Wenwen and Lin's mother looked at each other and imagined what Lin Xiao said. They immediately trembled. It was too strange. Lin Feng asked, "When did you wake up in someone's body?" Corpse." Lin Xiao walked over and replied, "According to the time, it should be the day I self-destructed. And after I woke up, I didn't remember what happened in the past 5 years, but I remember what happened 5 years ago. I don't even know if you were alive after the doomsday. At first, I just went back to the south to investigate." Her mood was very chaotic at the beginning, and her memory was mixed with Lu Tianyu's. Lin Feng nodded. "So that's how it is. Originally, we didn't believe that you really self-destructed and thought that you would come back one day. But we didn't expect you to come back in this form." "That's right." Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao nodded. "I don't know why I woke up in someone's body and became a zombie. But I did self-destruct." In order to stall those people, her ability was originally controlled by Yang Jianhua. She could hold on until the end, but she had no energy to escape. In the end, when she ran to the cliff, she couldn't jump into the sea to escape. Because Yang Jianhua was a water elemental, she could only be a fish in the water. Therefore, in order to prevent these people from obtaining her energy crystal core, she chose to self-destruct. I thought the crystal core that I self-destructed would explode as well. I didn't expect to see the crystal core lying on the ground in perfect condition. Lin Xiao's face darkened. It didn't explode? Really? When the few of them heard her say that the energy crystal core was still there, they all revealed surprised expressions. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "It was also this crystal core that stored my memories for the past 5 years. I absorbed them all back."
Great.
"So you'll remember everything. But can your dead body change back?" Mrs. Lin looks at her with tears in her eyes. Lin Hao, who was standing on the side, walked over to the tea cabinet and took out a few cups. As he poured some water, he looked at Lin Xiao. "Do you want some water?" Looking at this face, he actually couldn't bring himself to call her sister. "I don't need it. I have a virus in my mouth. I can't eat with you." Lin Xiao shook his head. "It's good that you're back. But will there be any problems with your body in the future?" Everyone knew that she didn't eat human flesh. Of course, the zombies around her wouldn't eat people randomly either. But what would happen if zombies didn't eat people? Lin Xiao shook her head and said carelessly, "My food isn't only human flesh. Although human flesh is still very tempting to me, I have a way to control this temptation. Didn't you see me eating the meat of mutant animals? That's enough. In fact, I won't die even if I don't eat." As long as I have energy, I'm immortal. Zombies are maintained by energy. Lin Hao was curious about this. He thought it was maintained by viruses. Low-level zombies are maintained by viruses, sunlight, air, and human flesh. In the absence of human flesh, their bodies, which had been mutated by the virus, would undergo a chemical reaction with the two elements, sunlight and air. This can protect their bodies from rotting, but it will slow down and lose vitality. And after a long time, they will lose this vitality and then die. After Lin Xiao became a zombie, she seemed to feel the change of the zombie's body. This was the information that the scientists in the big bases wanted to know the most, but they couldn't get it from the zombies. So only Lin Xiao said this here. She knew that if this was put in the research institutes of the bases, it would definitely cause a big shock. Don't spread this out, it will cause a commotion. Lin Xiao reminded the four people. So that's how it is. No wonder. Lin Hao, who was the most interested in this, suddenly had a look of realization. He seemed to suddenly understand something and suddenly looked excited. Why are you so excited? Lin Feng picked up the cup and took a sip, glancing at Lin Hao. Lin Xiao suddenly said, "Oh, there's a piece of news that I think I should tell you. Actually, I'm pregnant." Poof! Lin Feng just drank a mouthful of water. Poof! Mrs. Lin also drank a mouthful of water. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Lin Wenwen widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with a confused face. Lin Hao didn't say anything and stared at Lin Xiao. Ahem, I didn't want to say this, but I thought that if I kept it from you, you would be angry. Lin Xiao looked at everyone awkwardly. Wait. You said you're pregnant. What's going on? Aren't you a zombie? And which man is it? Lin Feng quickly put the cup on the tea table and made a hand gesture to Lin Xiao to wait. Even the usually calm Lin Feng was a little flustered at this moment. He wiped his mouth and then turned to look at her with wide eyes. This. Actually, the child is Little Man in my space lake. Because she didn't have a physical body before, she needs to level up to come out of the space. The condition is, come out of my stomach. Lin Xiao thought about it and then said, of course, she wouldn't say that there was a man. So she decided to skip the part about the man. As for how the child came to be, she didn't want to say it. Chapter 5:27. Everyone looked at her blankly, unable to understand her words for a moment. Are you talking about Viney in your lake? The white vine? Lin Wenwen knew a little about it, and she reacted quickly. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Last time, Lin Xiao brought him into her space to see Viney when Xiaolu triggered her superpower. Are you talking about the vine that helped Xiaolu trigger her superpower last time? Isn't it a plant in your lake? Why is it? While speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but move his eyes to Lin Xiao's belly. At that moment, the others finally realized what he meant. They all fixed their eyes on Lin Xiao's belly. Lin Xiao rubbed her belly as she nodded and said, yes, it's her. Her eyes unwittingly turned gentle. Even she didn't notice it.
How?
You? Lin Wenwen didn't know what to say as she looked at Lin Xiao with confusion. Viney has been looking like a vine all the time, but that's what she created with her own energy. She doesn't have a real body. She was the one who had been helping me with my zombie level and the recovery of my body. When I leveled up, she leveled up as well. However, she needed much more energy than I did. So, I'm at level 6 or 7 now. While she just entered level 4, Lin Xiao explained to the others. So how did she, become your child? How did that happen? Lin Hao stared at her with confusion. As for why that happened, I guess it's because she gathered her consciousness and energy together and sent them into my body, said Lin Xiao. So, but you're a zombie. Not to mention if your eggs are still alive. I think they need fertilization, right? Oh, who's that man? Just tell us. Lin Hao was thinking about Lin Xiao's body, but as he thought of the last question, he abruptly raised his head to look at Lin Xiao and asked, Lin Xiao raised her eyes to look at the ceiling, then said to him smilingly, there's no man. I made myself pregnant. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head and saw the four of them staring at her with a subtle expression of, I don't believe you. He. Lin Xiao paused briefly, then felt embarrassed. You're lying. Lin Wenwen pointed at her and said, That's right. When you lie, you have to look at the ceiling first. Then she was grinning like this. Yeah, that weird grin. Lin Hao pointed at Lin Xiao and glared at her. Lin Xiao froze, then covered her forehead with a hand. After she put down her hand, she smiled at them and said, Who said my balls are dead? Although I am a zombie now, some parts of my body have been activated by the energy of my lake. I am still a zombie, but many parts of my body are no longer zombie. For example, I can talk, my eyes, the scars on my body, etc. That's why I don't think it's difficult to get the balls worked up. That's right. You're a zombie, but you can still talk. That's amazing. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Xiao curiously. He accidentally let her change the topic of the conversation. Lin Hao, who was originally from the medical department and had some research on the human body and was very interested in the zombie system, was easily distracted. You said that some of your organs have been activated. If you keep activating them like this, will all your organs be activated? Will you be able to come back to life as a human being? Lin Hao popped his eyes and looked at her as he asked curiously. Lin Xiao shook her head and said, I thought that was possible. But after I absorbed the nucleus, I found that it's impossible.
What? Why?
The others looked at her with confusion. Because of the limitation.
I have a feeling about that.
Before I absorbed my original crystal core, I always felt that my body was in an unstable blind spot. But after I absorbed the crystal core, this feeling immediately disappeared. Now, I think I'm fixed in the dead zone and my body is fixed. Lin Xiao scratched her chin and said. She showed her claws to the others and showed them her dark nails. There was no virus on her fingertips, but her nails were full of the virus. Once she slightly scratched the skin of a human being or any other creature, the virus on her nails would spread quickly. She had been wondering why Lin Yu, whom she accidentally bit earlier, could come back to life. Moreover, she also found out about his special ability. It actually had the same effect as her own black fire, but the effect was not as overbearing as hers. Is that so? Could it be that you were only in a special state before? So, what are you having now? Mrs. Lin finally started talking as she fixed her eyes on Lin Xiao's belly. Please don't give birth to a little zombie, do you? Lin Xiao shook her head and said, To be honest, I don't know either. It's very likely to be a little zombie. Lin Hao crossed his arms before his chest as he fixed his eyes on Lin Xiao's belly as well. He continued, If your genes haven't changed, everything inside your body is carrying the zombie virus. So, even though Viney is living inside your body now, I guess she's living as a zombie. How are you going to provide her with nutrients? She'll directly absorb the nuclei of zombies or mutated animals and plants. But I can feel that her growth is very slow. She hasn't changed at all since I came back from Sea City Base and left for the south, said Lin Xiao. She's a zombie now. Even if she's pregnant, she surely can't give birth to a human being, said Lin Wenwen to Lin Hao. You're right. Lin Hao glanced at Lin Wenwen and nodded in agreement. I just want to know if this child will affect you in any bad way. Lin Feng, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly started talking. I don't know. Lin Xiao shook her head uncertainly. She remembered that Viney had told her that when she was about to give birth to a baby with a full level of energy, both of them would be in great danger. So, there was still one thing that needed to be done. What do you mean? Will the child cause any dangerous effects to you? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Mrs. Lin grew anxious as well. Mom, in fact, I don't know about Viney's life form, but she seems to know what's going on. She has also warned me that when she's born, both of us might face a very big problem. If we pass it, we'll both be alive and well, and we'll upgrade and become stronger. If we don't, Lin Xiao didn't finish her words. However, the others had already guessed out the result. Chapter 5:28. What? You mean it will be dangerous? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao nodded. How can you do such a dangerous thing? Can the baby be aborted now? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Xiao worriedly.
Mom.
How can you? Lin Xiao looked at Mrs. Lin discontentedly. Man can hear you now. What should she do? She is bound to me. If she can't get out of my body, she will never be able to leave me and level up. But you have to risk your safety. Is there any other way? Mrs. Lin realized that her idea was cruel, but she couldn't stay calm when Lin Xiao was about to be in danger. Mom, don't get too excited. Let's listen to Lin Xiao. Lin Feng comforted Mrs. Lin. Mom, don't worry. Although it may be dangerous, it is not impossible. But it's not completely impossible. I'm just saying that it might be dangerous. But the actual situation is uncertain. Lin Xiao put her hand on her belly and said. Luckily, Man was sleeping and didn't hear what Mrs. Lin said. But Mrs. Lin was still worried. Mom, it's useless to say this now. Man has entered her uterus. Maybe it will be more dangerous if we abort the baby. So, I think it's better to let Sister Zombie give birth naturally. Lin Hao, who was experienced in medicine, said. But when he looked at Lin Xiao's face, he couldn't call her big sister. So, he thought that Lin Xiao had become a zombie again, and he didn't know why he called her big sister zombie. What the hell is sister zombie? Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the way he called her. I really can't call you sister zombie when I see your face. Lin Hao smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. Sister, you're a zombie now, so everyone calls you that. They even call Lily and Meng sister zombie. Lin Wenwen said. Lin Xiao was speechless. She was indeed a zombie, so it was not wrong to call her that. But she felt a little uncomfortable listening to it. Anyway, when will your baby be born? I don't think it will be 10 months like a normal baby, right? Mrs. Lin still looked worried and asked Lin Xiao. That's right. Are they going to be like humans? But it shouldn't be possible. The others looked at Lin Xiao curiously. I don't know either. However, little man needed a lot of energy to absorb, and every time it absorbed energy, it would fall into a deep sleep. But she sleeps for a long time every time, so I don't know when she will be born. Lin Xiao knew nothing about little man's current situation. The others looked at her in silence. Maybe we can collect some gynecology and obstetrics medical equipment. Lin Hao muttered to himself at this time. Yes. Lin Hao, go out and find more medical equipment. Mrs. Lin's eyes light up. Big sister, with your current appearance, you shouldn't be able to deal with the Earth Dragon base, right? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of an important problem. That's right. Let's deal with the Earth Dragon base after the baby is born. Anyway, our base hasn't been consolidated yet. You can stay here to take care of the baby and deal with the small things in the base. Lin Feng heard Lin Wenwen's question and immediately agreed with her. Don't worry. In fact, I don't plan to leave here now. Didn't I say that I'm going to farm? And I'm going to wait until you and Yuan Tianxing reach level 7. Now I just let Li Zheng and the others keep an eye on the Earth Dragon base in preparation for future attacks. Lin Xiao smiled and said. Indeed. She didn't plan to leave for the time being. At least, she had to establish a stable base before she could go to war. That's good. The 4 people were relieved at the same time. Well, I've told you what happened. I'm going to upgrade Xiaodong now. Lin Xiao waved to them. Turn around and open the door.
Go.
Mrs. Lin sighed. Then we'll go to work first. Lin Feng and Lin Hao both stood up. After Lin Xiao left the room, she went upstairs. When she got to the top of the building, she saw Chio Lily, Elmar, the zombie leaders from number 1 to number 7, and Xiaodong. All the zombies were lined up on top. Oh, there were only other zombies lining up on the side because Chio Lily and Elmar were fighting again. What are you two doing? Lin Xiao looked at them speechlessly. This was the second time. She's so annoying. Qiu Lily pointed at Elmar and raised her hand to block Elmar's high kick. Stingy, Elmar said to Qiu Lily. Then she took a few steps back due to the force of her block. Only then did the two of them stop. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them in confusion. After the two of them stopped, Lin Xiao turned around and waved at Xiaodong. Xiaodong, come here first. Xiaodong walked over with a blank face. When Elmar called him back, she only said that it was Lin Xiao who called him back. She didn't say what it was for. So Xiaodong didn't know why Lin Xiao called him back. I'll give you a task. After I help you reach level 5, you will go with Li Zhang and the others. Your task is the same. That is to collect all the important information about the ground dragon base. Collect all the recent movements of Long Yubai and his base. If there's any urgent information, immediately bring it back and inform me. Lin Xiao said to Xiaodong. Xiaodong had always been with Lin Xiao. After she became stronger and stronger, he had already put her in the position of a superior leader. So what Lin Xiao said was basically the same as a task. Now that she directly said it was a task, Xiaodong became very cautious. He straightened his body and nodded. Lin Xiao filled the bathtubs of the zombie leaders with lake water. Then, without her saying anything, the zombie leaders automatically walked to their own bathtubs and consciously took off their clothes. Lin Xiao turned around to avoid their naked bodies. Then she saw the old man from number 7 start to cause trouble again. He stood by the bathtub looking up at the sky and then looking down at the water. He just didn't want to take off his clothes. His face looked like he was thinking about something. Lin Xiao walked over and stood in front of him, asking, Old man, are you waiting for me to help you undress? No. The old man immediately roared at her in annoyance. Then he roared at her nonstop. Next time. I want a room, isolated alone. Although the old man wasn't very used to it, Lin Xiao still understood what he meant. Damn, this old man still wanted her to find a room for him to bathe alone. Hey, you're a zombie, not a human. Why the hell do you care about this? Chapter 529. You still want to be alone? Old man, you're a zombie, right? Lin Xiao looked at the old man blankly. Roar. Then I won't be alone. The old man roared at Lin Xiao and then turned his back to her. Lin Xiao stared at him and couldn't help but stretch out her claws at his back. She clenched her teeth and clawed at the air a few times and finally withdrew her hand with a speechless expression. Okay. You're the second zombie that dares to be stubborn with me, besides Dream. Lin Xiao said helplessly. Roar. Thank you. The old man's eyes lit up, and he actually thanked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment and looked at him. She felt that this old man could really help him break through in advance. Maybe he could recover his memory or reason. But then, would he be able to follow her obediently? She was afraid that he would be ungrateful and cause trouble for her after he recovered his memory. But since he was thanking her in this situation, he shouldn't be too bad. Seems like I need to observe him a little more. She planned in her mind and reached out to put the bucket back in. Come down with me. Then she turned and walked down the stairs. Qiu Lily flashed to the top of the stairwell and stood at the edge to enjoy the wind. Elmar jumped to her side and asked curiously, Why did you follow zombie Sister Lin? Well, why do you ask? Qiu Lily glanced at her. Because you were clearly stronger than her before, but you were very obedient to her. You weren't friends in the beginning, right? Elmar looked at her and asked. Well, actually, I wanted to follow her in the beginning. Qiu Lily said, I was the one who pestered her, but after so many days, I think it's not bad to follow her, and she also indulges me. I feel like she's my sister now. But why do you ask me this? Don't forget, if it wasn't for her, I would have dug out your zombie core from the beginning. Qiu Lily was a little dissatisfied with Elmar's question and turned her head and stared at her with her rabbit-like red eyes. What? I'm just curious. It's not like I'm talking bad about her. Why are you so agitated? Elmar shrugged. Then what do you mean? If you don't want to follow her, you can leave. However, if you dare to harm humans in other places, Jojo will not let you off. Of course, I won't let you go either. Without Xiao Qiao's help, you wouldn't be able to recover your memory, let alone speak. Qiu Lily glared at her. Am I that kind of person? No, am I that kind of zombie? Even if I become a zombie, I will still be grateful. Moreover, I didn't say that I wouldn't follow her. It's good to follow her. There was food and drink, yet there was no food. If he had nothing to do, he could even help fight or something. By the way, I heard that she is going to deal with the Earth Dragon base. I want to go too.
It will be fun then.
Elmar immediately objected. That's great. Seeing that Elmar really didn't mean that, Qiu Lily retracted her expression. By the way, is your family still around? Did she help you recover your memory? Elmar asked. No, I have my memories with me to begin with. I brought it along when I turned into a zombie. My family all turned into zombies. Qiu Lily looked into the distance. She thought that after she turned into a zombie, she would live a lonely life without anyone to rely on. But she didn't expect that she would meet Lin Xiao. After being together with Lin Xiao, she didn't want to live that kind of lonely life anymore. She was originally a very dependent person. After living as a zombie with memories for 5 years, her heart was actually on the verge of collapse. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 years, she really didn't know what kind of things she would do. You are the one who is more dependent, right? Probably afraid of living alone, and with memories, this is the most lonely. Fortunately, I have been in amnesia these years, and my mind is not fully developed. Otherwise, it would be too scary to live alone for so many years. Elmar sighed and continued, but fortunately, we met Sister Zombie now. We can all be companions, and we won't be lonely in the future.
Well, yes.
And we also have a home in the future. Qiu Lily nodded. She looked back at the row of buckets behind her. She suddenly said, I also want to take a bath. I want to go down and ask Xiao Qiao for lake water. After saying that, she suddenly turned around and floated down from the top of the stairs. She turned around and ran down the stairs. Hey, wait for me, I also want to go. Elmar saw that she disappeared in the blink of an eye, and with a strange cry, she also jumped down. After Lin Xiao brought the old man down to the 5th floor, they found an empty room in a remote place. After entering, they put the buckets in the bathroom and then left the bathroom, standing by the door and looking at the old man. Okay, this place should be fine, right? You are so troublesome, she said snappily. The old man walked in, then stood by the bathroom door and looked inside. He looked left and right, up and down. Then he walked in, turned around, and closed the door. Outside the door, Lin Xiao. She covered her forehead. Why did she let this old man do this? But now she didn't have time to think about this. Let him soak here first. Lin Xiao turned around and went out of the room and saw Xiaodong standing outside the door waiting.
Come in with me,
she said, and then pulled him into the space. Xiaodong entered the space and was suddenly attacked by a large number of zombies, causing his body to tense up. In the end, he saw that the space was several times bigger than before, and there was a large number of zombies moving around. Lin Xiao stood by the lake, and then began to take off her clothes. Xiaodong first observed the surrounding situation, and when he turned his head, he saw that Lin Xiao had already taken off her clothes. Xiaodong looked at Lin Xiao with a dumbfounded expression, and after she took off her clothes, she was suddenly surrounded by a black aura. The black aura only surrounded her upper body to her thighs, and below her knees were all exposed. After Lin Xiao took off her clothes and pants, she began to walk down barefoot. When Xiaodong came back to his senses, Lin Xiao had already entered the water. Soon, only her head was above the water, and she turned around and said to Xiaodong, "Take off your clothes and come down yourself." Xiaodong's eyes widened, and he was a bit dumbfounded. Why did she have to take off her clothes? This water is for drinking. Don't tell me you want to come down with your clothes on? If it wasn't for the fact that you guys had to be at the bottom of the lake to level up, I wouldn't have asked you guys to come down. Stop dawdling, hurry up and come down. Lin Xiao said to him. Xiaodong didn't dare to move. The energy in the water was too strong, and that kind of dangerous pressure kept attacking him. Just standing by the lake made him very uncomfortable, let alone going into the water. So after Lin Xiao went down to the bottom of the lake, she waited for a while, but she didn't feel any movement from Xiaodong. Chapter 530. Lin Xiao came out of the water. She gathered the energy in the lake and wrapped it around her body. What's wrong? She asked Xiaodong in confusion. Xiaodong pointed at the lake and didn't say anything. Lin Xiao looked back at the lake and suddenly understood. The energy in the lake was too overbearing. It was giving him a lot of pressure. Oh, I see. Let me see what I can do to make you come down. Lin Xiao was troubled. The energy in the lake was too strong. She couldn't just tie Xiaodong down. How come Elmar wasn't this afraid last time? Was it because the energy in the lake wasn't so strong? Or was it because Elmar's level was higher? Or both? While Lin Xiao was thinking of ways to make Xiaodong go down, Qiu Lily and Elmar went to the door of the old man's room. They couldn't feel Lin Xiao's presence.
Huh.
Did he go in? Elmar looked around. The old man is here. He must have brought Xiaodong into the space, Qiu Lily said. Then we can only wait, Elmar said. Qiu Lily and Elmar turned around and left. Even if the two of them or Lin Xiao weren't here to suppress him, the old man inside wouldn't have run downstairs. The people on the roof were the same. They all knew it was a forbidden area downstairs. Without Lin Xiao or Qiu Lily's order, they didn't dare to go downstairs. This old man is a bit weird. His situation is similar to yours. Qiu Lily suddenly said to Elmar while walking. Elmar looked at her blankly and asked, He is a bit weird, but how is he like me? Qiu Lily stopped and turned her head to stare at her. Before you recovered your memory, your behavior was also weird. You are like this old man. Although your actions are not in the same direction, it feels the same. And you like to steal children. Are you a human trafficker? After saying that, she glanced at Elmar disdainfully from the corner of her eyes, then turned around and continued walking.
What?
Can you not talk about other people's dark history? Besides, I was sick back then. Pooh, I lost my memory and was mentally ill. That's normal. I have always liked children. What's wrong with that? Elmar said, unconvinced. Because you were caught by Qiao Qiao because you stole a child. You still dare to follow her here. If Jojo didn't say that I can't kill you, I would have killed you as an ordinary zombie. Humph, Qiu Lily snorted proudly. Fine, 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 whatever you say. Your hair is long. You're right. Elmar rolled his eyes. Of course, her eyes would only roll into a patch of black. In the space, Lin Xiao was soaking in the water and thinking for a while. She suddenly said to Xiaodong, Wait a minute. If you feel no pressure later, come down immediately. Then, she dived into the water and began to control and gather all the energy in the lake with her hands at the bottom of the water. After a while, Xiaodong, who was on the shore, suddenly felt that the pressure in the lake was slowly decreasing. He was not the only one who felt it. The zombies behind the building and the zombies on the lawn across the lake also felt it. Lin Xiao, who was at the bottom of the lake, gathered all the energy into his head. The dark green energy gathered into a ball above her head, but it didn't stay in place. Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and after gathering the energy, then she used her spiritual power to slowly compress the moving energy until it became a big ball. Lin Xiao gently moved the ball to the side. She didn't dare to let go. She kept it like this, waiting for Xiaodong to come down himself. Xiaodong found that the pressure in the water was getting smaller and finally disappeared. He then walked into the water. When he reached the water, he dived into the water and found that it was dark below. In his eyes, he couldn't see the color of the energy. Moreover, The energy had already been gathered by Lin Xiao to the bottom of the lake. In the water, Lin Xiao's breath became lighter, but it didn't affect his senses. Xiaodong swam down towards Lin Xiao, but when he was a few meters away from her, he stopped. Because of the gathered energy, the pressure was even more terrifying. Lin Xiao turned her head and looked at the naked Xiaodong, who was only wearing a pair of underwear. She used one hand to stabilize the energy, and with the other hand, she waved at Xiaodong. Xiaodong understood what she meant. Although he was very resistant to the energy, he knew that he had to get through this before Lin Xiao could level him up. Lin Xiao's separated hand shook, and suddenly there were 2 shiny zombie cores. On her way back, she killed a few disobedient zombie leaders. Xiaodong carefully swam to her side, and then stepped on the ground to take the zombie cores from her hand. He knew that if he absorbed the 2 zombie cores himself, the effect would definitely not be as good as Lin Xiao helping him in the lake. After he took the zombie cores, Lin Xiao let him turn his back to her to absorb the energy. Then, she put her hand on his back. The energy that Xiaodong absorbed was led to his heart by Lin Xiao using the energy in the lake. Then, she filtered it and sent it to his mind. Just like that, Lin Xiao leveled up Xiaodong in her space. Qiu Lily waited for her outside, while looking at the zombie leaders on the roof. A few hours after Lin Xiao returned, Wu Qingyue and Haiqing also received the news that she had led her team back. Oh, she's back? So fast? I thought she would come back after 10 days, or half a month. She was only gone for a few days. Wu Qingyue smiled as he looked at Xiao Liqing. She's back, and she's not the only one who came back. She also brought a few thousand people from the south. Those are the old subordinates of Hades' base. Xiao Liqing nodded. Is that so? Didn't you say that those people were suppressed by Long Yubai and Yang Jianhua? Wu Qingyue asked curiously. Oh, that's another piece of information. I heard that Miss Lu went to the south. Not only did she save everyone, but she also killed Yang Jianhua and a rank 6 Earth Dragon metahuman. Then, she threw all the people who stayed in Hades' base, as well as those who betrayed Hades' base and surrendered to Earth Dragon to feed the zombies. Xiao Liqing said. So that's how it is. She seems to have been too protective of the Lin family before, so she won't let the enemies of the Lin family go. Wu Qingyue nodded. This was what he had always been puzzled about. Why would Lu Tianyu protect the Lin family, which was previously untouchable? It's not just that, although I don't know why. But after this Miss Lu came back from the south this time, she changed even more. When he heard that he had broken through to the next level, his aura became even sharper. Before she left, she didn't have much control over the upper city base. This time, when she came back, she suddenly took control of the entire base in her hands. Even Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others have quietly listened to her arrangements.
Now.
Chapter 531. Hearing Xiao Liqing's report, Wu Qingyue was also surprised. You mean, she's now the leader? The leader of the new base? That's right. I'm just curious why Yuan Tianqing is suddenly willing to let her take over. She's clearly one of Hai Cheng's, a zombie, right? Has her strength increased again? Xiao Liqing crossed his arms and pondered. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face was faint, but his eyes flickered slightly. She's a zombie, but Yuan Tianqing and the others are willing to take a lower position in front of her. There must be some secret behind this. He was getting more and more curious about the relationship between the female zombie and Hades group. I think so too. They built a human base, but they let zombies be the leader. This is a bit puzzling. Xiao Liqing nodded in agreement. Wu Qingyue turned to Wu Yueling and said, Lingling, your zombie mother is back. When Daddy is done here, Daddy will take you to her place to play, okay? Wu Yueling was drawing next to him. When she heard his words, she immediately turned to look at him and nodded at him with bright eyes. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Yueling's reaction and felt it was particularly magical. He didn't know what magic Lu Tianyu cast on Lingling to make Wu Yueling like her so much. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, what did she do to Lingling? Lingling likes her so much. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes and replied with a faint smile, I'm investigating this issue now. Well, if you can find anything, you can tell me. After Xiao Liqing went out, Wu Yueling climbed to Wu Qingyue's side and shook his hand. Wu Qingyue looked down at her. Okay, I got it. I'll take you there soon. But you can only go after Daddy is done. Although it was said to wait for him to finish his work, as the leader, there would never be a day when his work would end. And Wu Yueling had long forgotten that Lin Xiao once said that he would come to Haiqing to see her when he came back. Anyway, Wu Yueling was also a person of action, so the first thing she wanted to do was to find Lin Xiao. But she wasn't so easy to fool. Hearing Wu Qingyue say this, she immediately puffed up her face and stared at him with big eyes. Who knew how long he would have to wait for him to finish his work? Wu Qingyue put her on his knees with a smile and said, Believe me, it will be very soon. Wu Yueling looked at him doubtfully and nodded reluctantly. Can you tell me why Lingling likes her so much? Wu Qingyue asked curiously. Wu Yueling looked at him and thought for a moment, but he didn't know how to express himself. Because the zombie mother gave her delicious strawberries, big rabbits, and beautiful grass dragonfly grass dolls? She liked grass dolls the most. Thinking of this, Wu Yueling immediately turned around and took out the straw doll hidden under the sofa pillow. Then, she stretched it out to show Wu Qingyue. Oh, did she use this to bribe you? Wu Qingyue looked at the exquisitely crafted straw doll and asked with a smile. However, Wu Yueling put down the grass doll and picked up her small drawing board. She drew a circle on it, followed by a long ear and 2 eyes on the top of the circle. Is Lingling drawing a rabbit? Wu Qingyue watched curiously as she finished her drawing. Wu Yueling nodded her head vigorously. Wu Qingyue smiled at her drawing of a rabbit, but didn't say anything. In the afternoon, Xiao Liqing came back with Long Yubai's report. He sent people to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base as soon as he got back. I'm guessing he told them about the level 7 zombie king in the south or upper city. The south. Wu Qingyue didn't understand. Miss Lu. She killed Yang Jianhua in the south. Long Yubai must have received the news when he got back. He'll know there's a high-level zombie there, Xiao Liqing said. Wu Qingyue nodded in understanding. That's true, but his expression quickly faded. A level 7 zombie king is a big temptation to other bases, especially places like Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base. They've always been ambitious. You're right. I also found out that Long Yubai has instigated a few people in our base to defect to him. He's bought a lot of information about our base. I think his next target might be our base. Xiao Liqing handed over all the intelligence in his hands to him. Oh. Wu Qingyue smiled as soon as he heard that. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but a cold glint flashed across his narrowed eyes. Are you sure? Is he really planning to do that? What a big appetite, and a lot of guts. Xiao Liqing looked back at him, his face expressionless. He knew Wu Qingyue's smile meant he was angry. What do we do now? I've got the people who sold us the information under control. What should we do with them? He asked. Adepts. Wu Qingyue asked. Yes, 1 level 5 and 3 level 4. Xiao Liqing nodded. Cripple them, then throw them out to feed the zombies. Don't you know that's part of the base's regulations? Wu Qingyue smiled at him. Xiao Liqing nodded. Understood. When he left, Wu Qingyue rested his elbows on the desk, his fingers clasped together under his chin. His lips were still curled up, but there was no mirth in his eyes. City Base never offended others, but that didn't mean others could offend them. Although he had temporarily lost a leader-level character, and the newly promoted Xiao Yunlong's strength was a bit lacking, but he was still capable enough. If he dared to point his spear at him, then he would make sure that Long Yubai wouldn't be able to return. On the other side, after a few hours, Lin Xiao had successfully raised Xia Dong's level. After Xiaodong went ashore, Lin Xiao released the wriggling dark green energy in her hand. The energy was like a bomb that had just exploded, fiercely expanding. Even Lin Xiao was pushed far away in an instant, although it didn't cause any harm to her. However, Xiaodong, who was wearing clothes on the shore, saw the middle of the lake suddenly bulge and then quickly fall back down. Then the oppressive feeling immediately appeared. Maybe it was because he had been promoted to a level 5 leader, or because his body actually carried a lot of the energy in the lake, but this time he felt the oppressive feeling in the lake was a bit smaller. But even if it was a bit smaller, it still had a very serious impact on him. Xiaodong hurriedly hugged his clothes and retreated a few meters. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he saw Lin Xiao's head emerge from the water, and then she swam toward the shore. Chapter 5:32. When Lin Xiao walked ashore, her body was surrounded by a circle of black fog, covering her body. After she got dressed, she ran her fingers through her wet hair and walked to Xiaodong's side. I remember before you died, your ability was fire. Now you are level 5. There is a difference between a zombie's level 5 ability and a human's. Do you feel it? Just like how she was now a level 7 king, but her current strength was enough to fight against a level 8 expert. Although she might not win, she definitely wouldn't die. Of course, all of this required her strong physique and special attack abilities. Xiaodong listened to her words and raised his hand to sense it with his eyes closed. He wanted to release his ability, but found that it seemed to be restricted by something. Oh, the air here has 90% suppression on your abilities, except for me. Go out and try again. Lin Xiao said to him and pulled his arm to bring him out of the space. She thought that it would take a long time for Xiaodong to level up. She didn't expect to look at her watch and see that it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Xiaodong had only been leveling up for less than 6 hours. After coming out, Xiaodong immediately felt the growth of his strength. His eyes also flashed with a faint red color. Now, he looked a bit like a zombie because the whites of his eyes were white, so people habitually didn't think of him as a zombie. They appeared outside the room where the old man was bathing. Lin Xiao sensed the old man's position and found that he was still bathing inside, so she didn't bother with him anymore. She looked at Xiaodong and found that after Xiaodong's level increased, his aura had also changed. He had always been a person with no sense of existence, and after becoming a zombie and following her, he had even less sense of existence. Now that his level had increased a bit, his sense of existence had increased a bit. But just a little bit. For someone like him, it was very suitable for him to work as an intelligence agent. Okay, go back and prepare. 3 days later, find Li Zheng and the others, and set off together. Lin Xiao said to him. Xiaodong nodded, and was about to leave. Hey, wait a minute, you still can't speak? Lin Xiao suddenly called out to him. Although she didn't have to wait until she was level 7 to be able to speak, because Lu Jun was only level 4. But what if she could speak a long time ago? Xiaodong looked back at her, opened his mouth to try, and then shook his head in disappointment. Even though he had leveled up this time, he still couldn't speak. Lin Xiao said with some regret, well, it seems that you still need to break through to the next level before you can speak. Alright, you go back first. She waved her hand at Xiaodong. After Xiaodong turned and left, Lin Xiao stood there with his hands crossed in front of his chest, squeezing his cleavage. She wondered what was going on. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She thought of a key factor. Little Man. She remembered that only Little Man had the ability to heal, and she herself didn't seem to have it. Even if they were able to control the energy at the bottom of the lake, they could only filter and purify the energy that the other zombies absorbed to level up. In other words, there was no way for her to repair the other zombies, so she had to wait for their own repair system to be activated by the energy of the lake, so that they could repair themselves. It seemed that this could only be activated when they reached level 6 or 7. Because the level was too low, the energy in the lake didn't have much of an effect. So now, If she wanted to help these zombies recover their memories or speak, it would depend on their own luck. Not everyone could be like Elmar, who had risen to the 7th level and could speak. Although the energy in the water had a healing effect, the effect wasn't that great, and even if Lin Xiao needed to guide them, the effect wouldn't be that obvious. At this time, 2 people came down from the hallway. Chiu Lily ran towards her, and Elmar followed behind her. "You're out. So fast this time. I thought you were going to do it tomorrow." Chiu Lily came over and grabbed Lin Xiao's arm. Oh, it didn't take that long this time. Maybe Xiaodong's level wasn't high enough, so he broke through very smoothly. Lin Xiao smiled at her. "I also want to take a bath. Quickly put some lake water in the bathroom," Chiu Lily said to her coquettishly. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, that's fine. Meng Meng can also go back to your room and take a bath. I'll put some water on both of you." Then she went to their room and filled their bathroom with lake water. Then she stood at the bathroom door and gestured for them to come in. "Please use it." Chiu Lily looked at the small amount of lake water, and her eyes lit up. Because there was only a small amount of water, the energy in it didn't have much of an impact on Chiu Lily and the other zombies. Instead, they could absorb it, so they liked to soak in the lake water. "Oh, you guys go ahead. I'm going to Wushan to see how the farming is going." Lin Xiao smiled at Chiu Lily.
Okay, go.
Chiu Lily nodded. She didn't want to talk to her anymore. She just wanted to take a bath. After Lin Xiao left the room, she went downstairs and walked through the lobby. In the lobby, those who had a meeting in the conference room stopped and nodded at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded to them and strode out of the door. She sat in the car that Duanwan had parked in front of the hotel, and Duanwan was sitting in the driver's seat waiting for her. "Go to Wushan," Lin Xiao said. "Okay." Duanwan nodded and turned the car around. Even if she hadn't been there before, she knew the general direction. Lin Xiao gave her directions all the way to Wushan and stopped at the side of the field. Suddenly, they saw a car coming, and there was the smell of humans. Except for Lu Jun and Xin Yuzhen, the other zombies all roared at Lin Xiao's car. Lin Xiao got out of the car and looked at the land that they had turned over. Her eyes were good, and she could even see a lot of seedlings that had just emerged. She walked down from the side of the road and looked at the situation in the field while walking towards the small wooden house. "What? You don't welcome me back?" Lin Xiao said to the 3 zombies that were roaring at her. The 3 zombies immediately shrunk their necks when they saw Lin Xiao coming. They were so scared that they turned around and ran, and subconsciously ran towards Lu Jun. Because the pressure on Lin Xiao's body was too terrifying. Although she was a level 7 level 2 king, the pressure was almost beyond level 7 and was close to level 8. A level 8 zombie was a zombie emperor that hadn't appeared in the whole country yet. How dare you run? You're not afraid of me anymore." Lin Xiao looked at the zombies that ran behind Lu Jun and said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 533. When you went out, your aura changed again. How is it? Have you recovered your memory? Lu Jun was originally squatting on the ground working. She didn't stand up even after Lin Xiao's car stopped. Only when she walked over did she stand up and ask. I remember everything." Lin Xiao walked over and nodded. She continued, "I remember everything. Yang Jianhua was also killed by me. But he died before I recovered my memory. Fortunately, I was the one who killed him. If he died in the hands of someone else, I would be so angry." "Really, that's great. Congratulations. You've recovered your memory. You're still our leader." Lu Jun heard her words and immediately became happy. "This time, I brought back 2,000 to 3,000 survivors of Hades." And Lin Xiao touched her belly and suddenly said, "Actually, you guessed correctly last time. Little man is indeed my child, a child that existed before I died." Lu Jun and Duan, who was behind, looked at Lin Xiao in shock. At the same time, they looked down at the place where her hand was covering in disbelief. No way. I really guessed it right. Little man is really your child? Her soul came with you? That's not right. You said it yourself. Lu Jun looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. At that time, she only asked if little man called her mother. Could it be her child?
She didn't even say anything.
It was Lin Xiao who said it herself. I don't know if it's a soul, but it's more appropriate to say it's a consciousness. But the child was indeed 2 to 3 months old at that time. I owe her a lot. I'm not a good mother. Lin Xiao lowered her head. Although she didn't have any expression on her face, her aura became gloomy. So magical. The child wasn't even formed then. How could it come with you? And from the looks of it now, its growth speed is simply monstrous. Lu Jun stared at her belly and said, wait a minute. Leader you're pregnant? Duan, who was stunned for a few seconds, finally regained her senses. However, he still interrupted the two of them with a dumbfounded expression. Oh, you don't seem to know. The baby is still in my stomach. Lin Xiao turned around and said to Duan with a smile. Looking at this woman who is usually very steady, but now she had a confused expression on her face, Lin Xiao found it very amusing. Why is it still in your stomach? Isn't little man in your space? Lu Jun interrupted again. What the hell is going on? Both of them asked Lin Xiao in unison. Don't get too worked up, both of you. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them, then turned around and walked to the cabin. He took a wooden stool and sat down. Come, I'll tell you from the beginning. After I turned into a zombie, the child didn't actually wake up. He only appeared after I woke up for a while. At that time, she could not speak yet, but she seemed to be staying at the bottom of the lake in the form of an energy body. She was the one who helped me level up quickly. She was also the one who helped me repair my body. Lin Xiao said. Duan and Lu Jun looked at her without saying a word. Later, when I had the strength, I collected a lot of high-level zombie cores and helped her level up. She was able to speak, but her IQ grew very fast, and she seemed to be very mature. At this point, I don't know how she grew up. Now that she has reached level 4, this is a special period, so now she, ran into my stomach. Lin Xiao touched her stomach and said with a smile. Duan and Lu Jun couldn't help but look at each other. The two of them did not know what to say. Because this news may have shocked them too much, so they couldn't digest it for a while. But soon, they all came to their senses. After all, Lin Xiao also resurrected into another dead person's body and became a zombie. This was already beyond common sense. So even if little man's existence was very strange, they had already learned from the mistakes of the past, so they accepted it quite quickly. You are now a zombie. How can this little man become your baby? The space in your womb, can you still hold a baby? Also, can it provide nutrition? Also, you have become a zombie, the eggs should also be dead, and also, even if your eggs are alive, what about the sperm? Wait, I'm a bit confused now. Lu Jun thought of many problems on Lin Xiao's body, but she felt that these problems seemed to be dead problems. Because she was a person who had a child, she was very concerned about these things. Her question made Duan's face full of confusion and curiosity. You have to know that little man, and I can't use normal thinking. Anyway, now that she has already started to gestate in my womb, when she reaches level 5, she can come out. At that time, you will know what the child is like. Lin Xiao laughed. Using your womb to level up, this is too, magical. Duan said with a subtle expression. So when she breaks through level 5, she will become a baby from your identity? Is it really a zombie baby? Maybe? Lin Xiao shook her head. She didn't tell them that the baby actually has another man's genes, so maybe it won't become a zombie baby? But it should more or less have the attributes of the zombies on her side. Then how do you provide energy to the child? Your body. Lu Jun still looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Little man doesn't need any energy from my body. She only needs me to find some energy cores or zombie cores, then she can absorb it and grow. It's just that this problem of how long it will take, none of us know. Maybe I will be pregnant with Ineza. Lin Xiao blinked her eyes and said jokingly. Lu Jun and Duan Wan both had a face full of confusion, their faces full of the feeling that this world was too mysterious. There is a limit to the amount of energy she can absorb, and after absorbing the energy, she will sleep to digest it. Therefore, we can only tell from how much energy she has absorbed, Lin Xiao said. Speaking of which, if Lin Hao really found some medical equipment, maybe he could see the situation in her womb. So that's how it is. Then we can only use a special point of view to observe the formation of little man say. Why don't you find a man to try? Maybe your zombie egg can combine with a living sperm. Maybe you can give birth to a second-generation zombie? Lu Jun suddenly thought of something and suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and said. Lin Xiao didn't know how to react after hearing this. She just smiled. Hey, maybe we can find someone else to try? She wouldn't tell Lu Jun that she already did it with a man. Chapter 534. Okay, let's not talk about this. The situation here seems to be developing quite well. Is it because the seeds have a strong life force? But the soil quality here is still a problem. Lin Xiao stood up and looked at the field outside. No, you can only feel the effects of the surface. You can go down and take a look. There are actually some changes in the soil now. Lu Jun shook his head and denied this point.
Huh?
What changes? Lin Xiao turned to look at her, confused. You'll know when you go down. Lu Jun pointed at the potato field that was closest to them. Lin Xiao walked down and squatted down to take a look. As soon as she got closer, she felt something was different. She finally understood what Lu Jun meant. Lu Jun followed her down and stood next to her. Before planting the seeds, we were worried that the sprouts would be infected by the soil. But we didn't expect the situation to be reversed when it actually grew. Also, the few buckets of energy lake water that you left behind, we took water from the nearby stream and diluted it with the lake water before using it to irrigate the fields. Then the soil began to expand as if it was being purified. Lin Xiao grabbed a handful of soil and muttered, "It was just as I thought. I was just guessing." She guessed that watering the plants with the lake water would prevent them from being infected, but she didn't expect it to be able to purify the soil. She also looked at the roots of the potatoes and noticed that the soil had changed. Although the area was small, Lin Xiao could see that the roots were emitting something similar to the energy in the lake water and the energy of the potatoes. It was this substance that made the soil clean up bit by bit. If this continues, perhaps the soil here will be completely purified. Lin Xiao stood up and looked at the other sprouts. The seeds that Lin Xiao left for Lu Jun and Xie Dong didn't fill up the entire area. Instead, a third of the area was left unplanted. That's a high possibility, but the sprouts haven't been growing for long, so I'm not sure, Lu Jun said. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Oh right, I had the Earth-type zombies dig the place closest to the stream into a large pond. It will be convenient for us to farm here in the future. Sure, how far is it from here? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as she looked at her and asked. Over there, it should be 700 or 800 meters. Lu Jun pointed to the other side. Lin Xiao stood up and walked towards the location she mentioned. Lu Jun and Duan Wan also followed behind her, leaving behind the 3 level 4 zombies that had been hiding behind the cabin. While walking behind Lin Xiao, Lu Jun suddenly looked at Duan Wan and said, "Captain Duan, I didn't expect to see you again." "Hello, my name is Lu Jun." Duan Wan was stunned for a moment, then looked at her and nodded. "Oh, hello. You also know me?" Suddenly being greeted by another unfamiliar zombie, Duan Wan felt a little strange. In fact, Lu Jun's appearance had changed a lot compared to before. After soaking in Lin Xiao's energy lake a few times, the dark circles under her eyes had disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyes that were as black as ink. The skin on her face didn't become smooth, but it was still clean, and her face was still pale. Actually, the old subordinates of Hades King's base all know you. You are the captain of the Dark Flame Leader's personal guard. Lu Jun smiled. Oh, so it's like that. Are you from Hades King's base? Duan immediately understood what she meant. Yes, when I left Hades King's base, the base was not destroyed yet. Lu Jun nodded as she walked with her. You left the base? Then why are you like this now? Duan was stunned for a moment. She could hear a lot of information in Lu Jun's words. Since she was able to leave the base, then she should still be a human. But now that she had become a zombie and was following Lin Xiao, a lot of things must have happened in between. Yes, halfway through, I was abandoned by a man. And that scum also abandoned the child and ran away. So after I became a zombie, my consciousness wasn't clear, but there was a part of me that wanted to protect the child. After a few days, the leader met me. Lu Jun smiled bitterly, then looked up at Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao turned around. Oh right, Junjun, didn't you level up? What ability do you have? She had forgotten to ask her before. Lu Jun looked at her and replied, Oh, I'm a water type. Because she was a water type, she was very sensitive to water molecules. That stream was also sensed by her ability, so she went to look for it. Oh, water type. Lin Xiao nodded. Lu Jun looked up at the sky. It looks like it's going to rain. Duan pulled her clothes and looked up at the sky. A cold wind blew past, and the temperature today had indeed dropped a lot. Lin Xiao turned her head to look. Today's weather had been gray. Lin Xiao only felt that the temperature was a bit low, but she didn't know if it would rain. Are you sure? Lin Xiao looked back at Lu Jun. Lu Jun lowered his head and nodded. I can feel it. After walking for a few minutes, they saw a newly dug pond. It wasn't big, and it was only about 100 meters wide. There wasn't much water in it, and it was muddy. Lu Jun said, If it rains, I can collect the rainwater and put it inside. The rainwater is acidic, so I have to put some of the water in my lake. Lin Xiao scratched her chin. That's true. The air quality after the apocalypse is many times worse than before. The rain is very acidic, so a lot of normal plants can't grow. Lu Jun said. Lin Xiao observed the surroundings of the pond, then turned around and walked back. Junjun, your level is still too low. Without Elmar or Lili's suppression, you can't command these level 4 zombies. Lin Xiao said as she walked back. Ah. Lu Jun didn't quite understand what Lin Xiao meant, and looked at her blankly. I want you to be in charge of the development of the land here. Do you have any objections? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. I will arrange for some level 3 to 4 intelligent zombies to share the work with you. You just need to be in charge of commanding them. What do you think? Is that so? Anything I can do is no problem. Lu Jun was stunned for a moment before she reacted. You can do it. You're doing quite well right now. Lin Xiao smiled and said to her. She always felt that Lu Jun, who had nothing to do, was quite diligent about planting, so she had already considered letting her be in charge of this work in the future. Chapter 535. In the future, all the land in this area will be developed into farms. Lin Xiao raised her hand and drew a circle around the surrounding environment, then said, The things we are going to plant are not just these, we will plant other things in the future. As for the seeds, I will find a time to collect them. Lin Xiao seemed like, other than herself, the other zombies couldn't tell which plants were infected and which plants could be eaten. So the work of collecting the seeds and saplings had to be done by herself. Do you want to expand the planting area? Lu Jun understood what she meant. After seeing her actions, he also had some ideas in his mind. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, I have seen the entire upper city. This is the most suitable place for planting. Also, there are many plants here, and there is also water. It is suitable. Lu Jun nodded. According to what Lin Xiao said, compared to the other places that were either buildings or wasteland, this place was indeed more suitable. As long as the soil was infected, it would be fine. Lin Xiao returned to the cornfield and looked at the sky. It was already dark. She brought the 3 level 4 zombies into the space. Then she went back to the base with Lu Jun and Duan Wan. Duan Wan, go find Yuan Tianqing and bring him the map of the new base. I will discuss the construction of the base with him. After returning to the base, Lin Xiao asked Duan Wan to find Yuan Tianqing to get the map. Okay. Duan Wan answered and turned to leave. Lin Xiao took Lu Jun to the 5th floor, then went to check on Xiao Lily and the others. She found that they were still soaking in the water, unwilling to get up. She had to wake the old man up. Old man, you can get up. Come to the roof later. I have a task for you. Lin Xiao stood in front of the bathroom door and knocked on it. Roar dash, the old zombie's roar came from inside. Lin Xiao heard his voice and said angrily, You have been soaking for a whole day. Haven't you had enough? If you keep soaking, you'll be rotten, you know? Come up quickly. After saying that, she turned around and left the room, then went to the roof. She looked at the row of zombie buckets and said to them, Time. Get up and get dressed. The zombie leader obediently stood up from the water, then turned around and jumped out of the bucket with its back facing Lin Xiao. Then it continued to skillfully put on its clothes. Lin Xiao looked at the row of backs, buttocks and balls, and silently looked up at the sky. Boy number 4 was not wearing it. He stood beside his clothes and waited. After a while, the female zombie number 2 came over and began to carefully help him put on his clothes. The water they soaked in this time could still be used 2 more times, so Lin Xiao left the bucket there. Number 3, number 4, you 2 stay here. The rest of you can return to your posts, Qiao Lin said to uncle number 3 and little boy number 4 with his arms crossed. The other zombies saw that there was nothing for them to do, and immediately jumped down from the roof and disappeared. The uncle and the little boy were left standing in the same place, looking at Lin Xiao blankly. Lin Xiao waited for a while before the old man slowly walked up from below. She looked at his dry black dragon embroidered tang suit, and then at the uncle and the little boy's slightly wet clothes. Because as soon as they came out of the water, they put on their clothes without drying the water droplets on their bodies. And this old man must have dried the water droplets on his body before putting on his clothes. As for how he did it, Lin Xiao didn't know, because there were no towels or other fabrics in the bathroom. The old man walked over, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and stood in front of Lin Xiao. Old man, why do you still wear these glasses when they're no longer useful? Lin Xiao stared at the glasses that were perched on the bridge of his nose and asked in a very irksome manner. She had tolerated him for a long time. As a zombie, it was fine if you needed to sit on a clean chair to drink water, and it was fine if you needed to find a separate room to bathe in. His eyes had clearly become zombie eyes. It wouldn't affect his vision at all. The old man still wore that pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose all day long. He even pulled them down so that they did not cover his pitch-black eyes. Roar dash, the old man roared at her with dissatisfaction. Okay, I don't care. Lin Xiao replied speechlessly. Then she ordered the 3 zombie leaders, I'll give the 3 of you a mission, go over there tonight, kill all the level 4 and 5 zombies, and bring back the zombie cores. You only have 1 night. Tomorrow, I want to see you bring the zombie cores back here. Do you hear me? Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash. The 3 zombies responded at the same time and flashed towards the direction of the lower city that Lin Xiao pointed out. The zombies that were level 4 and above in the upper city were basically cleaned up by Lin Xiao. So now they had to start cleaning up the surrounding areas. Of course, they couldn't move in the Westlake district. There was a wildlife park there, and there was also the zombie army that Lin Xiao brought back from the south. So it was now a restricted area. Without her leadership and orders, no one could go there. So Lin Xiao planned to clean up the lower city, Jianggan district and Binjiang district next to the upper city, and then go to Gongzhou district, Yuhang district, and Shaoshan district. As for why she asked the 3 zombie leaders to attack together today, one was to see the results of her training, and the other was to prepare enough energy zombie cores for Lu Jun to level up. Lu Jun had been with her for a long time, but her strength was a bit slow. Although she didn't plan to send her out on a dangerous mission, she couldn't be too weak here. Because Lin Xiao brought back a large number of level 4 and 5 zombies, she still needed a few trustworthy zombie subordinates to take care of them. Qiu Lily definitely wouldn't be a problem. Her current strength was the second strongest zombie after her, and then Elmarch. But Elmar's personality was unstable, and it was hard to control. Even though she had recovered her memory, her thoughts were still very independent. Lin Xiao didn't trust her for the time being. Xiaodong and Lu Jun. Xiaodong had already reached level 5, and now only Lu Jun was left. When Xiaodong left this time, Lin Xiao would also send a few level 4 zombies to follow him. Even if they couldn't help much, they could still be used as a shield in a dangerous situation, and it would also buy some time for Xiaodong and the others. Seeing that there were no corpses on the roof, Lin Xiao turned around and went downstairs. She returned to her room and sat on the sofa, waiting for Yuan Tianqing to bring up the blueprints. She washed 2 cups and filled them with water on the coffee table. After a while, she heard Duan Wan and Yuan Tianqing's footsteps coming from afar. Come in directly. When the footsteps approached the door, they stopped. Lin Xiao knew that Duan Wan would raise her hand to knock on the door, so she asked her to bring them directly in. Chapter 536. Duan Wan raised her hand and paused, stopping her action of knocking on the door. Then she put her hand on the doorknob and turned it. Lin Xiao saw the two of them walk in and pointed to the sofa on the other side of the table to Yuan Tianqing. Sit down, have you eaten? Yuan Tianqing nodded. Yes, I have. Is there a problem with you asking me to bring the blueprints? Lin Xiao waited for him to sit down and took the blueprint from his hand. She carefully looked at the blueprint and asked, which side are you going to build the zombie base on? Yuan Tianqing took the blueprint from her hand and spread it on the coffee table. He used a pen to point at the blueprint. I want to build this side as a human base. I wanted to wait for you to come back and decide on the zombie area. Lin Xiao looked at the seat he chose and then looked at the other places. In the end, she could only choose the direction of Wushan. Then this side, build the wall in the middle higher. How high? Yuan Tianqing knew that the wall she was talking about was to prevent people or zombies from bumping into each other to prevent any accidents. 25 meters at least. Zombies below level 3 can't jump more than 12 meters high. Level 4 zombies, other than wind-type zombies, can't jump more than 20 meters high. 25 meters is enough for them. The other parts of the zombie city don't need to be built so high. Lin Xiao used her finger to draw a circle around the zombie base. Since they were going to build a zombie city, they had to first consider the dangers and uncertainties of the zombies. Humans were rational, but zombies weren't. Zombies below level 3 were wild and hungry, but level 4 zombies were more balanced. They were more rational, but their appetite didn't decrease. So, under the current circumstances, it was important to build the wall a bit higher. But the other walls didn't need to be built so high. There were zombies inside and outside anyway, so there was no need to keep them inside or outside the wall. Also, to build such a large wall, it would take a lot of materials, manpower, and time. Then send people to collect the sand and cement. We need to increase the quantity of these materials. Yuan Tianqing nodded. He had already thought of this problem, so he wasn't surprised. Yes, but you don't have to worry about it. I will let Elmar lead a group of zombies to collect them, so the manpower problem is solved. Lin Xiao looked at him and said casually.
Oh.
Yuan Tianqing glanced at her. The upper city area has basically all been collected, so from now on I will let Lin Feng and the others start to expand the area of collection and clearing. Before that, I will also clear out all the zombies and control them, so that they won't hinder their movements. Lin Xiao pointed at the location of Gongju District, then drew a circle around Uptown from the direction of Lower Town District and Jianggan District. Your zombie team is quite useful, Yuan Tianqing said with a smile. Alright, that's it for now. After Lin Xiao chose the location, he waved his hand at him and started to chase him away. Since we're done talking about work, can't we talk about personal matters? Yuan Tianqing didn't plan to leave. He just rolled up the drawings and put them away. What do you want to talk about? Lin Xiao picked up the cup beside him and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Let's talk about how you became like this. You actually managed to hide it from us for so long. That's enough. Yuan Tianqing also picked up the cup beside him and drank a mouthful of water. Didn't you already have your suspicions? This way, I won't be hiding it from you. Lin Xiao shrugged. Suspicions are just suspicions. Even if we have suspicions, we can't really treat one person as another. If you didn't say it, we wouldn't dare to believe that it was really you. Yuan Tianqing looked at her and said, Actually, you are also half believing, but the degree of your belief is greater than the degree of your disbelief. Do you think I don't know you? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Now that you said it, I actually kind of believe it. Yuan Tianqing let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Lin Xiao understood him. She could at least guess what he was thinking. When Lin Xiao said what she just said, it was indeed what he was thinking. He didn't know that Lin Xiao actually directly sensed his thoughts. So, Lin Xiao looked at him and asked, So, how did you wake up in this corpse? Body? I heard that this woman wasn't a good person when she was alive. She had a bad reputation. Yuan Tianqing looked at her in confusion.
I don't know about that.
I was already her when I woke up, and it was not long after I died. I was about to turn into a zombie when I woke up. I have this woman's memory, so I know what kind of person she is. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Then why do you say that you don't remember what happened in the past 5 years? I remember that you went to save Lin Feng and the others. If you don't remember, how do you know where they are? Yuan Tianqing continued to ask. Lin Xiao slightly looked down at the cup in her hand and answered him, I lost 5 years of memory. I don't know if Lin Feng and my mother are still alive in this world. I was at a loss at that time, and I was prepared that they might have already passed away. But I still wanted to find traces of them. Even if one of them was alive, then I would have a direction and wouldn't be so lost. You went to find them with this kind of thought? Yuan Tianqing looked at her with slight surprise. He imagined that when Lin Xiao was at a loss and didn't know if her loved ones were still alive, she maintained her delusion and went to find them. If they had already become zombies, then wouldn't she have to keep looking? If you can't find them, are you going to keep looking for them for the rest of your life? He said with certainty. This wasn't a question, but a judgment that he came to from his understanding of her personality. Yes, you're right. Lin Xiao nodded. Then she looked up at him. What else could I do? You don't know how rotten the zombie's body was when I woke up. I couldn't even bear to look at it. My consciousness was not stable at that time. If I didn't give myself hope, then I don't know what would happen to me. I don't know if I would be able to maintain my humanity in the end. Yuan Tianqing looked at her and didn't say anything. His mind was filled with the scene that Lin Xiao described. Although he couldn't personally experience that feeling, if he changed his way of thinking, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear it for a while. Lin Xiao said these things to him casually. It was entirely because they used to be like best buddies and best friends. But whether it was on the surface or in her heart, Lin Xiao treated Yuan Tianqing as a brother. On the surface, Yuan Tianqing treated her as a brother, but in his heart, there was an extra layer of special feelings. These things that Lin Xiao didn't know before, but now, ever since she became a zombie and could sense his thoughts, she already knew. Chapter 537. Fortunately, everyone is still alive and well, and I arrived at the critical moment. How fortunate! Lin Xiao smiled in a relaxed manner. I remember Yang Jianhua blocked Lin Feng and the others. Yuan Tianqing remembered that when he arrived with serious injuries, he saw Yang Jianhua being beaten by Qiu Lily. Okay, if you have nothing to say, go back and rest. You have a lot of work to do. Don't be lazy here. Lin Xiao chased him away again. This time, Yuan Tianqing didn't refuse. He picked up the blueprint and stood up. Yuan Tianyu walked to the door and opened it. When he walked out, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Duan Wan. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the transparent Duan Wan beside him, he suppressed what he wanted to say and turned to walk out. He seems to have something to say to you. Duan Wan looked at the door and said, maybe. Lin Xiao didn't care. Then he looked at Duan Wan and said, you go back and rest. Everything is fine here. All right. Duan Wan nodded and left as well. Lin Xiao flashed into the space. She stood outside the grassland and found that many of the vegetables had grown. She turned around and walked towards the strawberry field. She found that many of the strawberries were ripe. These days, she didn't let anyone pick the strawberries and vegetables, so now the vegetables had grown, and the strawberries were a lot more ripe. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the small space. She found that after she absorbed her zombie core, the space had become bigger. The space had become bigger, and the location of the small space had moved to the far back. Only the location of the small building had not moved. Those behind the wall, come out. Lin Xiao shouted at the small building. A few seconds after she shouted, she saw a few figures sneaking out from the other side of the building and slowly walking toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the few level 4 zombies she caught in Hangzhou. She waved at them and said, it's you guys, right? Come, I have a job for you. As soon as the zombies heard that there was work, they immediately changed their sluggish behavior and happily ran towards Lin Xiao. They had nothing to do for the past few days. If they had nothing to do, they couldn't drink the water from the lake. If they couldn't drink the water from the lake, they would feel hungry and empty, especially when they looked at the large lake in front of them, but they couldn't get close to it. This feeling was even more uncomfortable. Come, you, go over there and get 2 boxes. Lin Xiao said to one of the zombies, pointing at the empty boxes on the pile of potatoes. The zombie immediately ran over. Lin Xiao said to the other zombies, you guys, stay here and pick the vegetables. Remember, don't pull down the whole tree. If you want to leave some core leaves, just pluck these old leaves. She squatted down and picked a few leaves while teaching them how to do it. Although these zombies had the intelligence of a child, but in order to make them do things well, they still needed to be taught a few times. Therefore, it took Lin Xiao more than 10 minutes to teach them how to pluck the leaves without damaging the plant. Then she taught them how to put the leaves into the boxes. After teaching them, Lin Xiao stood up and walked towards the small building. After a while, she took out a few clean stainless steel basins from the kitchen and then walked to the strawberry field. You two, come here. Lin Xiao pointed at the 2 zombies who were still picking vegetables and asked them to come over and let them pick the strawberries. The 2 zombies stood up, but they forgot to put the leaves in their hands into the boxes. Hey, wait a minute, put the leaves in your hands into the boxes and then come over. Lin Xiao quickly pointed at the leaves in their hands and said. The 2 zombies hurriedly put the vegetables in their hands into the basket and then walked to Lin Xiao's side empty-handed. Lin Xiao was about to give them the basins in her hands, but she suddenly thought of something and quickly retracted her hands. Hey, wait a minute. She suddenly thought, these zombies are colorblind. How can they pick the ripe strawberries? They shouldn't be able to tell. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao frowned and sighed speechlessly. She waved at the 2 zombies and said, hey, forget it. You don't need to pick the strawberries here. Let me do it. You go back and pick the vegetables. Roar? The 2 intermediate zombies looked at her with a confused face. Okay, you can't see the color of the strawberries and you can't smell the fragrance, so you don't know which is ripe and which is not. So you should go pick the vegetables. It's easier to pick vegetables. Lin Xiao looked at them funny. She felt that these zombies' expressions were also very interesting. The 2 zombies silently looked at Lin Xiao for a few seconds, then turned around and went back. Lin Xiao squatted down and began to pick the ripe but not rotten strawberries and put them into the pots. Although Little Man was currently in her stomach, she didn't have any sense of existence. Lin Xiao couldn't feel her existence at all, especially when she was asleep. After picking for an hour, Lin Xiao finally filled up all the pots. She picked one up and, without washing it, she just put it in her mouth and took a bite. The soft pulp melted in her mouth. Sour. Other than sour, there was only sour. In fact, the ripe strawberry no longer tasted sour, but Lin Xiao's sense of taste was different, so she could only taste the sour taste. Woof woof woof. At this time, a strange dog barking came from the forest, and then a bald and ugly dog ran out. Strangely, there was a huge king cobra following behind it. Lin Xiao was just about to stand up with 2 full pots of strawberries when he saw the zombie dog being chased by the glasses. Huh. She looked at the two strangely. Although the zombie dog was running in front, it was running happily. The big glasses dog chased after it angrily. The eyeglasses airbag on its neck opened, and it chased after the zombie dogs but with its head. Lin Xiao looked at the roguelike zombie dog that was charging towards him. He didn't know how to describe it. When the big glasses bit at it, it easily dodged it. But after dodging, it turned back and roared at the cobra before running away again. So for some unknown reason, the big glasses dog chased after it. Woof woof. The zombie excitedly ran towards Lin Xiao, circled around her to hide on the other side, and then stretched out its head to look at the big glasses dog. The king cobra stopped about 10 meters away from Lin Xiao. It raised its upper body high and looked at Lin Xiao with some vigilance. Although it wanted to rush over and call the zombie dog, it was willing to come over when it saw Lin Xiao. Chapter 538. What are you doing? Lin Xiao turned her head and looked at the zombie dog strangely. Awuh, awuh, the zombie dog barked at her and shook its butt. Lin Xiao looked at its shaking butt and felt that it was very strange. It probably wanted to shake its tail, but it forgot how to do it, so it shook its butt in such a strange way. She turned her head to look at the snake and saw that it had already retracted the air sac on its neck. It turned around and retreated into the forest. Did you bully it again? Lin Xiao glared at the zombie dog. She knew what was going on just by looking at the two of them. Although the snake's injuries hadn't healed yet, it was still chasing after the zombie dog with such vigor. It seemed like its injuries were no longer serious. Awuh, the zombie dog shook its head. Okay, go play by yourself. Don't come here and step on my strawberries. Lin Xiao lifted her leg and kicked it. She carried the 2 pots of strawberries back into the building. After putting the 2 pots on the table, she went out and brought the other 2 pots in. The zombie dog lay outside the door and didn't go in. Because there was another little guy in the house, Lin Xiao didn't let it in. Although the zombie dog was very interested in the injured tiger cub, it didn't dare to make Lin Xiao angry. After Lin Xiao placed the 4 pots of strawberries on the table, he walked to the corner of the room and looked at the little tiger that was curled up and sleeping soundly. The cub's injuries hadn't healed yet, but it wasn't life-threatening. Lin Xiao didn't give it any food to eat. She just put a basin of water beside it. At this moment, a gray shadow jumped down from the stairs. Awuh! The zombie dog outside the door suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of the gray furry ball. The gray furry ball came out from the corner of the wall and came under the table and chair. It rubbed against Lin Xiao's feet. It looked at the sleeping tiger cub and slowly moved to the side of its basin of water. It stuck its head out and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Then, it turned around and ran back to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at it blankly. In the next second, she saw the rabbit hugging her leg and biting her pants. What was this guy trying to do? Before Lin Xiao could finish her thoughts, she saw Gray Rabbit biting her trousers and dragging her out. Lin Xiao curiously followed its strength and walked out. When she looked up, she saw the zombie dog staring at her feet with a piercing gaze. Oh, I see. I know what you want to do. Lin Xiao suddenly came to a realization. She finally understood that the rabbit was using her as a shield because of the existence of the zombie dog. She brought the gray-furred rabbit to the door. The gray-furred rabbit stayed close to her feet and vigilantly stared at the zombie dog. All right, don't stay here and scare the little rabbit. Get out. Lin Xiao waved his hand at the zombie dog, telling it to leave. The zombie dog, whose eyes were fixed on the rabbit, growled in dissatisfaction at being driven away by Lin Xiao. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll tie you up with a rope and you won't be able to go anywhere. Lin Xiao pointed at it and glared at it. The zombie dog immediately turned around and ran. Seeing that it had run far away, Lin Xiao used her foot to nudge the rabbit that was next to her. All right, it's gone. Don't stay close to me, I'm going out. As she spoke, she walked down the steps and headed towards the vegetable field. Looking at the bare vegetables that only had a few stamen leaves left, Lin Xiao speechlessly looked at the few level 4 zombies standing in a line. She pointed to the open space in front of the building and said to the zombies, "Go stand there." She turned around and walked towards the back of the building. The zombies in the small space were all crowding at the entrance of the cave and looking at her. All right, don't look anymore. Everyone come out and gather. Lin Xiao stood by the wall of the building and shouted at them. Then she stood on the stairs at the door. Not long after, the zombies from the other side of the space rushed over, messily squeezing into a pile in the open space below her. Lin Xiao found a big bucket and went to the lake to fill it with water. She dragged it back to the front of the building and put it aside. Line up neatly. Didn't I teach you before? Line up. Lin Xiao shouted at them. Xiao waited for more than a minute before the 20 to 30 zombies lined up on their own. Well, it was still crooked. There were still 5 zombie leaders standing on the side, not joining the team. Lin Xiao walked down and pointed at a person in the first row. You step back a little. Then he pointed at the other one that was sunken in the back. You step forward a little. The 2 zombies that were corrected by her moved back and forth a bit and then stood neatly in this row. Lin Xiao walked to the back and kicked them one by one. Remember your positions. Next time you stand in such a mess, I'll kill you. After Lin Xiao organized the team, he walked in front of them and said loudly. She chose a few attack-type zombies such as fire, wind, or ice-type zombies. The few of you come out. I have a mission for you. When the time comes, you will leave with Xie Dong and listen to his arrangements. Do you understand? Lin Xiao chose 5 attack-type zombies and ordered them to stand on the side. The 5 level 4 zombies looked at her blankly. Lin Xiao felt a little headache and rubbed her forehead. The zombies in this space, except for the first batch that she caught in the upper city, she didn't have time to train them. She didn't have time to train the ones she caught on the way to the south. No matter what, just listen to his orders. Do you understand? Lin Xiao could only give them a tough order. Roar dash, although the zombies didn't quite understand, they could only agree first. At this time, Lin Xiao pointed at a zombie at the edge of the 5 zombies, then pointed at the bucket and said, You, go soak in the bucket. Ow. The zombie looked at her blankly. What are you howling for? Go when I tell you to go. When I tell you to get up, get up. Lin Xiao shouted at it expressionlessly. Woo! Under her threat, the zombie had to walk to the side of the bucket. But soon, it was attracted by the cool and sweet smell of the lake. It lay on the edge of the bucket and put its head in. Seeing him like this, Lin Xiao walked over and gave him a kick on the butt. I told you to go in to take a bath. Why did you stick your head in? Do you want me to carry you in?
Ow.
The zombie that was kicked turned around and looked at her blankly, then looked at the bucket. He took a step back, bent his legs, and jumped into the bucket. In the end, he was caught by Lin Xiao in midair, with quick reflexes. You, slowly, crawl in slowly. Roar. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and said to him. Then she couldn't help but roar at him. Chapter 539. The zombie that was yelled at by her shrunk its neck and shivered. The other zombies all shrunk their necks after hearing Lin Xiao's yell. Crawl in slowly. If you jump again, I will kill you. Lin Xiao loosened her hand and put it next to the bucket. This time, the zombie was well behaved and slowly climbed in from the outside of the bucket. Splash. The water didn't splash out much, but it was a little full. Lin Xiao stood next to it for 3 minutes. Then she turned to the zombie in the bucket and said, "Okay, come out." The zombie in the bucket was stunned. Then he thought of Lin Xiao's tyranny and climbed out reluctantly. He stood next to the bucket dripping wet. He looked at Lin Xiao and then looked at the bucket. He looked back and forth a few times, and his expression showed that he missed the water bucket a lot. "Go back and stand properly. You, come out." Lin Xiao asked the wet zombie to go back to its original position and pointed at the zombie next to him. "Go in." She continued to point at the bucket and said to the second zombie. Maybe because of the first one's lead, the second one climbed into the bucket obediently. After 3 minutes, Lin Xiao called it out again. When it returned to the team, the second zombie's expression was the same as the first one. Both of them were staring at the bucket. Lin Xiao ignored them and called the third one out. She also told him to soak in the bucket for 3 minutes. Then she called it back and continued to call the fourth one. Just like that, when the 5 zombies were all soaked in the bucket, Lin Xiao then started to talk to them. "If you can successfully return from the task I just gave you, then I will let you soak in the bucket until you are satisfied. Then I'll let you soak in this bucket until you're satisfied." Lin Xiao looked at the 5 zombies that had become wet and said. After she said that, the eyes of the 5 zombies lit up and they looked at Lin Xiao with longing. When Lin Xiao saw their expressions, she knew that what she did just now was effective. She wanted these zombies to have a taste of the energy lake, and then they would have a great desire for this benefit. This way, when they followed Xiaodong out, they wouldn't have to worry about running away. Of course, Lin Xiao was also prepared for them to run away. Of course, if you dare to run away on your own during the mission, you'll be punished accordingly. Then, I'll ask Xiaodong to kill all of you. She narrowed her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she spoke with a smile. Although she was smiling, her smile was very cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. All the zombies who met her eyes immediately lowered their heads or looked away. Fear, dread, guilt, and other emotions occupied their minds. "Do you understand?" Lin Xiao put away his strange smile and shouted at the 5 zombies with an expressionless face. "Roar." The 5 zombies responded weakly. "Don't worry, be obedient, and I won't kill you. Also, it would be great if you could soak in the energy water. Am I right? But if you don't listen to me, then even if I don't kill you now, it won't be long before you die. You will also be killed by other humans." Lin Xiao said to them. The zombies didn't dare to make a sound and looked at her carefully. "All right, I'll bring you out in a bit. Get ready, I'll bring you out in a bit. As for the others, don't move." Lin Xiao said loudly, turned around and left the space. She walked out of her room, then walked to Xiaodong's room and directly raised her hand to knock on the door. Xiaodong quickly came out and opened the door. When he saw Lin Xiao, he immediately gave way. After Lin Xiao came in, she said, "I'll send 5 level 4 zombies to lead the team for you. If they don't listen to you, you can deal with them according to the severity of the situation. If you can, it's okay to just kill them." Zombies that don't follow orders will be a hidden danger in the future. Xiaodong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Then he saw Lin Xiao flash in front of him and then disappeared. But within a few seconds, he saw her dragging a bundle of wet zombies in front of him. Looking at the carpet that was drenched by the zombies, Xiaodong silently raised his head and waved at them. A hot wind blew on their bodies, and soon the water droplets on their bodies were dried. "Your mission is to secretly protect Li Zheng and the others, and also to pass messages or come back to get supplies. As zombies, as long as you don't face humans, there won't be too much of a hindrance. Do you understand this?" Lin Xiao stood on the side, crossed her arms, and said. Xiaodong nodded. Lin Xiao then said to the 5 level 4 zombies, when you go out, you have to listen to him. Understand? Roar. The 5 zombies all responded to her. Okay, then come out and go to the room next door. Listen, without my or his orders, don't come out of the room. Understand? Lin Xiao walked to the door, opened it, pointed to the door next door, and looked back at the 5 zombies. The 5 zombies walked out one by one, and then stood outside the door next door. They blankly looked at the closed door, not knowing what to do next. They didn't know how to open the door and they couldn't scratch, right? Lin Xiao walked out and looked at the dumbfounded zombies. She sighed, walked over, and stretched out her hand to help them. Watch, next time do it yourself. Phew. The 5 zombies' expressions became complicated. Their originally scary faces became a little awkward because of the frown. Go in. What are you waiting for? Lin Xiao waved her hand towards the door. After seeing them all go in, she closed the door. Lin Xiao suddenly felt very tired. These level 4 zombies were really like children. She was afraid of taking care of children. Back in front of Xie Dong's door, Lin Xiao said to him, I'll leave them to you. Xie Dong nodded. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. She thought about it and finally decided to stop in front of Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying's room. She raised her hand and knocked on the door, and soon the door was opened from the inside. Leader, it's so late. Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen lived in the same room. After seeing it was Lin Xiao, she subconsciously looked back at Lin Wenwen who was in the room. Lin Xiao also followed her line of sight and saw that his sister, who didn't like to exercise, was doing a horse stance. That's right, she was doing a horse stance. Lin Xiao walked into the room curiously and saw that Lin Wenwen's face was already red, and her legs were also trembling.
How long has she been?
Lin Xiao walked to the other side and waved her hand on the tea cabinet. A few pots of strawberries appeared on the table of the cabinet. 40 minutes, I think. Hey, the strawberries in your space are so ripe. Long Qingying replied, Yeah, I haven't picked them for a long time, so they're a lot ripe. Lin Xiao nodded. That's true. There's no season in your space, but the strawberries are still bearing fruit. Long Qingying said strangely. Chapter 540. It's not that simple. Even the air in my space contains energy. So, after the plants absorb the energy, they will act as if they have been injected with stimulants. Lin Xiao waved his hand and looked at Lin Wenwen. She looks like she's dying. How long does she have to stay there? Long Qingying said, Oh, if it doesn't affect her, she can stand for 50 minutes. Before she could finish, Lin Wenwen had already stood up. Phew, less than 50 minutes. Wow, I want to eat strawberries. Lin Wenwen stood and rested for a while before dragging her tired legs over. She took a strawberry and went to the bathroom to wash it. How's your combat training going? How many are hard to deal with? Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and asked Lin Wenwen. I don't know, I haven't fought in a real battle. Lin Wenwen shook her head and said, For ordinary low-level zombies, she can handle 2 to 3. I think more than 3 would be a bit difficult. It depends on her reaction speed. If it's dealing with normal humans, it should be enough to deal with 1 or 2 men, Long Qingying estimated. Lin Xiao scratched her chin and looked at Lin Wenwen, suddenly complaining, Wenwen's reaction speed is not good. Lin Wenwen looked at her with a gloomy face, but she couldn't reply. Because Lin Xiao was right, her reaction speed was not good. So, Wenwen, you need real battle to train your reaction speed. Lin Xiao said to Lin Wenwen seriously.
Ah?
Lin Wenwen didn't understand what Lin Xiao meant. Was he planning to let her start real battle? But she had never fought in real battle before, so Lin Xiao was going to arrange for a few people to train with her? Leader, are you going to let Wenwen go on a mission with you? Long Qingying said something else. Yes. Ching is right. Lin Xiao smiled and pointed at Long Qingying. You want me to go with you? Lin Wenwen was a little stunned. Because she had never been sent out for a mission before, she thought that Lin Xiao wouldn't think of sending her out. Hearing this, Lin Wen didn't react for a moment. This time, you followed Lin Feng and the others from the Hell King's base to here. You have experienced many dangers along the way. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of, Lin Xiao said to Lin Wenwen. She paused and continued, if you don't really fight with those zombies, then you will never understand their situation. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win, right? Lin Wenwen fell silent. She did not speak. In the past, she would have protested. That was because she felt that why she had to do such a dangerous thing? Why not let Lin Hao, Lin Feng, and the others do it? They were clearly stronger than her. But now Lin Wenwen didn't think so. She was thinking about the meaning behind Lin Xiao's words. After escaping from the Netherworld King's base, they had encountered many dangers along the way. However, because of Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and other soldiers protecting her and Mrs. Lin, almost all the soldiers are dead. In the end, only Lu Junjie and the others were left. In fact, if it weren't for protecting Lin Luoran, Mrs. Lin, and Lu who are defenseless, there wouldn't be so many casualties. There's no way to improve your strength faster than actual combat. Only when you're in a dangerous environment will you be able to stimulate your potential. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xiao looked at her quietly. I understand. Lin Wenwen nodded. She had indeed thought it through. I was too protective of you in the past. I might have forgotten the term, pet killer. After all, this is the end of the world. If you don't learn some self-defense skills, you will die sooner or later. Lin Xiao sighed, looked at her with regret, and lowered her eyes. No, it's not your fault. In fact, it's also my fault. If I had realized this earlier, I wouldn't have only started to realize it now. Sister, this has nothing to do with you. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Xiao, but her eyes didn't seem to blame her. She continued, I am willing to go out and fight with zombies. In fact, I also want to know where my limit is. Yes, because we don't have enough people now. Lin Feng and Lin Hao went out to collect supplies, so they can't bring too many people. You happen to be a space type, so you can go and be a mobile warehouse. I'll let Qing go with you. I think the two of you are enough. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them and said. Long Qingying didn't say anything and just nodded expressionlessly. I'm fine with it. Lin Wenwen opened her eyes wide and seemed to be a little excited. Her short hair was naughtily curled up, which gave her a refreshing and cute temperament. Lin Xiao looked at the current Lin Wenwen. In fact, her muscles were already very strong, and after persisting in training for so long, the results were already visible. Maybe it was because of her physical and combat training, the temperament of her body had completely changed. The gentle and quiet that she had when she had straight black hair was gone, and now she looked very youthful and lively. Although she wasn't young, she had a petite face, which made her look like a little girl. That's it then. Go and tell Lin Feng yourself. Oh, right. Take these strawberries to the kitchen and find a way to keep them fresh. We can distribute them tomorrow. Lin Xiao pointed at the strawberries on the table, then stood up and walked towards the door. Okay, I got it. Lin Wenwen nodded. The next afternoon, Lin Feng went to the cornfield in Wushan to look for Lin Xiao. Did you ask Wenwen to go with us to collect resources? He stood beside Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao was catching worms on the sweet potato leaves next to the corn. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she replied, I asked her to go. What's wrong? Lin Feng frowned and said disapprovingly, if she goes, she might be a hindrance. We have to split our attention with her, and it's too dangerous for her. She doesn't have much experience. I asked her to go with Qing. She won't be a hindrance. Also, we don't have enough manpower, and there are too many things we need to do. When you collect resources, you should at least bring a space-type paranormal with you. Also, if we don't let her learn how to protect herself, then she can only stop moving forward. Instead of letting us protect her, it's better to let her protect herself, Lin Xiao said calmly to Lin Feng. Also, she herself agreed. Since she has this idea, isn't it good? Our base can't afford to keep idle people. If you say so. Okay then. Lin Feng couldn't win against her in an argument. Even if he didn't agree, he could only accept this fact. Because whether it was for the public or private, what she said was reasonable. Chapter 541. After answering Lin Wenwen's question, Lin Feng looked around and said, "The soil here looks quite fertile, but are the things you planted really edible?" "Are you still doubting that?" Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "Do you think I'll plant it if I can't eat it?" "Don't worry, I've already dealt with the soil infection. You won't turn into a zombie if you eat it." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. "Did Yuan Tianqing discuss the direction of your departure with you?" Lin Xiao asked him. "I talked to him in the morning. According to what you said, we'll go to the downtown area first." Lin Feng replied, "I've already sent a few zombie leaders to the downtown area to deal with the high-level zombies. You'll have to deal with the ordinary zombies by yourselves." Lin Xiao reminded him. The zombie uncle and the old man came back on time this morning. They brought Lin Xiao more than 10 level 3 and 4 zombie cores and 2 zombie leaders cores. With these, she could level up Jun.
Got it.
Lin Feng replied and left the cornfield. Lin Xiao stood up from the ground. When she was about to go to the next corn, she suddenly paused and turned her head to look at the direction of the base. She sniffed and turned to a tree on the side of the road and shouted, "Lily, there are guests coming from Haicheng. Go receive them." "Okay." Xiao Lily, who was sitting on the tree, replied and directly jumped off the tree. At this time, about 2 kilometers away from the zombies, a team of cars was heading to the upper city base. In the military escape car at the front, a beautiful woman sat in the passenger seat. She looked ahead curiously. "How far?" she asked. "About 1 to 2 kilometers away." The driver replied, "Is it true? Can they make the zombies give them a line of defense? Humans can't do that." Yan Fengyu's face was full of disbelief. "Deputy leader, you'll see it when you get there. It'll be quick." The driver smiled at her. After a while, Yan Fengyu widened her eyes and looked at the motionless wall of zombies in front of her. Of course, she wasn't surprised to see zombies. What surprised her was that these zombies were just standing there quietly. Seeing them appear and smelling the human scent, they didn't rush over like the other zombies she had seen before. Yan Fengyu stopped the team in front of the zombies. She poked her head out of the car and observed the movement of the zombies curiously. She asked, "How do we get there now?" "Oh, don't worry. Someone will make them move later." The driver had been here twice, so he wasn't nervous. "I see." Yan Fengyu nodded in understanding. She sat in the car and waited patiently. But the workers on the truck behind them were not so calm. They all leaned on the front of the truck and looked at the direction of the zombies. His eyes were filled with confusion, fear, confusion, and other emotions. At this time, the zombie walls suddenly moved. They're moving." Yan Fengyu's eyes brightened. Then everyone saw the zombies slowly split apart, revealing the road in the middle. The driver immediately drove the car forward.
"Oh, look.
"Someone's coming. Where is it? How come I don't see it?" Yan Fengyu glanced around. Except for the ordinary zombies that retreated, she didn't see anyone. The driver said, "Maybe you can see a shadow on the top of those tall buildings." Yan Fengyu slightly raised her head and saw a white shadow flash across the tall buildings in the distance and then disappeared.
What?
There really is. She was surprised. Of course there is. These zombies are controlled by the people in this base. The driver answered her. So the group of people passed through the path that the zombies made for them. After they passed, they looked back and saw that the zombies behind them had moved back to their original position. Someone is really controlling them. Yan Fengyu didn't believe that humans could control these zombies. But what she saw just now made her somewhat unable to understand. The driver smiled and said, "I don't know how they do it, but we can only get used to it." Yan Fengyu turned her head and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She didn't speak to the driver again and remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. If the people in the upper city base really had a way to control zombies, then if she knew these methods and brought them back to High City base, it would be a huge breakthrough for the future development of High City. She had to find a way to understand the situation. When Yan Fengyu's motorcade arrived in front of the hotel, Lu Junjie walked to the door of the conference room and directly opened it. After pushing the door open, he pushed it open and said to Yuan Tianqing, who was looking at the plan inside, "Deputy Leader Beauty Yen from High City is here." Yuan Tianqing put down his pen and stood up. "Okay, I got it." He rolled up the plan on the table and turned around to put it in the corner of the conference room behind him. Then, he walked out of the conference room. When he reached the hall downstairs, he saw Yan Fengyu sitting on the sofa with two subordinates standing behind her. Seeing Yuan Tianqing's slender figure walking out, Yan Fengyu's eyes lit up. She happily greeted him. "Yo, Mr. Yuan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look more handsome. Seeing such a good man like you, I can't bear to go back to High City. What's wrong?" Seeing that the other party teased him as soon as she opened her mouth, Yuan Tianqing only smiled faintly and walked over. "It's rare for Deputy Leader Yen to visit." He sat opposite her. "What's so rare about it? I was just curious and came to take a look." "Why, you don't welcome me." Yan Fengyu narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at him with a smile. "How is that possible? Deputy Leader Yen, you're a beauty. With a beauty here, everyone's mood will brighten up." Yuan Tianqing smiled and said to her. Then, he meaningfully glanced at the men around them who were sneaking glances at them from time to time. Yan Fengyu glanced at them from the corner of her eyes, but she didn't mind and looked at Yuan Tianqing again. "Okay, I brought you 200 people this time. How are you going to thank me? However, I heard that you've taken in a lot of people from the Netherworld King's base. Are my 200 people no longer useful?" "That's not possible." Yuan Tianqing smiled at her and said, "Even if we took in people from the Netherworld King's base, we still lack manpower to build the wall. After all, the wall we're building is still more than 10 miles away. Although it won't be as hard as building the Great Wall, with just a few thousand people, it's not enough." "That's more like it." Yan Fengyu smiled and pretended to be relieved. "Okay, stop pretending. You know it in your heart. Is there a need to say it out loud?" Yuan Tianqing retorted. Chapter 542. "Ha ha ha, you saw through me? All right then." Yan Fengyu didn't mind at all and smiled. Instead, she seemed very happy. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew outside the house, and the sound of raindrops began to come from afar. It's raining. After this rain, the temperature will probably drop by a few degrees again. It's getting cold. Yan Fengyu looked outside. "All right, I've prepared a room for you.
Go up and rest."
If you need anything, you can find me in the conference room. I work there." Yuan Tianqing stood up and said to her familiarly, then turned and walked in the direction of the stairs. "All right, although I'm not very tired, I still appreciate your kindness." Yan Fengyu stood up and followed behind Yuan Tianqing with a smile. How many days are you going to stay here?" Yuan Tianqing asked her as he led the way.
"Why?"
"You want to chase me away? Don't worry, I won't stay too long. I'm not here to send you off. I'm here to take a look at the situation of your buildings." Yan Fengyu's sexy red lips curled into a seductive smile. After Yuan Tianqing brought her to her room, he pushed the door open and walked in 2 steps before standing by the door, waiting for her. Yan Fengyu walked in and glanced at the clean and tidy room. Although it wasn't big, the environment was not bad. "How is it? Are you satisfied? If not, I'll get you another room." Yuan Tianqing put his hands in his pockets and said to her back. Yan Fengyu immediately turned around and waved at him. No need to change. This room is quite good. Am I that kind of person who is picky?" Yuan Tianqing nodded. "That's good. If there's nothing else, you can rest first." With that said, he prepared to leave. Wait. But Yan Fengyu didn't intend to let him go immediately. She stopped him and walked to the door to look outside. She reached out and pulled him to the side, then closed the door. I have a question to ask. I wonder if Deputy Leader Yuan can help me? She turned around and crossed her arms in front of her chest, revealing her cleavage. She looked at him and asked with a smile. Oh, what question? Yuan Tianqing looked at her curiously. Originally, I thought that even if I asked you directly, you might not tell me. But I don't like to send people to spy on the situation, so after thinking about it, I decided to ask you directly. Yan Fengyu's eyes locked onto his. However, Yuan Tianqing was indifferent to her beautiful and enchanting eyes. He still maintained his original faint smile as he looked at her. Go ahead. If I can answer, of course, I can tell you. Yes, I'm curious. What method did you use to control the zombies on the periphery? I think that the news about your base will spread out in the future. At that time, not only me but the others will also be very interested in the situation here. Yan Fengyu rubbed her chin, her eyes filled with doubt. However, Yuan Tianqing just smiled generously. Oh, you're asking about this. You can catch a few zombie leaders and train them. Then you will be just like us. He didn't directly say that there were a few level 2 zombie kings in the base, but he also didn't hide the fact that they were using high-level zombies to control low-level zombies. In any case, the more one tried to hide something, the more interested the other party would be. It was better to tell them half the truth, which would have a better effect. Catch zombie leaders to train? Yan Fengyu was a bit stunned and looked at him with a puzzled face. Train? How to train? Just catching a level 5 zombie leader would take a lot of effort, and it was not easy to control it. How could they train it? Oh, I actually don't know this method, so I can't answer you if you ask me. We don't care about this. Yuan Tianqing continued to fool her.
Not you?
Then who? Yan Fengyu was surprised. How could there be something that Yuan Tianqing didn't know? I can't tell you that. Yuan Tianqing smiled. Okay, I understand. Yan Fengyu understood what he meant. After all, every base had their own secrets. Then I'll go back to work. Yuan Tianqing quickly left. After Qiu Lily let them in, she returned to Wu Shan on the other side. Who is it? Lin Xiao and Xin Yuzhen were hiding in the wooden house because it was raining. Because it was raining, she put the 3 zombies into the space and rewarded them with a few cups of water. She and Xin Yuzhen sat in the small wooden house and watched the rain hit the ground outside. As for Lu Jun, she had already gone to the pond and gathered the surrounding rain into the pond. Qiu Lily hid inside and said, Hai Cheng's female deputy leader. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Oh, that woman. Finally couldn't help but make a move? What do you mean? Qiu Lily looked at her strangely. Did you already know she was coming? Lin Xiao smiled. Oh, her. She was interested in Yuan Tianqing, and although she didn't show it on her face, she has always been suspicious about Yuan Tianqing bringing people to rebuild the base. Maybe in her eyes, Yuan Tianqing's rebuilding of the base will never succeed. Qiu Lily looked at her blankly. Whether she believes it or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with her. It's not a matter of whether it has anything to do with her or not. It seems that what she didn't believe at the beginning has become true. She must be very curious and can't help but want to find out. That woman's thoughts have always been not simple. She has strength and means, otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting in the position of deputy leader. Lin Xiao said. Do you know her very well? You can even guess her thoughts? Qiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao doubtfully. It's not a guess. Have you forgotten that I can sense other people's thoughts? I've been by her side, so I know what she is thinking. You don't say. She looks like a goddess in High City, but her needs are also very big. But Lin Xiao thought of some of the woman's dark thoughts, and her eyes slightly narrowed. Qiu Lily looked at her expression and seemed to have guessed something. She opened her eyes wide and looked at her curiously. You seem to know some unspeakable secret. Tell me, did that woman do something? Lin Xiao nodded. Now, all the men in High City think that she is a noble and abstinent woman. But they don't know that in order to maintain this image, she has killed many men who have slept with her. After saying that, A black light flashed in her eyes. Chiu Lily's eyes widened. Although she was still in the Lolita stage, she already knew about the things between men and women. She also secretly killed people? Chiu Lily couldn't believe it. Chapter 543. Lin Xiao smiled and said to her, "Everyone has desires, whether it's a man or a woman. If you've had a taste of this, even if your needs aren't big, you'll still have them. It's just that this Yan Fengyu is different from others. Although her needs aren't very strong, she won't resist them. However, on the other hand, she still has to maintain her pure image. She definitely won't let others find out that she has already done it with men, and more than one man." More than one? Chiu Lily was at a loss. She imprisoned the man she fancied without anyone finding out. When she wanted it, she would go to the other party. She could provide food and drink for the other party, but she wouldn't allow that person to leave that place, because this would leak out the matter between her and him. So if the man didn't listen, or if she got tired of playing, she would just kill him and destroy the corpse, Lin Xiao said lightly. This time, not only was Chiu Lily stunned, but Xin Yuzhen was also stunned. Xin Yuzhen was originally from Sea City, and she was very familiar with Yan Fengyu. However, it was because she was too familiar with her that she was shocked at this moment. She had never imagined that the most beautiful woman in the entire Sea City base would do such a thing in secret. In the eyes of everyone, Yan Fengyu had always been elegant and beautiful, an existence that ordinary goddesses couldn't touch. And after the existence of a woman like Lu Tianyu, Yan Fengyu's popularity rose even more. I really can't tell. If I wasn't close to her and could sense her thoughts, I really wouldn't have known. I really don't know that she has already planned to slowly seduce Yuan Tianqing and finally put him under house arrest. Ever since Yuan Tianqing was still in Sea City, this woman already had this idea, Lin Xiao said with a sneer. Indeed, this woman's methods were brilliant. She did these dark things, but no one in the entire base knew about it. No one in the entire base knew about it, and they even used Lu Tianyu's reputation to cover it up. This kind of woman was very dangerous.
Oh my God.
So, she's this kind of person. Chiu Lily came back to her senses and suddenly thought of what Lin Xiao had just said. You said she's still interested in Yuan Tianqing? Then what should we do? Don't tell me she's here to kidnap Yuan Tianqing this time? Lin Xiao shook his head. I'm not sure, but I guess she won't do anything this time. Maybe she's just here to scout out the situation. She's a woman who likes to set things up. Isn't Yuan Tianqing in danger? It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Chiu Lily was a little anxious. Should we tell Yuan Tianqing to be on guard? Lin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, I will tell Wenwen first. After Wenwen tells him, Lily, you go and warn him again. Why do you want Wenwen to do it? Why do you want me to do it? Chiu Lily didn't quite understand her words. Because Tianqing might not believe Wenwen's words. That's why he will be more cautious when you show up later, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Since you know he doesn't trust Wenwen, why did you let Wenwen go? Can't you just let me go? Chiu Lily still didn't understand. I don't know what's in your head. Haven't you realized that Lin Wenwen likes Yuan Tianqing after staying here for so many days? I think Big Sister Zombie is doing this to give them a breakthrough in their relationship. At this time, a clear voice suddenly sounded, speaking to Chiu Lily with disdain. Chiu Lily turned around and saw Elmar standing at the door with some steam on her head. So that's how it is. I say, can't you speak properly? Are you looking for a beating? Chiu Lily seemed to understand something after hearing Elmar's words. However, she was immediately annoyed by Elmar's words and retorted with a glare. It turned out that the two of them were at odds. Chapter 544. She still has this kind of idea? No, I have to go talk to my sister. Lin Wenwen came back to her senses and said with some surprise. All right, I was going to talk to her about this, but I was busy until now. Now that you're here, you can go. Yuan Tianqing nodded and agreed to let her explain the situation. He continued, you go and tell your sister that Yan Fangyu is very interested in the appearance of the zombies when she came in. She thinks that we must have some way to control those zombies. But I told her half the truth, that there is indeed someone here who can control zombies. But I let her go and catch a few zombie leaders to train, it will be fine. But I didn't tell her the method and the person who can control zombies. She actually wants to do this. It's fine if she wants to do it on you, but she even wants to do it on our base. This woman is really annoying. Why didn't I know she was this kind of person before? Lin Wenwen pursed her lips and said with a gloomy face. She didn't blame Yuan Tianqing for the half-truth and half-lie to Yan Fangyu. Anyway, no matter what Yuan Tianqing did, she would support him. I will go back and talk to my sister. Lin Wenwen wanted to turn around and leave. Hey, wait a minute. You haven't said what you meant by what you said just now. What do you mean by preventing me from being seduced by her? What does your sister mean? Yuan Tianqing suddenly stopped her. Oh, my sister said that this woman has bad intentions towards you. She may not directly attack you now, but you have to be careful of her trap. Lin Wenwen said to him impatiently. It was all because this man was so good-looking that he actually attracted such a big butterfly. Trap? Why would she want to trap me? Yuan Tianqing asked puzzledly. My sister said that this woman is not as good as she looks. Well, you better be careful. You will see her true colors in the future. After Lin Wenwen finished speaking, she turned around and left. Well, I will pass on the message to you. You do as you see fit. I will pass on your message now. After that, she walked to the door, opened the door, and walked out. Yuan Tianqing was left behind, not knowing what to do as he stared at the closed door. However, Lin Xiao had sent Lin Wenwen to pass the message because he was worried that Yi Futian would be seduced by the great beauty Yan. Was this a sign that he cared about Yi Futian? Yuan Tianqing was happy for less than a second before he became dejected again. Alright, it was his own wishful thinking. Since he and Lin Xiao were comrades, she would definitely not leave him be. Furthermore, as the leader, he should also pay attention to this aspect. After all, this could be a factor that could endanger the base. On the other side, Lin Wenwen ran to Lin Xiao's room on the 5th floor. Actually, the distribution of the rooms on the 5th floor was a little bit of consideration. The few rooms near the stairs were actually for Lin Xiao, Qiu Lili, Elmar, Xie Dong, Lu Jun, and Xin Yuzhen, these zombies with memories and humanity. The rooms further away from the stairs were occasionally occupied by other zombies. Therefore, when someone came up, it was convenient to look for them at the staircase. So she still has this idea. I knew this woman's mind was not pure. If she could figure out our method of controlling zombies, then her position in the base would definitely rise a lot. After listening to Lin Wenwen's words, Lin Xiao smiled and shook her head. All right, go back and rest. After sending Lin Wenwen off, Qiu Lili and Elmar, who were in the room, said, why is this woman getting more and more annoying? She actually has this idea. But she definitely can't guess that we are the people who control the zombies. She doesn't need to learn any method at all. It's natural to suppress them. Lin Xiao smiled indifferently. You don't understand. Controlling zombies will cause a lot of waves in this apocalypse. Think about it, if every base has this kind of skill, then do we still need to be afraid of zombies when we leave the base? Without the threat of zombies, in the future, they will be able to move forward easily in the apocalypse. They can also restrict the growth of zombies. I believe that in a few years, the number of zombies will be gradually eliminated by the gradually stronger humans. Then humans can rebuild their homes. For humans, this was the birth of a century. How could it not cause a big wave? Wow, according to what you said. Then wouldn't our base be finished by then? Qiu Lili said with some fear. Although we won't be finished, it will still be a disaster. Elmar said with a calm face. Her eyes flashed with a burst of cold light. Don't worry, I won't let Yan Fengyu know about us. Also, I'm going to investigate the two people who brought the zombies here before. What kind of method did they use to travel with the zombies? Lin Xiao scratched his chin thoughtfully. Just as she finished speaking, her fingers that were scratching her chin suddenly stopped. She turned her head. When Qiu Lily and the other Lolas noticed her movement and expression, they saw that Lin Xiao suddenly disappeared from the room. They looked at each other. Downstairs, everyone quietly returned to their rooms. There was basically nothing outside except for few soldiers standing guard at the stairs. Yuan Tianqing temporarily finished his work, then put away the blueprints and got up to leave the conference room. However, there were still people guarding the door of the conference room. Because there were a lot of information about the base inside, they were standing guard to prevent people from entering. Not long after Yuan Tianqing left, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the soldier. One hand covered the ordinary soldier's mouth and nose, and the other hand grabbed his throat. The black shadow quickly dragged the soldier, who didn't have time to struggle. The hand covering the soldier's mouth suddenly loosened, and the door of the conference room opened with a backhand. The person was dragged in neatly and quietly. The door was quickly closed. No one noticed the movement here. At this time, the soldier who was dragged into the conference room was completely motionless in the dark. Specks of starlight flashed from his open mouth and nostrils, and then suddenly there was a faint red glow in his stomach and throat. Soon, the red light spread from his throat to his chest, expanded throughout his chest, and then spread to the rest of his body. After the red light shone in the soldier's body for more than 10 seconds, it dimmed and then disappeared. However, there was a piece of black ash on the ground that couldn't be seen in the dark. The black shadow moved his feet and directly swept the black ash away. He turned around and turned on the mini flashlight in his hand. With the light facing downwards, he carefully and quietly searched the surroundings. The people in the room didn't know that when he dragged the guard into the conference room and closed the door, there was a transparent shadow leaning against the door, quietly listening to the slight movements he made inside. Chapter 545. The figure in the conference room searched for a while, but obviously didn't find what he was looking for. He searched again unwillingly, and finally gave up and walked back to the door. He carefully listened to the movements outside the door. After confirming that there was no one, he gently opened the door and prepared to leave. I didn't expect Miss Yen to casually enter other people's conference rooms. How was it? Did you find what you were looking for? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The person who was about to leave the conference room was startled. His beautiful eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xiao outside the door. Lin Xiao put his hands in his pants pockets, bent one leg, and leaned against the wall by the door. She tilted her head and looked at Yan Fengyu, who wore a black mask that couldn't hide her identity. There was a faint smile at her eyes. Yan Fengyu was shocked. She suddenly turned around and rushed to the window on the other side of the conference room. It seemed like she wanted to break through the window and rush out. But she wasn't fast enough. Just as she rushed to the window and touched it, a hand suddenly grabbed her slender neck from behind. She then felt a strong force pulling her back. Then, her body flew back uncontrollably. Bang! Yan Fengyu was thrown back and hit the cabinet by the wall. Click! The lights were turned on, and the dark conference room immediately became bright. Lin Xiao walked back from the window and looked at Yan Fengyu, who was a little stunned from the fall. What? You still want to run? Do you think you can still run away? Let's not talk about you sneaking into my conference room to find secrets. Just the fact that you casually killed one of my soldiers, I won't let you go easily. Lin Xiao looked down at her sitting on the floor and said, Da-da-da. Hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Not long after, Duan appeared at the door with a group of people. Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers who followed Duan and immediately pointed their guns at Yan Fengyu. Yan Fengyu came back to her senses. She didn't take off her mask, but stared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Lin Xiao's eyes returned to normal, and she was also wearing a military uniform. There didn't seem to be anything special about her. Yen Fengyu only treated her as a normal human. Don't you have anything to say, Beauty Yen? Beauty Yen's? Lin Xiao looked at the calm Yen Fengyu, retreated to the conference table, leaned against the edge of the table, and asked with a smile. Yen Fengyu stood up slowly and took off her mask. He smiled at Lin Xiao. Are you the leader here now? Her smile was very relaxed, and her expression did not appear to be flustered. Although Yen Fengyu had seen Lin Xiao once when she was dealing with Yang Chao, Lin Xiao was still wearing glasses at that time. The Lin Xiao she saw now was very different from that time. If Yen Fengyu didn't remember her voice, she wouldn't have recognized her. That's right, I'm the leader here. So, how do you think I should deal with you now? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and nodded. Punish? Haha. I don't think you are qualified. However, Yen Fengyu laughed. Her eyes were filled with contempt as she looked at Lin Xiao. Do you really think this is a base? I don't think you have more than 4,000 people here. Don't forget that we have people here too. Lin Xiao looked at her and asked with a faint smile. What you mean is that I don't dare to touch you. Yes, your base does have by one's people, and we don't have as many people as you. But do you think you can steal information from our base? And kill people? Lin Xiao's smile faded at the end. She said coldly, I'm afraid even Wu Qingyue doesn't have this right. This Yen Fengyu actually thinks that I don't dare to do anything to her. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Haiqing base is so big, and there are millions of survivors living there. There must be no less than 300,000 ordinary soldiers. Any one of the enemy's brigade or army can wipe out thousands of people, and the base that hasn't even been built yet. So, Yen Fengyu, with her status as the deputy leader, didn't put Lin Xiao in her eyes at all. And in fact, Yen Fengyu really thought so. I don't have the intention to steal your information. Moreover, you didn't see what I got. Moreover, what do you have here that can interest me? Oh, then tell me, why did you come here in the dark? You know that there are only a few people in my base, but you killed one of my people. Don't you know that you can't kill people when you enter the base? Lin Xiao asked her indifferently. I was just passing by. Do you believe it? As for killing people, did you see it? Or did you see it? Or did you? Yen Fengyu smiled and denied what she just did. She raised her hand and pointed from Lin Xiao to Duanwan and the people beside Duanwan. Then she casually walked to the main seat of the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. You, don't quibble. Our leader caught you in the act, and you still don't admit it. Lin Xiao and Duanwan didn't say anything, but Li Hongsheng, who was beside Duanwan, stared at Yen Fengyu and scolded. Everyone present had never seen such a shameless woman, and they all stared at her angrily. I quibble? Hee, do I need to do that? Yen Fengyu shrugged. Everyone stared at her angrily, but they really didn't dare to do anything to her. Therefore, everyone's eyes moved to Lin Xiao's face, hoping that she would give instructions to deal with this arrogant woman. This woman was so beautiful, and they originally thought that she had a good temperament, so she should be a good person. But in the end, their dream was shattered so quickly. But the other party was very confident because she had a backer, so these people really didn't dare to touch her. After all, Haiqing base did help a lot and also sent over 700 to 800 people over. If this woman went out and shouted, then these 700 to 800 people would immediately listen to her and deal with them. In fact, the most important thing was that they were afraid that Haiqing base would get some news and mistakenly think that they were making things difficult for Yen Fengyu. If that continued, things would get out of hand. Say, if the people of Haiqing base saw you now, how would they feel? Lin Xiao ignored her arrogant attitude and asked indifferently.
Me now?
What's wrong with me now? Am I not doing very well? Is there a problem? Seeing that the people present only dared to block the door and not dare to approach her, Yen Fengyu became even more proud. She didn't care about Lin Xiao's words at all. Is that so? All right then, Miss Yen, please go back to your room and stay there. But please don't come out and go through other people's things and kill people. I will send someone to invite your leader over to deal with this matter, So please cooperate for the time being, Miss Yen. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and said to her. Chapter 546. Are you saying that you're going to put me under house arrest?
How dare you?
Do I need your permission to go anywhere I want? Yan Fengyu sneered and stood up abruptly. He walked toward the door with big strides. Duan Wan, send Miss Yen back to her room, Lin Xiao said to the silent Duan Wan. Duan Wan, who had a calm expression, immediately moved in front of Yan Fengyu. She said to her expressionlessly, Miss Yen, please don't be willful. It's better for you to return to your room with us. Otherwise, if our leader gets angry, it won't do you any good. If you want me to return to your room, let me ask you, do you have the power to do so? Call your Yuan Tianxing over. Maybe I'll give you some face, Yan Fengyu said to Duan Wan with a sneer after she was blocked.
I'm sorry.
Duan Wan frowned. She was only a level 5 paranormal. Facing a level 6 paranormal was still a lot of pressure. But she bit the bullet and said to Yan Fengyu, just give up. You're a woman who uses appearances to cover up the ugliness in your heart. Don't even think about being our deputy leader. What did you say? Yan Fengyu's expression suddenly darkened. Her eyes instantly turned cold as she stared at Duan Wan. Duan Wan looked back at her calmly. Yan Fengyu stared at her for a few seconds. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she swung her hand at Duan Wan. The hand that she swatted out carried with it a high temperature. Her movement was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Yan Fengyu's flame palm was about to hit Duan Wan's chest. Duan Wan stepped back in time, but there were people behind her blocking her. So, even though she reacted, the people behind her did not. At this time, the people behind her who could not react became Duan Wan's obstacle. Uft! A hand blocked in front of Duan Wan in time. With a turn of the hand, it blocked Yan Fengyu's attack towards Duan Wan and flung it to the side. Yan Fengyu staggered from being thrown, and before she could react, her hand was grabbed and her entire body was pushed from behind. In the blink of an eye, her face was pressed against the wall, unable to move. Although you are a level 6 arcanist and a deputy leader, you are still a level 6 arcanist. But you have to pay with your life too, so you better be prepared to die. Don't think that you can walk out of this space unscathed. Lin Xiao's faint voice came from behind Yan Fengyu. You, let me go. Let me tell you, if you dare touch a single hair on my head, Haiqing will not let you off. Our leader Zhou will definitely not let you off. Yan Fengyu struggled to turn her head, but the force pressing her back was much stronger than she had imagined. She couldn't move at all. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed the back of her head and pushed it against the wall in front of her. Dong. Yan Fengyu's forehead hit the hard wall. She screamed in pain and saw stars. I don't care what leader Zhou is. I'm keeping you alive because your Wu Qinghua has helped me a lot. Don't think that I will let a woman like you who dares to target my base go. I won't kill you. I'll wait for Wu Qinghua to come and let him deal with you himself. Lin Xiao fiercely pressed her head against the wall and whispered into her ear. After saying that, she suddenly loosened her hands and immediately grabbed both sides of Yan Fengyu's shoulders and fiercely pinched and pressed. Yan Fengyu let out another sharp scream. Her entire head was raised and a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Lin Xiao loosened her hands and took a step back. Yan Fengyu's 2 arms that could no longer move were hanging down as she weakly slid to the ground. Take her back to the room and keep an eye on her. Although I've dislocated her arms, she won't be able to cause any trouble for now. But keep an eye on her in case she comes up with any dirty tricks, Lin Xiao said to Duan Wan before turning around and walking back to the conference table to continue leaning against it. After dislocating her arms, this woman wouldn't be able to use her abilities. Yes. Duan Wan nodded and waved for Li Hongsheng to come forward. She directly grabbed Yan Fengyu's 2 dislocated arms and lifted them up. Yen Fengyu bit her lips and held back, but she turned her head and glared fiercely at Duanwan. Her feet were floating as she was dragged out by the two of them. Not long after they left, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others hurriedly ran in. What's the situation? Yuan Tianqing's hair was still wet. He had just come out of the shower and hadn't even had time to dry his hair when a subordinate came to report that something had happened in the conference hall. Lin Feng had already fallen asleep and was woken up by the noise. The rest of you go back and rest. Those who are supposed to be on duty, go back and stand properly, Lin Xiao ordered the large group of people outside the door. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng came in and found a place to sit. This woman was trying to steal some kind of secret and killed the guard. I dislocated her arms and got Duanwan to lock her up. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them and said faintly, "Steal secret? She actually did such a thing." Yuan Tianqing looked at Lin Xiao expressionlessly. His eyes that didn't carry his usual smile flashed a trace of coldness. Lin Feng didn't say anything at the side. If you guys saw her acting so arrogantly even though she was a thief, I really don't know what you guys would think. She probably thought that I wouldn't dare to do anything to her, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. It meant that the two brothers had missed a good show. It can't be. She was caught in the act. How arrogant can she be? Yuan Tianqing asked curiously. Why not? She's the deputy leader and a beauty. There are already hidden protection rules for women in the apocalypse. Every base will try their best to reduce the death penalty for women. So she thinks that there's nothing to be afraid of, so she can naturally be arrogant, Lin Xiao said. That's true, but I really didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Yuan Tianqing had more interactions with Yen Fengyu in the first place because she had given him a pretty good impression. Now that she suddenly did something like this, Yuan Tianqing felt that she had become a different person. He couldn't believe it. TSK, I thought she would only take action in 2 days. I didn't expect her to take action so soon. This woman's brain isn't that good. Lin Xiao shook his head. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiao and then looked at Yuan Tianqing. How do we deal with her now? She's the deputy leader of Ocean City. If we touch her, Ocean City will probably fall out with us. We don't need to deal with her. Let Wu Qingyue deal with her himself. She's his people, so he can deal with her. Chapter 547. Are we going to let this woman go just like that? Lin Feng frowned and looked at Lin Xiao with dissatisfaction. Of course not. But we can't let our relationship with Sea City deteriorate because of her. After all, it won't do us any good. Let's wait for Wu Qingyue to come and see what he decides, Lin Xiao said. Then isn't handing her over to Wu Qingyue the same as letting her go? Lin Feng asked. You're thinking too much. How can I let her go? But we have to wait until she's in Wu Qingyue's hands. If something happens, don't blame it on us, Lin Xiao said as he glanced at Lin Feng. Oh, I understand. You mean we can't touch her now? Wait until she's no longer related to our base, then we'll make a move secretly. Lin Feng nodded. Yuan Tianqing crossed his arms in front of his chest and supported his chin with one hand. That's not very kind. But of course, we can't let her go just like that. But if we let her go to Wu Qingyue just like that, doesn't that mean our base is a little scared? After all, no matter how the outside world viewed this matter, there might be a different view. On the surface, it seemed like they were admitting defeat. They let others bully them, and they still had to send her back. I think Lin Xiao will ask the other party to use something to redeem her. Something equal to that woman's value. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiao and said, That's right. Just like Lin Feng said, I have a condition. Do you think I'll let Wu Qingyue take her away empty-handed? I'm not that kind of person. Lin Xiao smiled, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. A woman, a beautiful woman. She's also a deputy leader. What do you want the other party to use in exchange? Yuan Tianqing paused for a moment, and then asked. Lin Xiao raised 5 fingers and curled her lips. 5 level 6 corpse cores. How about it? Is that enough? Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at her speechlessly, but both of them looked at Lin Xiao as if she was asking for too much. 1 level 6 corpse core was easy to get. City might have some in stock for 2 or 3. But to take out 5 at once felt difficult. Because it had only been 5 years since the apocalypse, there might be a lot of zombies that had evolved to level 6, but there definitely wouldn't be that many. Therefore, Lin Xiao wanted Wu Qingyue to exchange 5 level 6 zombie cores for a woman. It was a bit too much. Then, after exchanging 5 corpse cores for the other party's corpse cores, he attacked them from the back. It was indeed Lin Xiao's style. To put it nicely, he didn't suffer any losses. To put it bluntly, he was despicable. But who asked this woman to provoke him? Lin Xiao had never been a magnanimous person. As long as someone dared to provoke her, she would usually return the favor many times over. Our targets are Earth Dragon, Heavenly Flame, and Hidden Cloud City. We can't have too much of a fight with our neighbors now. It won't do us any good. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, for the sake of the 5 corpse cores, I'll spare that woman's life. As for her ability as an adept, it's better to abolish it. I agree. Lin Feng nodded. I have no objections. If we kill her, the other party will definitely be suspicious. Yuan Tianqing thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Tianqing, arrange for someone to send a message to Haiqing tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao instructed Yuan Tianqing, then stood up and walked towards the door. All right, let's call it a night. The next day, Yuan Tianqing sent Yuanqing to Haiqing early in the morning. What did you say? Yan Fengyu? Stole information? Wu Qingyue looked at Yuanqing strangely, his eyes filled with confusion. That's right. Last night, when everyone was asleep, she snuck into our meeting room. I don't know what she was looking for, but she also killed our guards. Yuanqing nodded and replied. Will your important information be placed in the meeting room? Why would she go there to look for something? Wu Qingyue still looked at him with a puzzled expression. The number of people in the hotel has increased. We have placed all of the base's information in a cabinet in the meeting room and locked it. Usually we will also send people to guard there. Of course, if there is any important information, it will only be placed in the rooms of the few people in charge of the base. As for why your base's deputy leader, Yan, snuck into our meeting room to look for something, you can only ask her yourself. Yuanqing said. In any case, no matter what her motive was, without permission, sneaking in when it was dark, and adding the fact that she killed someone, it already showed that she violated the rules and was a thief. So? Wu Qingyue already understood what Yuanqing meant and looked at him to ask. He knew that the latter part of the other's words was the main point. Our leader invites you over to retrieve her and also to give us an explanation. We won't do anything to Deputy Leader Yan, but she killed one of our people and trespassed into our meeting room. Your Haiqing has to give us an explanation. Yuanqing said calmly. Although he was usually a little stupid, he never messed up when it came to important matters. Sai, I remember that this Yan Fengyu only arrived at your base yesterday. It's only been 1 night, and something has already happened to her? Wu Qingyue smiled faintly and sighed, then said with a smile that was not a smile. Yuanqing shrugged and said, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, she's already been detained by our leader. So, if you have any questions, please go and talk to our leader.
Goodbye.
Looking at Yuanqing's back as he left, Wu Qingyue frowned and silently sat on the sofa. Deputy Leader Yan, she really did such a thing? Why would she do such a thing? What made her so impatient that she was in a rush to go through other people's information at night? Xiao Liqing stood at the side and asked in confusion. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment before replying. Maybe there was something there that attracted her, but the people at the base didn't tell her what was going on. Since she snuck into the other party's meeting room to search, then it should be something related to their construction base. However, that Yuanqing said that she killed a soldier, this is a big mistake. No matter what, she shouldn't have killed someone. If that's the case, then the other party wants you to give an explanation. It seems like they won't be kind. Xiao Liqing also frowned. And don't worry about this for now. Tell this to old Zhou. Let's see his attitude. I think if we want to get that woman back, we'll have to pay a big price. Wu Qingyue said.
Yes.
Xiao Liqing immediately responded and turned to leave. Wu Qingyue turned his head to look at Wu Yueling beside him and said to her with a smile, Lingling, look, this time we have no choice but to go. Wu Yueling, who was playing by herself, looked at him blankly with her bright eyes. Chapter 548. Not long after, Zhou Shui hurriedly rushed over. What did you send people to say about it? Fang Yu stole the secret of the upper city base? How is that possible? Why would she do such a thing? What's her purpose? Wu Qingyue stood up from his desk and pointed to the sofa next to him. Sit down first, I'll tell you. After Zhou Shui sat down, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He looked at Wu Qingyue and said, What's going on? Why would Fang Yu do such a thing? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Wu Qingyue looked at him and said with a serious face, It's not a question of whether I'm mistaken or not, nor is it a question of why she would do such a thing. They've already sent people to inform us, which means they've already detained her there. The first thing we need to deal with now is how to get her back. They definitely won't let her go so easily because Deputy Leader Yan killed someone. Why would she kill someone? Zhou Shui asked. Then we should at least find out the reason first. What's her reason for doing this? Do you really believe what they say? Do you really believe what they say? Wu Qingyue looked at him indifferently. Whether you believe it or not, I've already sent people to investigate. But they have the zombie defense line. It won't be that fast to find out the truth. We have to first treat it as if it's true, then we'll be prepared. No, I still don't believe it. Zhou Shui frowned and said, Could it be that the people from the Hades base are setting us up? Wu Qingyue looked at him strangely. Why would they set us up for no reason? Besides, we've just started working together. Doing this won't do them any good. After all, our bases aren't far from each other. If we fall out with our strength, they won't be a match for us at all. Of course, this was under the condition that the world didn't know that the female zombie could control the zombie horde, and only saw the surface. Wu Qingyue didn't say this out loud. But from his understanding of the female zombie, she wouldn't create something out of nothing. There must be something wrong with this. However, Wu Qingyue's heart was actually on the side of the Hades base. This was because he knew what kind of person Yan Fangyu was behind the scenes, but old Zhou didn't. Although Zhou Shui still didn't believe that Yan Fangyu would do such a thing, Wu Qingyue's words made him dispel the idea that the upper city base might have set a trap for them. Wu Qingyue was right. The other party had just started building their base. It was not a good time to start a war. Therefore, the other party really had no reason to fall out with them. Moreover, Sea City had helped them before, so they wouldn't bite the hand that fed them, right? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we get there. He just couldn't figure out how the other party was going to deal with it. If it was true, they definitely wouldn't let him go easily. What conditions or requests will the other party put forward? Wu Qingyue said. Zhou Shui nodded. That was the only thing he could do for now. When he got there and saw Yan Fangyu in person, he would know what was going on. Then, when are you leaving? Do you need me to prepare anything? Zhou Shui looked at Wu Qingyue and asked. Not for now. Let's talk about it after I go over there and talk to them. I'll send someone back to inform you. You just have to be mentally prepared. If Deputy Leader Yan really killed someone, it will be more troublesome. Wu Qingyue said. Okay, I got it. But no matter what, you have to bring her back safely. Zhou Shui said. Of course, don't worry. Yan Fangyu is also the deputy leader. Those people in the upper city dare not do anything to her. I'm going to leave in a moment. I'll send back the news soon. Wu Qingyue said. Not long after, Wu Qingyue took Wu Yueling and drove several off-road vehicles from the base to the upper city. He didn't bring many people. After all, he didn't intend to make a big deal with the other party. If he brought too many people, it would only cause the other party to misunderstand, and it might cause the other party to change their attitude. Wu Yiling obviously already knew that her papa was going to take her to find the zombie mama. She looked very happy. She turned her head to look out of the window, and then looked back at the front. Okay, sit down. The car is going to jolt you. Wu Qingyue moved her body back so that she wouldn't slide down. Lin Xiao, who was in the upper city, was assigning tasks to several zombie leaders on the roof. The high-level zombies in the lower city had been cleaned up by the old man and the other two, so the next step was to directly divide into 3 groups. She asked the old man and the little boy to take the first level 4 zombie to the top of the villa area. Then she asked the uncle zombie and the other 2 zombie leaders to go to the direction of Jianggan district. Then she asked Elmar to take the last level 4 zombie to Binjiang district. On the same day, Lin Feng and Lin Hao also set off. Lin Xiao used the grass in her space and a little bit of her blood to weave a large number of grass beads. Then she gave each of them to each of them. In this way, not only the zombies in and out of the upper city's line of defense, the zombies would automatically give way. Even outside, ordinary zombies wouldn't dare to approach them. But Lin Xiao only gave it to a few trusted people and didn't let others know about it. For example, Lin Feng's team was given to the Lin family's 3 people, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Lin Wenwen. And Li Zheng's team was given to Li Zheng, Lin Yu, and Feng Mingyu, who is very afraid of zombies. It seems that in the zombie group, there are no space-type zombies. Lin Xiao suddenly thought, if there were space-type zombies in the zombie group, at least they could also collect some materials. After all, the efficiency of Lin Feng's team was too low. Looking at the 3 or 4 zombies that were using their claws to cut down trees and weeds, Lu Jun and Xin Yuzhen silently pulled their eyes back and looked at Lin Xiao. Well, this person suddenly released dozens of level 3 and 4 zombies from the space today. Let them all go to the barren land next to the cornfield or on the hillside and destroy all the wild weeds and trees. If other people saw this scene, they didn't know what reaction and feeling they would have. Anyway, Lu Jun and Xin Yuzhen didn't know what expression to make. Indeed, there are relatively few special-type zombies. Like humans, the probability of awakening is too low, and the probability of zombies is probably lower than humans. Lu Jun nodded. Indeed, there were space-type zombies in the 5 years after the end of the world. But the probability of encountering one was too low. Until now, South China and East China had not encountered one, but there were rumors that there seemed to be one in the north. As for what happened in the end, no one knew. But when Lu Jun finished, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao with a subtle expression. Of course, even if the probability was low, there was a big one in front of them. Chapter 549. Space element corpse cores are very beneficial to space element paranormals. So even if there are, they might be hunted down and killed, Lin Xiao said. Lu Jun nodded. I heard that you wanted to exchange that woman for 5 level 6 King's corpse cores. Did you manage to get them? Lu Jun asked Lin Xiao. Everyone knew what happened last night. It was the first time they saw Yan Fengyu, a dignified deputy leader, doing such a thing. Usually, she was a steady person and seemed to be a woman with means. Hee, do you know why she did such a thing? Because this is one of her methods. She thought that no one would find out about her actions last night. Even if she woke up today and found that the guards were missing, of course, no one would suspect her. Lin Xiao knew what she was thinking and said to her with a smile. Then he continued, Don't be fooled by her appearance. That's because she is very secretive and knows the limits of her actions. She wouldn't do anything too serious, and with her status and beauty, people could just turn a blind eye to it. There are also many people who are willing to clean up her mess behind her back. For such a beauty, there must be a few brain-dead fans who protect her like a goddess. You mean although the things she did in the base were shady, they didn't go all the way? And, because someone is secretly helping her clean up her mess behind her back, she has been maintaining this positive image? Lu Jun was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao as if she understood. After saying that, she looked at Shen Yuzhen. Lin Xiao nodded, yes, and she is well aware of this, so she cleverly grasped that critical point. Besides, the situation of putting a few men under house arrest is actually not as serious as putting a woman under house arrest. Especially since she is the deputy leader, she also has her own authority. After hearing this, Lu Jun thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Oh, I finally know why she failed this time. Because she underestimated us. On one hand, she was confident that her actions would not be discovered, but on the other hand, she thought that even if she was discovered, with her identity as the deputy leader of Sea City, no one here would dare to do anything to her. None of us here dared to do anything to her, so even though we were caught red-handed by you, we still refuse to admit our actions. She's thinking that when the people from Sea City arrive, they'll put some pressure on us, and this matter will be easily resolved. You're right. Last night, I sensed her thoughts were exactly what you said. This woman is very scheming, but she met me this time. Heh, Lin Xiao chuckled. So, she's this kind of person. Fortunately, I wasn't from High City before. Otherwise, it would really be a blow, right, little Jin? Lu Junsua glanced at Shen Yuzhen and said sympathetically. Shen Yuzhen nodded dejectedly. She really didn't expect that the great goddess Yan, the idol of the women in High City, was actually such a person. He suddenly felt that he was even more disgusting than Lu Tianyu. Shen Yuzhen didn't know that the Lin Xiao in front of her was the Lu Tianyu she was thinking about. Qiu Lily and Lu Jun called her Lin Xiao among the zombies. Everyone else in the base called her Miss Lu. Therefore, Shen Yuzhen was actually very puzzled about this, but she only had doubts in her heart. She didn't ask anyone about these things. Oh, you're thinking of Lu Tianyu. I have to clarify this. The reason why Lu Tianyu's reputation is so bad is because this woman actually helped him a lot behind the scenes. After Lin Xiao sensed Shen Yuzhen's thoughts, she suddenly remembered that this body of hers had actually suffered a lot from Yan Fengyu, but she didn't know it. Lu Jun looked at Lin Xiao with a strange expression and suddenly smiled. She suddenly understood that Lin Xiao was obviously seeking revenge for Lu Tianyu. Although Lu Tianyu did do a lot of annoying things, at least she didn't kill anyone. In terms of liking men, she was much more generous than Yan Fengyu, although her method was very despicable. But this was also Lu Tianyu's way of survival. Otherwise, she, who didn't have abilities and was good-looking, probably wouldn't have lived for 5 years. Well, she's just a deputy leader. How can she care about an ordinary person like Lu Tianyu? She's really drunk. Lu Jun's face was indifferent. I think Wu Qingyue should be here in the afternoon. Okay, stop chatting. Hurry up and get to work. Hey, over there, you're a zombie. Why are you gnawing on a tree trunk? After Lin Xiao finished speaking, she suddenly roared at the zombies who were clearing the wasteland. Lu Jun and Shen Yuzhen turned their heads and looked over. Sure enough, they saw a level 3 zombie. For some reason, it was tilting its head and gnawing on a tree trunk that was as thick as a wrist. Pfft! Could it be that it's hungry enough to eat tree bark? Lu Jun said with a smile. No matter how hungry they are, they can't be interested in tree bark. Besides, zombies' stomachs have long died. It's only because it's an instinctive reaction that they feel hunger for human flesh. Lin Xiao glanced at her snappily. Have you not fed them meat for too long? Lu Jun covered her mouth and snickered. What meat? They don't eat animal meat, they only eat human meat. You want me to catch people for them to eat? Lin Xiao glared at her. This guy was obviously teasing her. Look, if you don't feed them meat, they're all sick now. Lu Jun pointed at the zombie that had no idea what it was doing after Lin Xiao yelled at it. Lin Xiao, what's wrong with it? Lu Jun, mental illness. Lin Xiao. Shen Yuzhen, who was watching, in the agricultural section of Haiqing Base, Kong Qingming directly pushed open the door to Lu Tianyi's office. Hey, there's a very interesting piece of information. Do you want to hear it? Lu Tianyi, who was in the room, was briefing Zheng Xiaonian on work matters. The two of them turned around at the same time and looked at Kong Qingming in confusion. What information? Lu Tianyi asked curiously. Whoosh! After Kong Qingming closed the door, he walked over and threw two pieces of paper on his desk. It's from Uptown. Beauty, Yen is going to fall this time. Kong Qingming said with a smile. His androgynous pretty face was brimming with excitement. Lu Tianyi picked up the two pieces of paper and looked at them. The first one was the process of the incident and the current progress. The second one was a piece of personal information. She killed people? And in the base in Uptown? This woman actually killed people in someone else's base. Is her brain eaten by dogs? Does she think this is still the base in Haiqing? Killing one or two won't affect her. After reading the incident, he looked at the information of the deceased. Lu Tianyi frowned and said with a dissatisfied expression. What? Deputy Leader Yen killed people at Big Sister's place? And she killed Big Sister's people? Zheng Xiaonian looked at Lu Tianyi in surprise. Chapter 550. Hey, I say, Xiaonian. Can you guys change the way you address her? Why do I feel like she's going to become a mafia boss? Kong Qingming looked at Zheng Xiaonian in amusement. If I don't call her Big Sister, then what should I call her? Call him Big Boss? Zheng Xiaonian replied directly. You should call her Big Sister. Kong Qingming looked at him speechlessly. She sneaked into the conference room in the middle of the night, knowing that there was a lot of information about the base there.
What does she want to know?
Lu Tianyi said thoughtfully. Is there a need to ask? She definitely wants to know the secret of the new base in the upper city. In the end, she was caught red-handed. Do you know how funny her reaction was? She was caught red-handed on the spot. How could she say that she was just passing by? She even said that the upper city base didn't dare to do anything to her. Obviously, this deputy leader underestimated her. Kong Qingming crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled.
Huh?
Passing by? She really said it. Who would pass by and run into a guarded conference room? And she killed all their soldiers. How dare she lie through her teeth? Lu Tianyi said with a look of disdain. Maybe she thought that the new base in the upper city would only have a few thousand people and would be afraid of the strength of Sea City, so they wouldn't do anything to her, one of the deputy leaders of Sea City. In the end, she was directly killed by the corpse. Their leader cut off both of her arms and locked in the room. Now she's waiting for our leader to come over. Kong Qingming said. He almost said the word sister corpse, but Kong Qingming quickly changed his words. So now they're waiting to negotiate. I don't know what conditions the upper city will offer. I don't think it's possible to exchange for Deputy Leader Yen without 3 level 6 corpse cores. Lu Tianyi said after analyzing the severity of the matter. Yen Fengyu was the deputy leader of Sea City. With the current strength of the upper city base, they would indeed be afraid of the strength of Sea City. Therefore, even if they couldn't do anything to Yen Fengyu, the conditions would definitely not be too low. At the very least, they would first figure out where the bottom line of Sea City was and then press the bottom line to make the conditions. Therefore, 3 level 6 corpse cores was definitely the lowest he could get. Are you done with your business? Hurry up and go watch the show. Kong Qingming tilted his head at him and said, This is a good show. It would be a pity to miss it. Lu Tianyi tidied up the table and said to Zheng Xiaonian, Xiaonian, get everyone to carry out what I told you before we come back. If you have any questions, leave them until I come back.
All right.
Although Zheng Xiaonian was also very curious, he knew that he had work to do and couldn't leave for the time being. They could only look enviously at Lu Tianyi and Lu Tianyi, who could easily go and watch the show. Don't worry, I'll tell you guys when we get back, Kong Qingming said with a smile when he saw Zheng Xiaonian's expression. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaonian left happily. After cleaning up the table, Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming drove away from the base and headed to Uptown. They didn't bring anyone else with them and just passed by. I think your sister, with her current state, she will definitely screw our leader Wu over, Kong Qingming said as he drove. The situation of these two is a little complicated. If Lu Tianyi is smart, he shouldn't exceed leader Wu's bottom line, Lu Tianyi said with a nod. I think our leader will give Sister Zombie a big gift this time, and it has to be reasonable. In any case, she was his wife. If he didn't handle this matter well, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. If this matter isn't handled well, not to mention getting her back, it might be difficult for him to chase after his wife in the future. Kong Qingming suddenly laughed. The two of them said that they were going to watch the show, but they actually wanted to see Wu Qingyue's defeated expression.
He.
The current Lu Tianyi was no longer the incapable and brainless Lu Tianyi from a few months ago. It wasn't the first time Wu Qingyue had suffered a loss at her hands. Lu Tianyi was silent for a few seconds before saying, I think it will be very difficult for leader Wu to get Lu Tianyi. Just look at Lu Tianyi's attitude and you'll know. It's obvious that she has no interest in him at all. Yes, that's it. Therefore, I feel that Chief Wu will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to give more benefits to Upper City. It seems that Yan Fengyu's plan is wrong. I reckon that even if she returns to Sea City, she won't have an easy time, Kong Qingming replied in agreement. In the afternoon, Wu Qingyue's car drove to the front of the zombie defense line in Uptown. However, he found that the zombie group had already retreated to the roadside on both sides, making a passage in the middle. A girl with two long ponytails stood upright on the telephone pole by the roadside. Seeing that Wu Qingyue's car did not pass directly, but stopped in front of the passage, Qiu Lily jumped down from the telephone pole and landed in front of Wu Qingyue's car. Tiny tot, the person in the car only saw her land and disappear in the blink of an eye. Then she saw that she was already lying outside the window of Wu Yueling's position, looking at Wu Yueling with bright eyes. Wu Yueling looked at this little sister blankly. Qiu Lily waved at Tiny Tot as a greeting, then opened the window. She shifted her gaze to Wu Qingyue and said, Big Sister Zombie said that you guys can go in directly when you come. Okay. Looking at Qiu Lily's pitch-black eyes with a red pupil in the middle, Wu Qingyue smiled and nodded at her. After Qiu Lily passed the message, she stepped back and jumped to the roof of the building next to them. Let's go, Wu Qingyue said to the driver. The convoy continued to move forward, passing through the zombies' passageway. The group of zombies automatically returned to their original position and continued to block the intersection. Seeing that the convoy had come in, Qiu Lily flashed from the roof and disappeared. Lin Xiao sat at the top of the stairwell on the roof. When she saw Qiu Lily return, she looked at her and said, We're here, right? Yes, we're here. Qiu Lily landed beside her and nodded. How many people did he bring? Lin Xiao asked. And not many. Only 4 or 5 off-road vehicles and not many people in the vehicles. Qiu Lily replied, If that's the case, looks like he's prepared to be cheated by me. I suddenly feel that 5 level 6 zombie cores is a bit too cheap for him. Do you want to add more? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Is that so? Qiu Lily looked at her blankly, not quite understanding what Lin Xiao meant. Just watch, he only brought so few people. It's very perfunctory. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the sound of the car, her eyes flashing. So he values this Yan Fengyu a lot? He's willing to pay a high price to redeem her? Qiu Lily asked doubtfully. He doesn't value this woman, but the opinions of the people in Sea City and the other bases. So, he can't let us do anything to this woman. Lin Xiao shook her head. Chapter 551. Wu Qingyue's car arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Yuan Tianxing and Qin Yuding were already waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing Wu Qingyue get out of the car, he carried Wu Yueling down. Yuan Tianxing greeted him with a smile. Leader Wu, we meet again so soon?
Yes.
That's fast. All right, take me to see your boss first. Wu Qingyue's eyes curved as he said with a smile. Our leader is waiting for you in the conference room. Please come in. Yuan Tianxing nodded with a smile and made way for him to come in. Wu Qingyue carried Wu Yueling and walked in with Xiao Liqing and the others. Yuan Tianxing followed him halfway. He happened to walk on Wu Yueling's side. Wu Yueling lay on her father's shoulder and peeked at Yuan Tianxing with her watery eyes. Yuan Tianxing noticed her gaze and turned his head to wave at her. Wu Yueling shrunk her face and buried it in Wu Qingyue's neck. I want to confirm if our deputy leader, Yan, is still alive, Wu Qingyue suddenly said. Yuan Tianxing looked at him calmly and smiled. Of course he's alive. Our leader said that he will hand him over to you to deal with, so he won't touch your people. That's good. It seems that your leader is aware of the situation. Wu Qingyue tilted his head and glanced at Yuan Tianxing. The faint smile on his face didn't change, but a glint flashed in his eyes. Leader Wu, what are you saying? Our leader isn't stupid. Yuan Tianxing also glanced back at him. Both of them had faint smiles on their faces and were relaxed. They didn't look bad either. Many women around them looked at them with green eyes. When they arrived at the conference room, the door was wide open. Looking in, they saw that there were chairs around the long table in the conference room. Lin Xiao sat at one end of the table in a black military uniform with his military cap on the table in front of him. In fact, Wu Qingyue was also in a formal military uniform with a long military trench coat. His black and strict aura was destroyed by the adorable Wu Yueling in his arms. Hearing the footsteps of Wu Qingyue and the others approaching, Lin Xiao only sat at one end of the conference table. Then he looked at Wu Qingyue, raised his hand, and gestured to him to sit at the other end of the conference table. Please have a seat. Hearing her voice, Wu Yueling, who was still buried in Wu Qingyue's neck, immediately raised her head and looked at her with shining eyes. After Lin Xiao said that to Wu Qingyue, he winked at Wu Yueling. Therefore, everyone inexplicably felt that something strange had sneaked into this serious occasion. The atmosphere was a little strange. After Wu Qingyue sat down, he was about to speak. Lin Xiao, who was sitting opposite him, spoke first. Lingling, come here. Lin Xiao put one elbow on the table and supported one side of his face. He waved at Wu Yueling with his other hand. Therefore, Wu Yueling did not say anything else and immediately rebelled. She slid down from Wu Qingyue's arms and ran towards Lin Xiao with her two short legs. Wu Qingyue, who was about to speak, was speechless. He opened his mouth and watched silently as Wu Yueling jogged all the way to Lin Xiao's side and naturally climbed onto his lap. Everyone around them looked at this scene with a blank look on their faces. Uft. Yuan Tianxing looked at Wu Qingyue's stiff expression and couldn't help but turn his face to the other side and secretly laugh. Chen Yuding looked up at the ceiling. Can't we talk business properly? Lin Xiao carried Wu Yueling onto his lap and then looked up at Wu Qingyue. Okay, let's talk business now. Wu Qingyue's expression flickered, and he immediately recovered his usual faint smile. Okay, let's begin. Although you have already told me what happened, and I have also sent people to investigate, it is true that this matter did happen. But can you bring our deputy leader Yan up here for me to see? I need to confirm whether she is alive or dead.
Sure.
Lin Xiao looked at him with a faint smile, then raised his hand and beckoned Qiu Lily behind him. Qiu Lily turned and walked towards the door. Wu Qingyue didn't speak again. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiao quietly with a smile. Or rather, he was observing Lin Xiao. This woman's aura had become stronger again, and her aura had also changed. Just like the previous few times he met her, her aura wasn't as mature and steady as it was now, and it lacked some of the sharpness that she had shown before. It wasn't that it was lacking, but that she had restrained it. From the moment he entered the room, the aura of the entire space had been controlled by her. Even his aura had been affected by her without him being able to guard against it. Initially, after he sat down, he was prepared to regain his momentum. In the end, with just one sentence from her, she had summoned his daughter over, directly destroying his momentum. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" Wu Qingyue put his hands on the table. When Wu Qingyue sat down, Xiao Liqing sat on the empty seat to his left and started to take notes in his notebook. Beside Lin Xiao, there was no one else except Qiu Lily, who was standing behind her. After Yuan Tianqing and Qin Yuding came in, they found a seat in the middle of the table and sat down. The others retreated to the door and stood outside. Lin Xiao looked up at him.
So direct?
"Don't you want to wait for her to come first, then ask her questions and figure out the situation? I've already investigated the matter. There's no need for that. Just tell me your conditions. As long as I can agree to it, everything is negotiable." Wu Qingyue smiled as he stared into Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao didn't seem to be wearing the contact lenses he gave her before. Then, were these green pupils her original color? But what about the whites of her eyes? All right then. Beauty Yen came to our base. Of course, we welcome her. But she just came yesterday, and last night, she snuck into my conference room. I don't know what she wants. You also saw that in the cabinets behind me, there's information about this new base. If she saw anything, wouldn't that be bad? Also, she came in but she killed my guards. Doesn't she know that the people in this base are all survivors of the Netherworld King's base? There are already fewer people, and one death means one less. She, on the other hand, killed people as if she was plucking a blade of grass. Your deputy leader's character isn't that good. Lin Xiao directly opened her mouth to settle the score, and after that, she even mocked him. Wu Qingyue quietly listened to her. What Lin Xiao said was not wrong, and every word she said was reasonable. He couldn't refute her, so he just smiled and nodded. As a person from outside the base, he couldn't casually enter the information room of other people's base. Normally, if someone was caught, they would be treated as a suspect of stealing information. Moreover, this Yan Fangyu was originally a deputy leader, so the consequences of being a suspect would be huge. Chapter 552. I'm sorry that the deputy leader of our base would do this kind of thing here. So what's your condition? Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao, but he was a little dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's overly calm eyes. When this female zombie looked at his Lingling, her eyes were obviously much softer. But when she looked at him, she was as calm as a pool of dark green water. There was no emotion at all. It was unfair. He was clearly showing his weakness to her. Why did this female zombie feel that she was only interested in his daughter? Although Wu Qingyue also knew that they were talking business now, everyone had to be serious and calm. But he didn't know why. When he saw her gentle eyes towards Wu Yueling, Wu Qingyue was particularly concerned. How good would it be if she could look at him like this? Will you agree to any condition I give you? Lin Xiao didn't immediately give her own condition, but slightly hooked one side of her mouth and asked a question. Wu Qingyue nodded. As long as I can do it. Lin Xiao laughed. Well, it seems that you care a lot about this beautiful deputy leader of yours. But I'm really surprised that you would accompany us like this. I thought you would at least be suspicious. Let's listen to what Beauty Yen has to say first. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps came from outside the door, one of which was very messy and light. Soon, Chiu Lily walked in with light steps, followed by 2 male soldiers who were carrying Yan Fengyu. After the 2 soldiers dragged Yan Fengyu in, they dragged her to the chair that was prepared for her. Leader, save me. I didn't do anything, it's her. She wanted to frame me. Yan Fengyu came in and saw Wu Qingyue as if she had seen her savior. She looked at him with bright eyes and shouted at Wu Qingyue eagerly. Oh, woman, don't you have any shame? You still don't admit what you did? You were caught red-handed, and you still have the nerve to say that you didn't do anything. Look at this yourself. Hearing that Yan Fengyu had the nerve to say that she was innocent, Chiu Lily, who was about to go back to Lin Xiao, immediately stopped and became angry. As she spoke, she walked to the cabinet next to her and took out a wooden box. Then she strode back to Yan Fengyu, opened the box and showed it to her. There was a pile of black ash inside. After showing her the box, Chiu Lily immediately closed it. He put it back in its original place. Those who knew clearly knew that the black ash was actually Brother Bing, who was burned by Yan Fengyu with her supernatural fire ability last night. Yan Fengyu's eyes flashed. She looked up at Chiu Lily and said, I don't know what this is. Do you want to use some ashes as evidence? Ridiculous. Oh, those aren't random ashes. Those are the ashes of the soldiers who were guarding this door last night. Lin Xiao put down his hand that was supporting half of his chin, turned his head to look at Yan Fengyu, and said plainly, I didn't burn any guards, don't slander me. Leader Wu, I really didn't do what they said. I'm innocent. Yan Fengyu said angrily to Lin Xiao, then turned to Wu Qingyue and pretended to be innocent. Enough, Deputy Leader Yan. Why didn't I know you were this kind of woman before? It's fine that you're so scheming, but you refuse to admit what you've done. No matter how you quibble, you were here last night. This is the truth. Seeing Yan Fengyu speak, Yuan Tianqing, who was frowning, was very conflicted at this time. The faint smile that was usually on his face was now gone, but even though he was conflicted, he couldn't help but shout at her sternly. Yuan Tianqing, I remember when you first came to our high city, I helped you a lot. Are you this kind of ungrateful person? Yan Fengyu immediately retorted. Even though she was enduring the pain on both her shoulders, her words were not weak at all. She was still very imposing. If I knew you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have asked you to help. I'm only advising you because you've helped me before. You'd better not quibble. Everyone is watching. Do you think that everyone is blind? You're too unsightly. Yuan Tianqing sighed and said, You, shut up. I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Provoked by Yuan Tianqing's words, she suddenly roared at him with her beautiful but pale face. In fact, she firmly believed that as long as Wu Qingyue said he didn't believe her, he would definitely send people to suppress this matter and clean it up in the end. When she returned to the base, she would also ask Zhou Shihui and the others to help deal with this matter. As long as she went back, she had ways to cover up this matter, and in the future, she could find opportunities to slowly deal with this small base with only a few thousand people. If she hadn't miscalculated this time and didn't bring many people with her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. As long as she returned, she would have 30,000 troops in her hands. Would she be afraid that she wouldn't have an excuse to kill the people here? Even at this time, Yan Fengyu's mind was constantly calculating. But she didn't know that her thoughts were being sensed by Lin Xiao, who was less than 4 meters away from her. Lin Xiao couldn't sense Wu Qingyue because the office table was more than 5 meters long, and Wu Qingyue was level 7. If he wasn't emotional and had a gap, she wouldn't be able to sense him. But Yan Fengyu's position was much closer to Lin Xiao, and Yan Fengyu's strength was lower than Lin Xiao's. Therefore, Lin Xiao knew what she was thinking. Lin Xiao looked at her with narrowed eyes and suddenly said, Deputy Leader Yan's psychological calculations are really good. You said that we randomly found this pile of ash. Then may I ask why the fire energy in the ash is the same as the energy in your body? Have you forgotten about this? What? Lin Xiao's words stunned Yan Fengyu. Her face, which had turned pale because of the pain in her shoulder, turned even paler. Lily, show the box to Leader Wu, Lin Xiao said to Qiu Lily. Qiu Lily immediately brought the box out again and brought it to Wu Qingyue's side and placed it on his desk. Wu Qingyue placed his hand on the box and sensed it for a moment. He let go of his hand and looked at Yan Fengyu and said, "That's right, Deputy Leader Yan. This box does have your energy residue. How do you explain this? Actually, I've already sent people to investigate this matter, and it's true. You don't have to say any more and listen to my arrangements." Wu Qingyue directly convicted Yan Fengyu with a few words. He didn't help her at all. Leader Wu. Yan Fengyu was dumbfounded. She thought that Wu Qingyue wouldn't believe the people here. Even if he did, he wouldn't admit it on the surface. But now, Wu Qingyue directly admitted it.
He admitted it.
Then, his crime would be confirmed. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.